We are on. Hello, everybody, and welcome to our Ukrainian English stream. And this is the Ukrainian community coming up with another Mythic Plus tournament for the Dragonflight Season 2 when we have some great guests over here. And yeah, let me introduce you guys, and then you can introduce yourself with a couple words. Meeres, DPS player of the Team Echo Naowh, tank player of Team Echo, and Reikuu, our resident caster as well as gamer. Welcome, guys.
I guess when you were talking about great players, you weren't mentioning me at all. Like,
hey,
I'm just here to support the stream.
I can still do it. Hey, our another great player, Reikuu. There you go.
Oh,
how you guys doing?
Thanks.
I mean, I'm doing good. I'm great. It will be fun, and I'm thankful to be here. It will be interesting casting and seeing everyone how they figured out the new patch with all the cool classes and augmentation evoker, I guess. And yeah, I don't know what Robin has to say, but
no, it's nice being here. Thank you for inviting us. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how the teams have adapted to the new patch and compare how we adapted to the new patch. Maybe we can learn a thing or two. We'll see.
That would be pretty interesting as well. Yeah, this is kind of like them figuring out some stuff for you guys in the head. On top of like saying commentary about the games, you're probably going to be like typing on the second screen. They are doing this here, or something like that. I'm pretty sure that's not going to be necessary, but yeah, I'm just making a joke. Right. So the tournament format is going to be pretty much just like MDI, except we're gonna have less games, and we have one extra rule on top of banning the dungeon per team. So like we have like best of 3 for every single match except for super finals or grand finals, whatever you like to call it. We're gonna have the class ban, the DPS class ban. So every team will be able to ban one class, not spec, class from the opposite team, and that will affect their team comps. So they're gonna have the class ban, they're gonna switch their team comps to adjust to that, and then they're going to be banning the dungeons, or the other way around, whichever the teams prefer. But that's like a little bit of extra spiciness that we're going to have here.
Oh my! Could you ban only DPS, or could you ban any role?
Yeah, only DPS. We decided to only ban DPS classes. Or like not DPS classes, but like DPS players, pretty much, because you know.
No. So if you ban a paladin, you can still play Holy Pala, for example, but not Red Pala. Not that you would ban a Red Pala, but you know.
Well, I mean, you never know. Maybe Red Pala is the new stuff, and we just didn't know about it. Yeah.
Maybe it's gonna be pogging off right now.
I mean, I've seen a bunch of Red Paladins on very high rating on Raider.io. Speaking of which, our stream is supported by Raider.io and supported by Blizzard Entertainment, and that's been a really great opportunity for them to help us out, and for us to provide them with kind of like, you know, a little bit of content to post on their Raider.io main page. So yeah, the first match of the day is we are going to see Tauren Milfs against Uvu team. Tauren Milfs is a pretty popular Ukrainian guild. They do a lot of like contribution. Maybe Reikuu will be able to tell us a little bit more about them.
Yeah, well, I'm an officer of the guild and probably a co-creator of that guild. And so yeah, so basically this name is not really something that we wanted to sound like that. It's just that we play on Tauren Mill server, and so we found it pretty funny to call our guild Tauren Milfs from Tauren Mill. I guess you get the picture, yeah. But overall, our main idea was to gather a lot of Ukrainians from different European servers into one huge community, yeah, that could progress, that could do mythic raiding together, that could do PvP together, and yeah. So essentially, here we are. 3 years later, we are helping to co-create something special with you guys. So yeah, we are happy to be here.
I mean, it's super nice to hear that a lot of people from the Ukraine community want to do the M Plus tournament, yeah. I don't know, sometimes it feels like a lot of people don't want to do a tournament in M Plus, yeah, they just want to do keys, yeah. But it's nice.
No, we have a we have one guy that has a vision to promote Ukrainian cyber sport, become cyber, like make a scene of cyber athletes in Ukraine, and he's been pushing it, and probably that's because of him that we have these tournaments and these. We have done the interview with you, Meeres, before, right? That's Heroic Soul's been kind of pushing the thingy, and he's the one that does all this kind of stuff, and we appreciate him very much for doing that. But yeah, how do you guys find patch 10.1.5? Have you tried the new evoker spec? Is it busted, or are you getting kicked out from if you're doing pugs and the people
Low
complain that
DPS,
you
yeah.
do? Yeah, low DPS.
I mean, I saw a lot of tweets about them getting kicked from the parks, but it's kind of funny, yeah. And there was a lot of controversy in the WoW space, I guess, or pugging space with augmentation. But I think it is pretty decent, yeah, if not very good, yeah. Looking at it.
I see.
I remember asking you, Meeres, on our recent interview, if you remember, about when there were rumors around this support spec, and you told me that you would be the one who would play it.
Yeah, that kind of changed, yeah.
So it changed.
Yeah, because I mean, the idea was like that maybe it would have come earlier, like in the later or last patch, basically, right?
Yeah.
And that was not the case. So now I'm kind of settled in as Shadow Priest, but it's also really, really good class. I mean, still OP as last patch. So probably Clicks will play augmentation most likely in our team, yeah.
I see. So you plan to integrate that into the comp?
I mean, if we play it, yeah, Clicks will probably play it, exactly.
I see.
It's hard to tell right now because there's so many new classes that are very, very overpowered. Let's put it that way. So you don't know if it's augmentation evoker being you don't know if it's an augmentation evoker being really, really powerful, or if it's the
other
not spilling too many. The other good ones, the Holy Paladin and the Druid tank, looking pretty juicy.
And the mage doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, the mage doing a little bit too much damage maybe, but that's all good.
Mage rework coming.
Yeah, they're gonna get
really
the rework of the rework, or the 20% nerf of the rework. Who knows?
All right, so we are going to have our first match on the main screen. I'm sorry, not the screen.
Scream.
Yeah,
main screen.
Yeah, it's Torrent Mills again, Uwu team again, and their first setup. They banned Mage and Priest, so we're gonna see them adjust to that. And,
but so can both teams not play either, or is it one?
Yeah, both teams.
Or how does it work?
I think it's like the opposite. So Team Uwu banned Mage from Torrent Mills, and Torrent Mills banned Priest.
I see.
That's
kind of.
That's an interesting concept, to say the least. I don't know. I've never seen something like that before, to be honest. So, especially from what I know, Torrent Mills has a player who mains a mage, and he's pretty good at it. So I wonder what he'll pick.
I guess he's not so good anymore now on Mage Heaven.
Yeah.
I mean, this will be interesting.
The multi-class.
I mean, so what are we gonna see, like class-wise, right? That's a question. I would expect there will be a warrior or a red paladin in one of the teams for sure.
What about the tank?
I'm pretty sure we're gonna see double Guardian Druid. I might be wrong, but
oh yeah,
I have a feeling.
I mean,
Guardian Druid's rising up to the top. Holy, they are doing so much damage for a tank spec. It's insane.
I don't know. I don't think they're doing that much damage. It's mainly the fact that they don't take any damage. So they just run around and play with one hand almost at this point, I think.
Your average Guardian Druid gameplay from every patch, I guess. You just play them with one hand.
Now it's actually really fun. I enjoy the Guardian a lot because you have Race now, which you kind of weave into the rotation, and there's some new different talent builds you can play. So it's definitely a very, very it's a big, move in the right direction, I guess you can call it. It's a lot more enjoyable to play now compared to the past, where you only press Thrash and Mangle and Ironfur. So that is positive for sure.
Yeah. Well, from what I know, this season also has fewer magic damage into dungeons overall, I guess. So that also, I think, benefits Guardian Druid. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
It's
For the bans, I just got communicated from the teams. We have Holzen Infusion band and Alfaro's band. So we're in the match number 1. We're gonna be seeing Vortex Pinnacle, Bracken High Hollow, and Oldemon Legacy of Tier from the team, and they should be able to start in just a little bit. We're just gonna wait for them to do final preparations, and then we will there will be a countdown, and the teams will start.
nice. Sounds good.
Nice. Wait, and affixes? I didn't even look at the affixes. Yeah, now we will. Now we go into the dungeons. We have Incorporeal and Spiteful, Vortex Pinnacle, Tyrannical. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, doesn't really do that much in this dungeon.
Yeah, there isn't that much trash, right? It's more of a like big percent and big mobs, and Spiteful is really annoying when there is a whole of small trash that you have to clean, and then the Spiteful keeps spawning and spawning. So yeah.
Yeah, this is not the worst affixes. Yeah, whoever picked them, they're pretty decent, I would say. Yeah. And then we go into Brackenhide Hollow with Afflicted and Raging. I mean, Afflicted is a big tilter in Brackenhide because there's a lot of dispels for the healer and also the, I guess, priest is banned, so I'm not the priest anymore at this point.
But one team is playing priest, right? I think that's really good for them in Brackenhide.
That's true. Yeah, you're right. The one team that is playing priest has a big advantage of Brackenhide for sure. And I mean, Raging, whatever. Yeah, the tanks are OP. They will manage.
Is it double Guardian Druid in both teams?
One of the
I say two
teams
druids, but
one of the teams has a druid and a paladin, but I don't see the icon, the spec icons, and the other team, the other team has a druid and 2 paladins.
You see, on the kick that it's a Boomkin has Solar Beam, so they're playing Protpala, I think. Another team is playing Guardian Druid, I think.
I mean, at least the Prot Paladin team will have a chill time in Brackenhide,
I guess, yeah. I mean, it's fortified. I think the Guardian Druid will be insanely powerful in Brackenhide. I think it's the best key maybe for a Guardian Druid. It's crazy how tanky you're in there.
And the teams are starting, so we are going into the main screen, and yeah.
The guy on the left has a very, very nice UI actually.
I've seen this before,
I wonder where did he get it from?
Wait, guys, we have a Blood Decay, yeah. I didn't expect this.
Wait, no team is playing Guardian Druid. That's big respect. Blood Decay.
Okay.
Shield.
The Blood Decay Hustler right here, yeah. Okay, so we have Blood Decay. Wait, what are the comps? So we have Blood Decay, Holy Paladin, Shadow Priest, Boomkin, and...
no, it's a Resto Shaman.
Oh no, it's a red... Wait, it's a Red Paladin and Resto Shaman. Okay, I see.
Yeah, we're right with the Red Pala.
Okay. And then we have a Prot Pala, a Boomkin, a Resto Shaman as well, and a DH.
Wait,
and a Red Pala. Oh.
Purgatory, but holy shit, that's a big.
Wait,
that's a bit rough for them.
Purgatory popped, wasn't able to heal through it, and yeah, the Tauren Mills are gonna be restarting, while Wu team, they are actually managing to do this correctly. Great. So what do you guys think about Blood DK after the 4% ability buff? Ability damage.
I think it was 8 actually, I think.
Actually it was 8, I think. Blood Decay was 8, got the biggest chunk,
Yeah.
I mean, what can I say? I love Blood Decay. I think it's still my favorite tank to play, but I mean, if there's 8% of nothingness, you still have basically nothing, yeah? It's a little bit sad, yeah? The class
actually, I think the damage is actually fine. Especially like AoE damage is definitely fine on DK now.
Yeah,
you do a lot of AoE. But single target is a little bit lackluster still. And then, of course, you struggle to live all these, when it's very, very melee heavy, it's not really the nicest time to be a Blood Decay. You kind of want the magic and bleeds, which you deal very well with.
Oh yeah, since you only have parry and you can't keep up your runic weapon anymore infinitely, just like it was in Shadowlands, I guess. And there is no overpowered 200 from Jailer that gives you absurd damage like we have seen in Season 3 and Season 4 of Shadowlands.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, a big thing is also that Bloody K doesn't offer anything for the team where a lot of other tanks give like either magic damage, the versatility from Druid, or like like the auras from Paladin and whatnot. So, I mean, it
That's
just
true.
exists kind of a little bit.
Well, there is a anti-magic zone, but do people even take it
Wow.
often?
I mean, it's pretty crazy. Normally, you put it down and everyone dodges it. Yeah, it's basically a mechanic to dodge.
Pretty
People
true.
just people just lose their minds in regard to like, wow, that's another zone and it looks dark, scary.
I mean, no, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, coming back to the games, we see that Uwe team is already pushing up to the first boss, while Toron Mills are still in this ramp, trying to not to get behind too far. But I wonder, do you have any bets already?
Bets
I mean,
on
I'm not
who's
Um,
gonna win.
Mm,
Yeah,
It
I
still
guess.
can go either way. We have not seen the Uwu team performance before in our local tournaments, and we know the Torrent Melfs can perform well. So maybe this setback wasn't that big of a deal for them. It's Uwu's team game to lose at this point, I think.
And still, it's their time to shine as well. So we will see. Right now, they're already hitting the first boss. Well, Toron Mills are crossing the bridge, I guess. Well, you are correct. They have all the time to catch up, for now at least. I feel like they got nervous at start. Maybe they didn't try out that pool. So yeah, it kind of didn't work for them the first time. But for now, they seem to manage it. How do you guys
Yeah.
feel
I think
about...
Torin Mills is gonna catch up for sure here.
Yeah, I agree. They're having a good pace. If they're chaining these mobs like fairly soon, I guess, into the boss as well. Like if they're low, they're not that far behind. And
I
I
think
mean,
they have more single target damage than the other team. Looking at the comps, they have Resto Shaman Protpala against Bloody K. Bloody K Resto Shaman.
yeah, both have Resto
But
Shaman. Yeah.
they have Shadow Priest, Red Pala Boomkin against, was it Boomkin? Another Red Pala, actually, double Red Pala, I didn't
Yes,
see that,
double
and
Red Pala.
Havoc. But the
I mean-
Priest should be able to, I think, pull them a little bit further ahead in single target, knowing Shadow Priests, but
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, I do also think that like Toron Mills has a chance to catch up good. Maybe they also do some sneaky chain pull later on where they just gain a lot of time. Who knows? With Bloody K, you can stack up some of the caster packs maybe a little bit nicer towards the next area. But we need to see.
I think it's going to depend on what they do after this boss, or after the first dragon, really. Because you can kind of save a pull if you go a bit aggressive, but it makes it a little bit harder because you need to play more assassins with each pull. Instead of doing the 4 assassins solo pool, you can add these to different pools. And if a team does that and won't wipe, I think they might. Or if Tory Mills does that, I guess they should be able to catch up. Assuming Uwe team doesn't do it, but we'll have to see.
So they're basically 55% behind on the boss, right? Yeah. I mean, that's not that long. That's like a minute. Oh, the damage meter is getting rearranged on one side. Yeah. So maybe they go crazy and pull the dragon in here. Who knows? I highly doubt it, but it is a 20
I'm gonna see if they
afterwards, so-
pull both sides of assassins. I don't. No, did not. Okay.
Does not look like it now. Oh, they are going to the dragon. Oh.
Oh, they are.
Oh my god.
They are. Okay.
Well, there are only 2 assassins, right? And the other odds don't really jump, so you can have benefits from that healing pool. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's pretty decent.
They
They
need
do
to be
need-
careful. Yeah, I was gonna. They don't have a
Yeah.
priest for MD on the shields. I don't know if I don't see if they have a blood elf in their team, but they need to get rid of these somehow. Looks like they're just killing them through everything.
I mean, looks pretty free, yeah. Nothing really happened, to be honest.
would that a pool you guys do, or you do even more?
Yeah, we do this on a 30 normally.
All right.
No,
I
but
think that's a quick wipe if you do that on a 30. But yeah.
there's a quick wipe. I mean, this dragon is like mainly like very hard in fortified. They're also playing a 20 tyrannical with like Biskia, so it does make sense that the dragon is kind of like just a big target dummy for them in a way. But they did good with the shields of the squirrels to like remove them. Either they had a blood elf in the team, or I guess the DH is probably a blood elf, yeah, and not that many
Yeah, that would make
options here.
sense. Maybe the
So,
paladin as well. Red pala could be blood.
yeah. Yeah, and then on the other side, you can see now Torren Mills doing the pull with the 4 assassins, the like high key pull, let's say, I guess. And they will obviously fall a little bit further behind here, I assume, because the dragon, if they're gonna single target it down, it's not really like the fastest strat here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they could pull. No, I don't think they will pull anything into the dragon, seeing as they did 4 assassins in this pool. I think they played solo. If they pull, maybe they chain actually. They could. Oh, I will see. So is Torren Mills, were they the champions of the previous tournament or no?
Yeah, yeah. Well, it was basically a different comp. So, as far as I know, there is only one player from the initial roster
Oh, okay.
who is
Okay.
currently
Oh.
playing. Yeah.
Now we're gonna see the big AMC coming out there. I'm sure of it.
I'm sure.
Here it comes.
The big value.
Big. Here comes. There it is.
There you go.
That's why the bloody is in the team, guys.
That's problem.
I mean, here on the
I
other side, you can
actually think-
see. Oh, go ahead.
There you go.
Also.
No, you can go. You can go.
Yeah, on the other side, they also played the dragon with 4 assassins again. I mean, they're making up a lot of time here. Yeah, if Torren Mills is not also doing another big pull with the dragon, or like a really big pull here now, trend downwards on the speed in this dungeon, sadly.
Looks like they're going for something more.
Indeed.
Also, I was gonna say, I think Blizzard without these dragons, I don't know if what happened, but it seems like they have fixed their pathing, so you can actually tank them and stand inside as a tank as well now. They don't. They used to be running wild, these dragons, and trying to find a new position around the tank. But it looks like if you look at it, they don't really not walking around too much anymore. And I also played a live key myself, and it feels a lot better, which is nice.
Yeah, that's super nice.
What was probably the issue with really old walking UI or some AI? I mean, not UI, walking AI of the because this is a Cataclysm dungeon, right?
Yeah, it happens sometimes that they're kind of like I always say they're a little bit on the skateboard, yeah, because they're like wiggling around, and it's always nice if this is like a thing that gets fixed and changed. Let's say, just a good, comfortable thing for the tanking. So we also have Uwe team on the dragon now. No bloodlust.
Yeah, this is interesting because it looks like Torren Mills are kind of catching up right now. But you have to remember, Uwe team played 2 dragons, while Torren Mills only played 1, which means Torren Mills have to do 1 more pull in the end compared to Uwe team. So yeah, they better be catching up here, or it's looking a little bit grim, I would say. Because they have another 5-pack they need to get through, which Uwe team can now skip.
How do you skip most of the packs here? Just walking around them? There's line of sight, or do you use like Sooth Mind from the priests or Invispots? Or I know that you can skip the Falling Stars pack, the first one, by just walking around. But what about the other packs?
I mean, Meeres can reply to that, I guess, because he's the OP class.
Oh yeah. I mean, on the stars you can walk on the side, and on the other packs, on the very first one when you go up the ramp, you can just walk past without Mindsooth. But for the second one, I think having Mindsooth or 1 hard CC at least is necessary. So,
So it needs to be subbed or something like that.
Yeah, but that would be on the pack that Uwe team is probably gonna skip, and I assume they will probably just cage it from the Demon Hunter and walk past. Yeah, so it should be pretty fine for them, I think. It's definitely interesting. Yeah. Well, on the other team, they could just Mindsooth, of course, like the standard thing, I guess.
Yeah, but they have to kill that pack, though.
Yeah, they have to kill it, so it's
dragons.
kind of whatever. Yeah.
It's like I said, it looks like they're kind of catching up here. But yeah, they do have 1 more pull in the end, which is probably like a minute, 40 seconds maybe on Tyrannical.
Oh, 1 person died from the side of the Torren Mills.
Yeah, they have
they do have a CR. I think it might be a disconnect because the person is currently rest, but it's not accepting the rest.
Maybe rest in a
big
tornado.
shame.
Yeah, it could be a disconnect, I guess. But yeah, Uwe team finishes the boss.
This is just adding insult to injury, really, for the Torrent Mills. on top of just wiping at the first pull, as there's a disconnect. That's very unfortunate. Oh look, there's another one. Wow, insane. AMZ.
Oh, the
being
AMC?
useful.
Yeah, I mean the AMZ use is kind of crazy.
Oh no. Another player goes down, but they do have a CR still. I'm wondering if they can kill
Yep.
this boss.
The ECR of the Paladin.
Yeah, controlling the Incorporeal. Good. They rest the Paladin. Seems like they are stable again. Sadly, no MZ ready, but what's interesting to see in Uvu team, they're basically doing a big pull here. They just tag the mobs at the bottom after you take the tornado and are now chaining it with this pack here. This is pretty easy to chain because basically you only have 2 casters in total that you need to control, where probably the Prot Paladin can just solo one of them and have not a big issue with it. So,
yeah.
and it's a very efficient pull as well, so that's a good job of them.
They were probably watching a lot of streams of the big gamers and practicing themselves. So yeah.
I don't think anyone has done stuff like this because people are pushing high TGP this season. You know, it's not MDI, so you don't really think too much about big pulls. But this is very innovative. I like watching this and what they have come up with. I feel like they're playing really well right now on the right side of the screen here.
Yeah, for being a dark horse, the team shows a really great performance right now. I assume the Torrent Mills are more of a great push kind of guys who just take moderate pulls, and just make it try to time 26, 27 ski. But yeah, Uvu team looks like the guys who did their homework for the MDI.
So we see on the right side now, I think they're gonna finish off these stars up here, and then they're gonna attempt to skip the next pack by going right. And I'm pretty sure. Oh, left. Okay, they go left instead. I'm pretty sure the demon's gonna cage the closest mob.
Can you
Or you just run. Okay, do you don't even need a cage, I guess.
I guess they're just dodge gods, yeah. That's how it is. Yeah.
Alright.
Yep.
That's pretty nice. Very good performance from them. I'm gonna implement that in my keys as well. This is really good.
Yeah, I must say, I don't think, like, they probably did try this before, I assume, because I think 90, if not 100% of retail comps are currently playing with the Shadow Priest, and you just mind Sooth, and you actually never know what the pull range of mobs is. So, they probably did try this, or did a weekly key where they did a nice skip of this before. Very nice.
So who is the mage player in the Uber team? Was it wait? Did Tormils ban the mage, or was it Uber team that banned the mage?
I'll give you an update in a second.
From what I know, Uvu team banned the mage and Torrent Mills banned the priest. So yeah, the mage from Torrent Mills plays the priest right now.
Yeah. So the Torrent Mills can play mage and Uvu can play priest.
Yep. That's how it works, from what I understood at least.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if they do have a priest player in the team, but it is pretty normal these days to always have a priest in your group. But I'm trying to think which class would be, which person would be playing the priest, because they have both Red Pal and Demon Hunter. If you had one of them, it would be like it's probably that person, because that's not normally what you see in these tournaments.
Oh, but I mean, two Red Paladins still working out really great for them.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Red Pal is extremely hard to play. So that's why I don't really like it too much in Plus. It's very, very high skill cap. It's a squishy and, you know.
Yeah. Only so many defensives and can get one shot.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it is a very advanced class, where on the other hand, Evoker is not so advanced. Yeah. Of course.
Devastation.
Hey, I'm offended as an Evoker main.
Oh, I thought you were still playing Enhancement Shaman. What happened to that?
No. I switched when we talked with Meeres last time about the augmentation and stuff, the support stuff. I thought that it would be cool to try it out, and I kind of like it now.
Oh, okay.
You know?
Oh no, stuck on the dragon. No, I mean, here interesting was just now that on Tower Mills the tank went ahead and pulled the pack below the stairs on their own, like on his own basically, and the team was finishing the stars, so he was like, I'm out. Not exactly sure what the value of that was, to be honest. But it was an interesting approach, I guess. Maybe they thought the stars would die faster.
Yeah, but from what we see now, it's nearly impossible for them to catch up at this point. I mean,
No, we need a
team has to
miracle.
wipe. Yeah, has to wipe on this boss for something to change.
Yeah, unless they're intentionally like, let's lose the first one, guys. Oh, on the side of the tournaments, Purgatory gone.
That's
It's fine. You won't really need it after this pack as a DK. As long as you live this pack, you're kind of fine.
This pack is notorious for one-shotting blood DKs. I don't know. I don't know.
I think that's any pack at this point. Actually, I don't think it's this any pack is number one shooting a DK. I think more or less.
Okay, fair.
And falling down here is of course always a big death rate as well. Yeah. But I mean, you can see Uwu team confident that they can outfield the star, focusing the boss instead of the star on like 10% boss HP. I mean, they have a strong healer.
Yep.
Yeah, and Uwu team is victorious in the first one. GG to them.
I liked how they played. It was very. They did a lot of weird things you normally don't see. Not weird, but innovative things with the double pull upstairs, playing 2 dragons, skipping the last 5 mobs. The double, all the trash onto the first dragon. It was it's nice to see.
Yeah, I think if they did try this with other dungeons as well, we will see a lot of like MDI style pulls or ideas, I guess, coming out of them. Hopefully, so that would be nice. Especially in Brackenhide, I think should be next match, as far as I remember. And I mean, in Brackenhide, the opportunities and pulls that you can do are like endless, let's say. So if they do try and risk a lot of things, it will be very interesting to see, I think, what they're gonna do.
Brackenhide reminds me a lot of Mechagon in terms of like how open it is and what kind of packs you can do, especially Junkyard, not the workshop, Junkyard.
Oh yeah, of course, definitely. The only thing I think that is not good in Brackenhide is going left side after the first boss. I think like that reminds you of Mother Load after the first boss. I think after the second boss where you had like these tinkerers that did like a lot of things basically, and that's like left side Brackenhide. Gives no count but does 50 million mechanics. So yeah.
And all right, we back to you on the main screen right here. Uwu team winning the first one was really a good performance. They've done a lot of really cool pulls where they were chaining the mobs, and I'm pretty sure nobody on their team died while I was watching, at least. Or well, for the most part, they didn't die. So that was pretty great for them. GG. And the second dungeon, we're going to be seeing Brackenhide, and yeah, like you said, Meeres, it's a pretty interesting one. You can do a lot of the things over there, so I hope we can see something, another like innovative approach to the dungeon, because so far I've seen most of the people just do the standard route where you just loop around, go right, pull the packs there, and then cleave the trash. At least on live keys, like cleave a lot of trash in the end. I don't know what you guys doing there on the tournament realm, and you gain most of your percent by the end. Rather, maybe they will do something else.
Will they reban classes, or I assume those classes are banned for the whole match?
We will know that, but let's make an assumption that it's until the end of the tournament, or not like tournament, until the end of the match, but maybe there will be like an update on that, and we'll get like class bans for every single dungeon. That would be interesting to see.
Yeah, because being locked out from your main, for example, it's gonna be rough for Torin Mills, at least.
Yeah, just
not. But yeah, well,
I mean, it would be interesting to see if they do new bans. It obviously might change a lot, but if they don't do new bans, it's kind of like how do you say, like then at least they can mentally prepare for what they want to play in the other 2 maps. But it could also not be a bad thing. Otherwise, they always get some new challenge thrown at them. But I mean, both ways is interesting, let's say, I guess.
After seeing this game, do you guys think you could do something differently if compared to Uwu team? What pulls would you do? Of course, it's a secret probably, but still.
Are we talking an MDI setting or a high
Yeah,
key
yeah, yeah,
setting?
yeah. MDI setting.
I mean, I don't think that's a secret because we're not going to be playing MDI.
Yeah,
but,
we can talk about that.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. To be honest, they did a lot of things really good. The only thing that I think you could change is that they chain a lot of packs fairly like late in the beginning. If you want to make it a little bit more fast and more risky, you could chain faster, I guess, or maybe no, they didn't have a priest, so I don't know. I think what they did was already like pretty decent, yeah, for the amount of time they probably practiced. I don't know. Maybe Robin, you have some other idea that they could do different, but.
I mean, they didn't play they skipped the 5 most in the end, but I would maybe, if I was Torin Milfs, I could maybe have done those 2 packs together with Bloodlust instead of holding for the
True.
last boss, because I think on 20 you most likely don't need Bloodlust on the last boss. It's not really that hard, because the sparks don't have too much HP at this point. So they could have probably done a double pull with Bloodlust, and saved some time there, but yeah, I mean, it's hard to say because we haven't really done too much MDI type of pools. So if you're not going to be playing MDI this season,
Yeah.
so you would have to try a lot of things because it might work in your head, and then we actually try and play it. It doesn't really work out too well.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. By the way, how do you feel about the removal of the season FX?
Oh, I mean,
Mm,
that one, it's actually weird. I don't know. I felt like it would be cooler, I guess. But like Thundering made obviously the dungeons very fast paced in certain things, especially in MDI. Like if you look at MDI setting, because you were playing around the buff and you were trying to make the timers work a little bit around how the affix worked. What we did in like older seasons, let's say, you trying to kind of get the affix to play with you in a way. Like same with what was the last affix, Encrypted, where you obviously could pick the shroud or the cooldown reduction or whatever you wanted. So that was interesting, and now everything falls away, and you just play the dungeon alone. What kind of feels like now you just end up picking the mobs that you can do the most together with all the other ones. What is not bad, but an element is missing when you think about MDI. But
Yeah.
for Great Push, I think it doesn't really matter, to be honest, because the keys you can do 2 packs at best together, or 3 if you have Bloodlust maybe. And if there's thundering there or not, I mean, probably wouldn't change too much, I guess.
Oh yeah, I just got the updated info. The ban classes stay until the end, so they just can't play mage and priest.
Oh,
all right.
I see.
Okay.
And
Touching
yeah,
on the seasonal affix, I do think that the seasonal affix is very nice when it's a good affix. Looking back to Shadowlands, we had, what's the relics called? What's that affix called?
Encrypted, yeah.
Encrypted, yeah. I think
Was
that
it?
was a
Yeah.
great affix. And then we had the last one in BFA with the different obelisks. I'm bad with names, sorry.
Awakened.
Awakened.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think both those 2 affixes were very, very fun to play because it made you rethink how you play the dungeons, because you could use these affixes to skip packs and become stronger to do certain pulls. But when you have stuff like Thundering that just randomly procs at a bad time, it just makes it feel worse to play, So if they could always make, fun, engaging affixes, I would love a seasonal affix, but we have also seen from the past with,
What about the
Prideful
idea?
or Infested or then Thundering, that's
Yeah,
less
Infested was
preferred
horrible.
affixes,
Horrible.
What
That's
about
true.
the idea of them doing like affix, like the regular affixes rotating week to week? What about if they added all of the seasonal affixes and just let you like play each of them every week on top of that? Not just one, but like have a rotation of seasonal affixes as well.
That would be hard to adapt to, I guess.
Yeah, it wouldn't really work, I think. If you're trying to think about like the bigger picture, and a lot of people doing M plus are not really the people pushing the highest keys, but more, lower keys. And if they had rotating affixes while not playing too much, I think it would be very, very confusing. So for the greater good of the picture, I think having one would be, way more than enough. But yeah, then I don't really know why they felt like they want to remove seasonal affix, because it's been a thing since. Did we have seasonal affixes in Legion?
No,
we didn't,
there
right?
were not. I guess it was a BFA feature, from what I
Yeah.
remember.
Yeah, I think it was BV, yeah. But Infested was the first one, right? So
Yep. Yeah, well, Infested was horrible. The second one was decent, I guess.
Reaping?
Just an AoE fiesta. Yeah, yeah. When there were these ghosts, yeah, from all
Reap
over.
was
the
every
dungeon.
DPS player's wet dream, I think.
Yeah, yeah,
When
yeah.
they saw
That was
all
really
the reaping monsters spawn, you had the cooldowns ready. They were like, oh,
fun. Yeah.
I mean, Reaping was the perfect affix. Every DPS player had the most fun possible, and every healer and
Yeah.
tank player was just like, holy, get me out of here. So it was interesting, let's say.
Yeah, but
Right.
well,
I
what do
remember we played did we play double DK? I think back.
Yeah,
in
we
Meeres.
played double
But,
Unholy DK, yeah.
Yeah,
It
that
was,
was good times.
it was really fun. Yeah,
Yeah, I
But
remember
then-
when you guys
For you.
played during the end of BFA, and you were still allowed to play double DKs, and one of your mother load pools, I remember just watching it, 2 people doing 5 million DPS each DK. That was insane. I was like, god damn, crazy stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit of a fanboy on that regard. I'm a fanboy of you guys doing big pools.
I mean, in this great push, there won't be too many big pulls, sadly, yeah, because we need to live. Yeah, there are always people dying left, right, center. Can't live one mechanic anymore on a 30, but hopefully next MDI, like next dungeons or the next patch, and when there's MDI coming back, maybe there will be like some big blast again. Yeah? But I think the main issue is that Blizzard obviously also banned class stacking, what makes it, if you have like one really, really OP class, you would obviously play it 2 or 3 times, and then you could do whatever you want in the dungeon and like do the biggest pulls. Where now you have like the option to bring the OP class, and then you bring the either support the OP class angle, or the second OP or third OP, and some like a lot. Often it's a very big difference in those classes. Yeah. So I think the last MD I showed it good with Shadow Priest being like okay, but good single target, and then Feral and Unholy DK being like really OP when it came to damage, right? And
The
you would
teams,
probably have played
the teams
double
are
Unholy, sorry.
starting, so we're going to
Oh.
quickly switch over the streams. And a little bit of a unfortunate situation is that the streams are not super synced, so we'll have like a 2 or 3 seconds delay between each of the teams, whatever they are doing.
I think, I mean, it's also good because then we can see in advance what one team is doing compared to the other. Yeah, we need to see it that way.
They're all having a very different approach. Looks like Uwe team is doing a very big pull in the very beginning, while Torn Mills are going on the right side, deciding to skip the first 2-3 packs and doing a big pull of themselves. I'm wondering, did they commit Bloodlust to these pulls? They did,
Torn
right?
Mills
Both
committed.
Yeah, yeah.
teams? Yeah.
Uwe
Yeah,
team as
both
well.
teams have. Yeah, both teams have Bloodlust.
The
Yeah,
issue is,
that's
I think that they're gonna be running with Bloodlust after they finish these pulls. See if they can maybe change something into this while Bloodlust is up and running. Looks like Tormills are running. Get the next pack.
Yeah, they're trying to get there as fast as possible while Bloodlust is finally like ending. They still have like 5 seconds on their Bloodlust, but I think on the Wu team it's already ended. So yeah, I mean it's ended here as well, but yeah, they started this pack with Bloodlust at least, the Torrent Mills.
Yeah, actually very interesting that they go like complete different routes, where Torrent Mills kind of opening up the path now to the first boss already, and like clearing 2 cages to click, where Uwe team also cleared 2 cages now, but obviously did a way bigger percentage pull than Torrent Mills so far. So maybe the Uwe team has the approach to do more count at the beginning of the dungeon compared to Torrent Mills, and will skip more stuff in the end, but I guess we'll find out. I can only see that on Torrent Mills' side, they Afflicted went off and no one did anything anymore, yeah, with 100% haste reduction.
But did you mention that Uwe team does not have a priest?
Oh no, I didn't. True. Oh no.
Yeah, so they're forced to be doing a lot more count at the beginning due to the fact
You're
that they
right.
don't have a Mind Sooth Fade broken class to just go and press the cages next to the pack. So I don't know if they actually practice this. I would be very surprised if they have a route set for what if they ban priest and we need to play a lot more in the beginning. So it will be very interesting to see how they actually adapt to the count and how they figure it out as they go along.
Yeah, seems interesting, yeah, to do this much count, but also actually one thing here that Blood Decay comes in pretty handy with the D&D slow for all these mobs when they start running away when they're low HP. Where
Yeah,
on the
true.
Uwu team only has like, I guess, a slow totem from the shaman and like vortex, of course, but needs to be used properly. Where the DK has just D&D down and the mobs are just super slow.
But is he even playing that? I can tell from his UI if he's playing the D&D slow.
I mean, that's a good question. Yeah, surely he is. Yeah, I believe in him.
He surely does. Well, I mean, we'll see the next pool. I'm pretty sure. But
Yeah, it depends. You have one flex point as DK really, where you can pick single target stun or death and DK slow. You could also pick shorter kick, I guess, if it's really needed.
Or blinding sleet, but I don't.
Then we have baseline, at least from
Oh
my
yeah, I
knowledge.
guess you're right. Yeah.
But you have like one flex point you can kind of put wherever you feel like.
what do you guys think about the new talent system in like are there any annoyances with new talent system for you? Also,
Oh, yeah.
somebody on Thor and Melfs just died right now, and that was a priest. So one death from him, and he's gonna be catching up and not contributing DPS. But yeah, back to the question. What do
Actually,
you find
maybe-
annoying?
Maybe to go on the priest death, yeah. Maybe it's not that bad because he can click the cages, so maybe he just took the death to get to the entrance of the dungeon, or unintentionally just died and can just click the cages now. But obviously, well, on Uvu team side, they can't do it because they don't have a priest. But yeah, obviously not good.
Thor and Melfs coming back now. Do they want extra count? Probably.
I do think they want to do, because the priest died, right? And I don't think, if you see at the middle top of the screen, it says, I don't see how many
4 or
cages they have
5, I
opened.
think. Yeah,
4 or
looks like
5,
4
yeah.
or 5, yeah.
So since the priest dying, I think they lost time. They wanted to go to the boss here, but since they don't want to send AFK, they might as well play something while they wait for the priest to come back. And you see on the minimap, the priest is now running into them on his mount. They might chain the boss or go to the boss here. I don't know. Maybe they finish the pack before.
They will probably like go to the boss after this pack, but yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense to not just AFK, just pull something true. On the side of the Uwu team, they're doing looks like a pretty decent sized pull right before the last boss. They should have the last cage to be opened right after now, and Torrent Melfs, even with their death, they're starting the boss first, which is giving them a couple points for the pacing, right? But I can't really tell myself from this, but I assume Uwu team has bigger counts, even bigger than what Torrent Melfs just did now for extra counts.
Yeah, it looks like Tormils have something 15-20%, I think, if you look at the yellow bar on the yellow-orange bar on the left screen.
Yeah, the blue
that
the
is the
blue bar
count
is the
filling up.
count.
The blue
Or
Oh, is it
just
blue
the
bar?
timer,
Blue bar. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it looks like they have, maybe they have more, 20, 30 even, maybe.
Maybe,
yeah.
up to 30, up to 30. But well, even judging from the Vortex Pinnacle, they had really good DPS. The issue there was like failing the first pool and then playing it too safe. So if they don't mess right now, they have all the chances to win, I guess.
Yeah, so Uwu team has 53% count. I just checked. Made sure
okay.
that I checked. Yeah.
That is a lot of.
That's a
before the
lot.
first boss.
I mean,
So-
also like they don't really have good skip. I mean, yeah, not really that good skip classes. Yeah, they have 53% count, but you also need to keep in mind they don't have a Shadow Priest for mind soothing in the later parts of the dungeon to like skip things. So maybe they just invispot a decent amount of trash. Yeah.
It's gonna be interesting to see how they skip Jinji on the bridge.
Yeah. The Rod Breath.
Oh, Sting Breath. Sorry,
Sting Breath. I mean,
yeah.
it's basically the same, right? No, okay, so.
Don't do him like that. Come on.
It's fine. It's fine. We played with him earlier. Yeah, he can take it.
I don't know. Does he see Invis Sting Breath or no?
I'm
Actually don't
not
know.
sure.
I think it does.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, he
So
probably
they
doesn't
can't
see
really
Invispot, but no, I mean maybe he doesn't see Invispot, right? There's a chance. I guess.
Maybe.
Have you guys
Maybe they
ever-
play him. Maybe they play him with the boss. That's what I always wanted, but it's not that good.
Yeah, you're you can't really avoid the disorient, right? You can just run around and sure not cleave others, but one of the players will be continuously disoriented from
No,
Sing
no, no. You
Breath.
can out of range it. I guess you can out of range it from what I remember.
Yeah, exactly. You
Like-
could.
40 yards or something like that. So you can just run out of it.
Yeah, but if you have a well, fortunately they don't have evokers on their team, but if they had, that class would not be able to outrange. But if you look at the Uwu team, for example, they would actually not be able to outrange it unless it goes on the healer. Because they are playing triple melee. Well, tank as well, so yeah, 4 people will always be in range of Sing Breath.
Yeah, not ideal for sure. Not. I mean, let's
I'm pretty,
see. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they might like pull him back and do a meld skip. I don't know if the druids are. I can't see if the night elves or not, but it would make sense because playing that guy is really not the hottest count, I guess. Can put it, especially with the fact that it's disorienting people a lot of times, which you just make lose damage on.
Yeah, interesting to note here, of course, is that both of the teams did like 2 bigger pulls here now in the first area, where the Uwu team opted out to go now left side of the gauntlet more or less, and just kill these, how they call it, the rot singers and the big decay slimes, where Tormilfs is going like the more or less standard route, I guess, on the right side of this gauntlet, playing like the big oaks that spawn like a lot of mobs. This should be even more count for Uwe team again. Yeah, I don't know. They're just collecting count. Maybe it's maybe they're trying to get 130% in this run right now.
Well,
I mean, how do you skip the count in the end if you have this much count?
Yeah,
That's
I
what I'm
don't
thinking.
know.
You can't really skip that. You can skip. We can play the bridge only, and kind of, but they don't have mind suit, so I don't know. No mind suit, no skip. It's
They are doing a lot of count. Yeah, we'll see what they do. I guess I don't know. But they are doing very good pulls. Let's say like they're chaining the very low mobs if they have any left. I guess on a 20, it's pretty easy. And they're always having like 1 or 2 big major targets that they want to attack. They're opening up the cauldrons so they can remove their diseases because they only have the paladin that can actually take care of the diseases. Everyone else is just there to do deeps. But at least it looks like that the Uwu team is probably catching up to Tormilfs here on the gauntlet speed, I guess, at least. And they have 20% more count, so
Yeah.
I don't know, yeah. It all comes down if they do the skips good, I guess, at this point.
it
I
can
feel
always
like Tauren-
backfire. Yeah, go
I
ahead.
feel like Tauren Mills just plays safe, like you would push at 25th, you know, or 26th. They're not playing it like an MDI style, like second dungeon in a row.
Yeah, that is true, yeah. Uwu team definitely has more of the overgearing weekly key feeling right now, where Tormilfs is just doing it controlled, you're right.
But you know, there is a saying: the slower you are, the more careful you are. Well, at least that's the saying over here. So maybe it will benefit them if Uwu team just can't do a skip and they wipe because they pull some insane amount of trash, you know, or something like that. Or they just pull something unintentional and they have to deal with it, which just disrupts their pace and they can't really, you know, go that fast as they were planning to go anymore. And that can still benefit Tauren Mills in the end by just
Oh,
being
yeah.
a little bit slow.
For sure, for sure. Here, both teams are getting Bloodlust ready. It could be that Tormilfs might chain the boss late here and maybe Bloodlust, finish everything off. Maybe same with Uwu team, that could be interesting.
Oh, they
But,
pulling Tauren Mills pulling Sting Breath right now with a
Oh.
they are playing with the priest. That is very interesting. I wonder if they get the boss in here as well and pop the
Yeah,
bloodlust.
Bloodlust boss, maybe. I mean,
Maybe
here
Uwu team
on
went straight boss. Yeah.
yeah, Uwu team went boss with the slime dying, the oaks being pretty low. I mean, pretty smart move. They also bloodlusted here. Tormilfs is taking more chill, maybe killing off the trees and then going boss. Maybe the ninja pulled the boss here. They didn't ninja pull the boss, but I guess it's fine. This is interesting. Yeah, now it happens what I always wanted to see. Yes, Sting Breath and the tree boss together.
I mean, I think it should be fine as long as the tank don't get hit by the frontal. It's kind of on the tank to make sure he doesn't stand in line with a DPS. I don't even know, can healer get the frontal? I actually
think
don't
he
know.
can. I'm not sure.
I know they changed it so they cannot go on tank anymore. But you can still, of course, get hit if you stand in line, right?
Yeah.
And that's what DPS always do when I tank Sting Breath. Or that's just me being bad, honestly.
Dispel.
Oh, both teams are like on a very similar pace, even though Uwu team is even a little bit ahead on the boss health in terms of like killing him, and they have insane amount of count ahead of them. So I wonder.
So-
I just want to see the end of this.
How much
they-
count does Uber team have here?
let me do an examination. 93.5%.
Dispel.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I mean,
Yes.
but they basically only need the count that is in front of the last boss and maybe like the birds, I guess, and the bear in front of the gut shot. And then they're done, yeah? So let's
Yeah.
see.
Yeah.
And
But I
they-
think they're doing a Shadow Meld skip here, if I wouldn't be
Yep.
mistaken. Yeah, there is.
Frontal.
Meanwhile, Teams Hornwolves are just done with a 3 mouth rot, second boss debuffed, and they have a bridge empty, so that's one thing. While Uwu team, they need to wait for their teammate to catch up a little bit, but still, yeah, the Shadow Meld skip is really nice. We can see on the side of Tornwolves they're selecting to do extra treasury here. What I usually
Yeah.
see on the live keys is that people just go straight up and get the count right next to the last zone, except of getting it here. So that's,
Yeah, the issue is, if you see this purple nameplate on the left side of the screen, he does an ability called Bone Bolt Volley, I think it's called.
yeah,
It's
Yeah.
basically the same as the hunters in the beginning, where they trucked one player with a debuff, but this guy does it on the entire group. So you see on the left side, the entire group, they're linking here. They're taking a ton of damage, and this is on a 20 key. This is why on higher keys, if you get this on the entire group, you're most likely dead. Maybe they need to tune this ability down a bit in terms of damage, since it's unavoidable and just hits the entire group, and there's not really too much you can do about it.
oh yeah, it's really
So that's
scary.
why, yeah, that's why most teams, or well, all teams, I guess, never really play that count. But you can see actually on the Uber team side, when they did the Shadow Meld skip, you can definitely see that they have been practicing a lot for dungeons like this. They have faster pace, they have bigger pulls. You could tell that they had practiced that skip before, when the entire group going left and the Naowh pulling the mob back. Stuff like that, right? Meanwhile, Torum Mills are just playing it more of a high key, routing and pace. They are probably high key players, I would assume. And you can just tell by the pulls that they're probably what they're doing in live keys.
Knock.
Yeah, they just got another death on the side of Tornmills, committed CR to it. The priest died again.
Dispel.
So that's
Yeah, he sadly got bit by something in melee. Not ideal. The poor cloth users, yeah. They know how it feels when you get bit by any melee mechanic. So maybe the Uwu team has kind of 100% count now. So are they gonna just go through and just do this pull and then skip to the boss, maybe?
94.88 count on Uwu team.
Yeah, I think this should be like to 98 maybe, or 100.
Yeah, this is not enough.
Like, this is not enough. But you need to play this one mob that pursues into the last boss, right? You could also play that with the boss, I guess. Doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, I mean, you need to play that vortex. There's other things you could skip if you wanted to. I assume they're gonna cage one of they cage the one mob and then they run through here. But this trash, I don't really think they can. Maybe they can skip and go on the right. I would probably assume.
Maybe you can just
play
run
all
on the
this.
right. I don't know.
Yeah, if you go on
Yeah,
the
they
right,
play
you
this.
only pull this
Okay,
way,
that's
yeah.
does not look like it.
Dispel.
They have 97% right now on Uwu team.
Oh, and and they pulled some extra, I guess.
That was probably not intentional, but oh well, it is what it is.
They are pretty far ahead, so they can ninja pull a little bit.
But they have now to deal with these nightmare debuffs that just jump around and kill your players.
Yeah, they need to have fast dispels here, but they only have one dispel person actually. But I guess they're doing good.
Oh yeah, they switched from 2 red paladins to 2 druids now. I just noticed. just by the end of the dungeon, I noticed that they don't have two.
Yeah,
Requirements
that's
anymore.
actually right. They're playing Guardian Druid right now. We kind of vaped it and didn't see. Yeah, you're right. But yeah, I mean, they're doing.
Taran Mill's doing what I usually see on the live servers. These
Like-
big pack.
Yeah,
Uh,
perk on the blood decay. Yeah, that's what I normally also see. Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, dude.
So,
Deke is good. It's just sometimes a little bit unluck.
yes. Yeah, they're doing this big pull, yeah, like you said, like the standard retail, like pull, I would say, I guess. Well, on the side of Uwu team, they're already blasting the boss, cleaving down the totem good.
Spell.
But I'm
I'm not
fairly certain one thing, this is not enough count for them. They are on 90% and this is probably gonna give them like 96.
Yeah.
Even though there are a lot of mobs over here, they don't give that much count. All of this.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, you would assume that they do get full count here, as it's a major mistake in their routing. I don't think they just came here and said like pull some stuff in the way and then we see what we end up with. That would be kind of crazy, but you know, I would assume, yeah, like who knows? Maybe we need to run back after the last boss. No, but I would assume they get 100. Yeah, okay, so there's another vortex you can play there, and I think this should be 100 maybe.
Oh, they even pulled them, yeah. I mean, now it's surely 100, yeah.
AOE.
Yeah, well, they have barely time to catch up. I guess they won't. So yeah, this is kind of it for this key as well.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, Uwu team are blasting. It's very, very nice to see. They have innovative routes and big
Yep.
pools and a little bit weird of a group comp, I would say, Havoc team and Hunter.
Frontal.
But I mean, yeah, it looks like it's and Red Pal, of course, we see here the masterclass top with the damage meter. Big respect.
Yeah, and I feel like in Uwu team it was really a lot about the team. You know, you really see that they did their homework. They prepared. They had all this pathing. They had all these pools. Everything was calculated. Very precise approach. Well, on Torrent Mill, it felt like they were, you know, these high key pack pushers who gather for a 24th, 25th key, and they do this standard road, and they just don't risk it, don't try to risk it, because they don't really know the capabilities of one another. So yeah, it felt like it for me, at least.
Frontal.
I'm just
yeah.
trying to sound unprejudiced. I'm
No,
just
I
trying to
mean-
sound unprejudiced.
I mean, you're definitely right. Yeah, the one thing that is like Robin said, the team comp basically of Uwu team is obviously very interesting, and but you can see that they know what they're doing with their comp, I guess. Yeah, maybe they were already predicting that they don't play mage or priest or anything because they were like, I mean, surely everyone's gonna ban these classes, and they just started practicing with the not so conventional comp, I guess. And I mean, it paid off as we saw now. So.
Maybe
very
on the
nice.
side of Torrent Mills, they were not really expecting the mage ban, which kind of hurt them so hard that they just didn't know what to do. Who knows?
Well, but to be fair, you should expect that, every website that shows you the data for keys right now shows that priest and mage are like the S tier classes. So obviously, if you play a mage, you should be ready to do something else, to play something else.
That is true, yeah. There's also just the hot news right now that the mage is getting nerfed next week, next weekly reset already. So, I mean,
really?
it was probably, yeah, apparently mage is getting nerfed, yeah. All 3 specs, yeah.
Ouch.
A little
I mean,
bit,
that
a
is
little bit too insane.
why.
Yeah,
I
I
feel like
don't
they're
know.
very, very balanced right now. They only did in my key or yesterday. Not they only did 420k overall. It's not too
Yeah.
bad.
It was not, it's not that OP, basically, yeah. No,
Did you
but,
have augmentation?
yeah, maybe augmentation is just next on the table, yeah. They just ban all the OP classes and then Shadow Priest is on top again, flying under the radar.
Probably. But oh well, congratulations to Uwu team for winning 2-0 this match. They are progressing in the tournament bracket, and Torrent Mills are being sent down into the losers bracket. And on this note, we're gonna take a little bit of a break, like 5 to 10 minutes, and then we'll come back to all of you guys watching this stream with more games and more commentary. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. We're back to you. Naowh went to walk his dog and eat his dinner, so he's not with us anymore. But Meeres is staying with us, and we are here as well. So the second match, we're going to have Deplete Heroes against UA Pogers. They will have a little bit of a different dungeon pools and a little bit different class bans. We'll see about it now, but the impressions after the first match were that the Uwu team is pretty strong in terms of MDI setup.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, guys
And,
showed great performance, no doubt.
we already have the information about the dungeon bans and class bans. So the dungeons banned Nelfaris and Halls of Infusion. What a surprise! And the classes banned Shaman and Evoker.
Oh, that's interesting. Who banned which class? Like, that would be interesting to see, I guess, or to hear.
So, Shaman, UA Pogers can't play Shaman, and the Bleed Heroes cannot play Evoker.
Okay, that's interesting. I mean, that feels kind of like a target ban a little bit with the Shaman. Because I don't think Shaman is that meta right now. It's like maybe some leftovers from last season, but it's still played, but not that much played. And so maybe it's a targeted ban at the team. Who knows? Yeah, I guess it would be interesting to see. And Evoker, I mean, yeah. I'm actually really surprised we didn't see an Evoker in the other matchup. So, I mean, it does make sense, yeah.
I, for one, was really, really excited to see an augmentation evoker, to be honest, because yeah, from what we've discussed before, yeah, you can't really measure his impact, but it feels like it's busted right now, because like we had this 23rd key, 23rd Uldaman, and I was evoker, and we closed it in like +2, I guess, and I don't remember, like 25 minutes or so. It was really easy, and it went really smooth, like like melted butter. So I feel like it would be a great addition, but yeah, sadly we won't see it for now, I guess.
Yeah, maybe in the next games. Maybe they're whipping out the Evoker, or they're preparing it now. We'll see.
Yeah, from what I see, the teams are currently preparing for
Yeah.
the games. Yeah.
Yeah, they're doing their prep.
Yeah, and as for targeted bans, I feel like, yeah, that could be it, because I don't really know the rules of MDI and whether the teams have access to the kit of one another. But in this setting, I guess we have this Discord channel where all of these players are, yeah, and they are playing in separate, voice channels.
Yeah.
So basically, when the teams were announced, I guess they had the opportunity to check each other's radar IO. So yeah, it could be it. Like they saw that the Shaman was like top tier player from their team. Like,
And they're like, oh, it's time.
Yeah,
Yeah, we ban him. Yeah. I mean, maybe it would be kind of smart.
yeah, well, that's what happened with Storm Mills, from what I see in the discussion in this Discord, because they're really salty about it. Yeah, because their mage was like a top tier player. But yeah,
I see.
but what we've discussed it already before. Yeah, if you're a top tier player and you're attempting to play some sort of MDI with such rule set, yeah, you have to adapt. You have to learn something else. Yeah. So
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, it's interesting how they adapted as well. I mean, I don't think they adapted bad. Like the classes they picked were good.
yeah, well,
And he probably picked the class that he was able to play, right? They did do good damage. So
from what I gathered, the information, he played Shadow Priest for like 30 minutes before the game. So yeah, he did kind of good, I guess. For a guy who played it for
yeah,
30
man.
minutes.
That's pretty good. I mean, Shadow is pretty easy. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. That's true as
So
well.
no, I think he did great. I'm happy with the performance at least.
Yeah, well, I mean, they didn't perform like poorly. Yeah, they just were slightly behind. So
Yeah.
it wasn't really a big deal, I guess. So everything can change. Obviously, they are now going for the losers bracket, and they can win probably games there and come back for the finals. So we will really see how it goes.
Right.
For sure,
But
yeah.
Bob. Mhm.
Teams are doing their final preparations. I think that we will be having a game very, very soon, guys. So maybe in a couple seconds we can see the match preview again. It's deplete heroes against UA poggers, and we have Underrot with fortified, volcanic, and bolstering. Volcanic is whatever, everybody knows.
I mean, non-existent
yeah,
deficit.
yeah, but bolstering can be scary potentially. Yeah.
Oh,
Legacy of
definitely, yeah.
Tier, Legacy of Tier with what is it? Ensnaring, right? That's the correct name, and bursting.
Or entangling, I think it's called. But,
Oh, entangling. Well,
Yeah.
ensnaring. Yeah, entangling.
yeah.
Entangling can be annoying in that place because there's like a limited space in that dungeon. But bursting, you don't do that many super big pulls there, right? There isn't that much like mini count. So, or maybe I'm just.
I think actually Uldaman not having a priest with to dispel bursting is kind of punishing, especially after the second boss, like the snake boss, or actually the third boss of the dungeon. Sorry, like all these casters and weavers, they're always like packs of 3, and normally you pull like 2 or 3 packs, so you get like 9 stacks normally. I think it's quite punishing to not play a priest, but also priest is not banned, and they can play dwarf. So, I mean,
Yeah.
to be honest, I don't think bursting should be a big issue. And I mean, entangling is like probably one of the second non-existing affixes, right? And then if we go to a match 3, I'm excited for some Sanguine healing, yeah, because Brackenhide and Sanguine is actually really big pain. So always interesting to see that.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I feel like what we were talking about in Uldaman might be risky. Well, from what I know, all these teams were attempting to do the big pull up to the first boss. Like you gather everything and go for straight for the first boss. So yeah, that could be risky with bursting, I feel like, but we will see. Yeah, that will be the second game, and we shall see how it goes with the teams. Underrot for me like is very easy. I don't really know about the MDI environment, to be honest, because I'm more of a pusher myself. Yeah, like I like to attempt harder keys, higher keys. So Underrot used to be very easy in that regard, even on higher levels. So I don't really know what awaits us.
Oh yeah, I think Underrot, even in the like actually every MDI season we had Underrot. I think it was like, yeah, it was 2 times now. Like one of the first MDIs we were playing Underrot, and now Underrot again, let's say. It was always one of the easier dungeons, but always one of the dungeons where if you had a good strategy in terms of chaining packs and like doing properly sized pulls, let's say, and ending up cutting a pull compared to the other team, you would just win. So there is always a high chance that maybe one team takes a small risk or maybe a bigger risk and just loses out on a whole pull, and that is just a minute behind or something. So I think that would be interesting, and I think the team in Underrot that is going to risk it the most and pull it off good will probably win, if of course no one wipes. Yeah.
Basically, it's a pacing dungeon.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, go ahead.
Is it tyrannical or fortified one more time?
Fortified.
It's fortified, so yeah, second boss should be easy.
Yeah, the Krugmau. Everybody's like losing their mind when it comes to
I don't know, man. It's so annoying, especially when this evoker spec, when you play it, you are pretty much static. Yeah, I know that it's oxymorons, but evoker who should be standing and casting still is like very weird for me, especially on that boss where you need to constantly move and soak those grubs, or what do you call those?
Yeah, bugs, grubs, I think it's yeah.
Yeah, the little worms and stuff.
No, it will be interesting. Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I'm mainly excited what classes they play. To be honest, like what will they pull out in terms of the class variety and stuff? I mean, the one team that can't play Evoker, so they're probably missing one of the better classes, I guess, right? Where the other team can't play Shaman. So technically, I think they could play the meta comp if they have it ready, I guess, or practiced.
UA Poggers already started while the other team is just being chilling. What is happening?
No. Is there?
Oh my god.
There's definitely some miscommunication between the teams, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's weird.
Well, I mean, we have them on the main screen, so maybe we can talk about what UA Poggers is doing, but I'm gonna talk to the guys.
Of course, yeah. I mean, I can talk about the UA Poggers. They're going all the way to the mask here on the left side, pulling in the first pack, the grubs pack, and like all of the casters and whatnot in basically with Bloodlust. And this is a very risky pull. I mean, it did also wipe. Now the question is, did they wipe because the other team did not start yet, or did they wipe because they messed up? That's a question, I guess.
That's a good question, to be honest. I'm not really quite sure. I'm not quite sure if they even communicate in that regard. But from what I see, they're simply, attempting to rush their way in and get their asses handed to them. Because right now you see this chain of wipes. I really hate when this happens. When one person dies and another person dies, and you simply run to the back, and while you are there, everybody, one person eventually dies, yeah, and so it transforms into some sort of, I don't know, pain train.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, this is the classic weekly when you when you're running down mid and people just keep continue to die on the pack and you just can't do anything. I don't know.
Yeah. You should simply reset. That's what I hate, when a tank dies and healers or any other whatever class tries to res.
Oh yeah, I mean it is always a big.
We're gonna have a restart right here, so I'm gonna put
Okay.
into our web cameras right now. Something was completely miscommunicated between the teams, and yeah, it was something a little bit different. But hey, the UA
I mean, I
pokers, they
must
got
say-
the warm up.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to say UA Poggers. I don't know if this was warm up pull and that's why they ran it down mid again. But if they're doing this pull again and they wipe again, I mean, it looks like a very bad start for them. Yeah. But if they pull off this pull, that's a minute saved already right there. Like I said, if good pacing in the dungeon, and that would be very interesting to see. I guess if they really make this happen, and we got a glimpse at their comms, what is very interesting because how do you say, like UA Poggers was playing the super meta comp apart from Guardian Druid, and the tank and healer a little bit the off meta, I guess, but they were playing Shadow Priest, Fire Mage, and Augmentation Evoker, right? I think as far as I saw, so they will be pumping a lot of damage, yeah. Where, for example, on the other side, I saw some classes that are maybe not gonna pump so much, yeah, but we will see, because they also have UA Poggers has a Resto Druid and a Vengeance DH. Vengeance DH is a good choice. The Resto Druid, I don't think does anything apart from the 3% verse. So I mean, he does exist. Yeah, it's pretty good. But yeah, we will see what happens. Yeah, I'm actually excited. If they do these big pulls, then I'm excited for the Underrot. Yeah, hopefully they can figure out the start and the communication, and then it will be good.
Yeah, hopefully they do. There was definitely something bugging out or something like that. I don't know. Well, bugging out in their heads, not in the game.
I mean, some miscommunication happens as well. Yeah, we had this as well already with the Blizzard. I think they did put a different affix set on our keys because they got told otherwise, and then the two teams were playing the same dungeons but different affixes. It was very interesting. Yeah.
Jesus, did you notice it?
Yeah, I mean, we noticed because the other team didn't notice. It was actually kind of funny. The other team didn't notice because they had the proper affixes, but we did the pull-in. It was Necrotic Wake, I think, in the past. And we had Sanguine out of nowhere, and we're like, that's kind of weird, yeah. And then we got told what happened here, and then one of the admins is like, yeah, I got told that it's Sanguine, like our affixes basically, but they were for the next dungeon. So I think the person telling them just missed a line in the spreadsheet probably and just put the wrong affixes or something. I don't know. It was a funny restart, yeah, of the MDI for sure. When you randomly practice a map for 2 weeks and you have a how do you say, a random Sanguine proc in your key, and that was not there for 2 weeks of practice. So yeah.
Oh, so you practice the dungeon with a specific set of affixes that you know beforehand about.
Yeah, exactly. That was like for Globus Prac, and then they put in the wrong affixes when we were starting the dungeon. Yeah.
Do the tournament organizers give you the keys or start the keys themselves?
Yeah, they start the keys themselves, so you don't need to start on your own. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. Actually, our organizer or supervisor, let's call it like that, Heroic Solo, he developed a little add-on that allows you to send the pull timer synchronously to both teams doing the mini tournament stuff. So we were using this add-on to send the countdowns to the teams.
Oh yeah,
over here.
that's super nice.
Yeah,
Yeah, when
and they're starting again, but the other team. Yeah, I'm gonna switch to the main screen. The other team isn't starting again. What is going on? Is-
Dwea, can you share us the screen, please? Like in the Discord?
Oh yeah, I'm watching the stream right now. Yeah, okay, the Bleed Heroes is still contemplating if they should start the key. They did start now, thankfully. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
let's call it some technical issues and see some gaming.
Yes. So it's like the 40-second difference. Yeah, 38 seconds. So I mean, we can work with this. It's kind of good. Yeah, on the side of UA Progress, we can see the first big pull here. They did cut it down from what they previously did. Yeah, that's probably pretty smart. Yeah. Cut it down, killed everything, bloodlusted here, and on the side of Deplete Heroes, they're doing the same thing. Also doing the big pull in the beginning, bloodlust, kind of the standard thing, I would say, because dragging these mobs down there is like really hard. But yeah, seems like both teams have some interesting stuff going on. Like I said, with the left side having, or like Deplete Heroes, having a BM Hunter and Enhanced Shaman in the team.
That's kind of cool.
What is interesting, I think Enhanced Shaman not too bad, right? But the the BM Hunter is really not popping too much in the department, like anywhere, to be honest. It just does good single target, but the rest is not too good. Where you can see on the side of UA Poggers, they have Augmentation and Shadow Priest, and the damage meter is a little bit crooked. Yeah, but don't forget it is a Fire Mage, yeah, so it's pretty normal that they're doing this much damage.
It is kind of weird that the icon for its devastation icon is Devastation Evoker on the.
Yeah.
It's the icon for Evoker overall, I guess. It's not like
Okay, I see.
the
Makes
spec
sense.
specific. Yeah. It's like this, this paw, dragon paw, that shows you that this is an evoker.
Well, we also have a webcam on the side of the Plea Hero, so that's something to look at, I guess, on top of the gameplay.
And the healer POV as well, yeah. So it's a little bit of a different angle. Sadly, you can actually see that the UA Poggers had the Matron, like the charge guide, full heal, I think probably once or twice at least in this pull. So they mismanaged some kicks for sure. Where on the side of Deplete Heroes, they took it a little bit more chill. And now basically caught up, because you need to keep in mind that the UA Poggers is 40 seconds in the future compared to Deplete Heroes, and they're basically engaging the boss at the same time. So Deplete Heroes doing good here.
Oh yeah, that is definitely true, right? The UA Poggers are, technically speaking, they would be far behind right now.
Yeah, technically they're like 40 seconds behind, so definitely interesting to look out for. But I do think that definitely UA Poggers has more damage in any scenario compared to Deplete Heroes because of their group combat, their classes, yeah. So we will see where that goes, I guess. On the first boss here, I mean, nothing special. The only thing we can see is, like I said, they engage the boss basically at the same time, and the one team has 20% less HP on the boss than the other, just because of the raw damage that Shadow Priest, Fire Mage, and the Augmentation brings.
Yeah, it's actually really good that we're seeing Augmentation Evoker being played, because like you can see other 2 DPS is just pumping the insane numbers because of that. But I on top of that, I wonder how like fast paced is gonna be in terms of like how fast the packs are dying from all of the buffs that the spec brings.
Well, I feel like they have to play big pools. Like you see, Deplete Heroes, yeah, they can go safe. They don't really have those classes. Well, they have Fire Mage, but nobody to amplify his damage, his output. Yeah, with UA Poggers, you have Demon Hunter. You have Demon Hunter with his debuff, with his mark, and you also have Augmentation, and you also have a death with 2 deaths.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's when you mismanage the pool. That's what happens. Yes, but still,
as long as the tank is alive, the Demon Hunters are crazy sustain on their own, just like Blood DKs. So that's chill. And the Fire Mage and the Evoker were alive, so yeah.
Evoker died but got rest, I guess.
Oh.
Because I saw him, I saw his bar going completely like from 100 to 0.
I do think he died, yeah. Here, and always to say as well, like you said, yeah, the Bandit stage has a lot of self-sustain, and also for Underrot, especially if you have a full caster comp like UA Pogus is playing, the Silent Sigil is really, really strong.
True. Because all of your kicks are just insanely long, and the Silent Sigil is just giving you insane breathing room on top of the Demon Hunter debuff.
Yes, yeah. One thing to notice is, of course, you can see here they're making some really big mobs with the bolstering, but the only mob you kind of need to look out for that you don't bolster, I guess, in Underrot would be the Blood Swarmer, because of like he's the only one doing direct damage to anyone other than the tank, let's say. So they're
Yeah.
doing a good job here, just playing around it. You can see UA Progress just cutting around the Blood Swarmer, Deplete Heroes pulling it first, and then just attacking it as a main target so it dies first. So they don't really have an issue with that. They're doing a great job here. Yeah, and also on another note, they did res the Augmentation Evoker, right? But as sad as it sounds, but resing Augmentation when 2 people die is like really not that good.
It's
Because
not
you're-
Yeah,
more-
true.
Yeah, you res him, but 50% of his value is dead. Yeah, so
Yeah, that makes this spec really frustrating to play. I've noticed it also in a dungeon like 1 or 2 days ago. When one person dies, half of you dies as well.
Yeah,
You'll-
it's since you can't contribute to their damage anymore. That's
Yes. It's like a Horcrux for Voldemort. You know, you are just here, and 20% of your damage is missing as well because the person died.
Well, it's the skill depends on your other players, and that's like extra responsibility on the big carry players, right? That they need to stay alive for Aug Evoker to be really strong. That's
Oh
like
yeah, for sure.
extra pressure, kind of.
I mean, you can see here the Fire Mage is definitely doing what the Fire Mage should do. He's doing a lot of damage compared to the other people. But they're racking up the deaths, kinda. That's what they're doing a little bit. But on the other hand, the Deplete Heroes is just chilling, doing like 5 mobs at a time. But is fitting their comp, Enhanced Shaman, target cap, BM, target cap. So they're doing a good job at playing around what they have, let's say, to not like waste anything or make it too hard, I guess. UI Progress maybe a little bit over, how do you say, like overthinking the pulls, doing way too big and just not coming to a nice pull pattern here and just making it very hard for the team. But
Yeah, and on top of that, they are technically 40 seconds behind, so that's really not like a super comparison of their pace as well. to a
oh yeah,
degree.
exactly. They're doing a different approach here. That's going to the worm here with all these mobs. What makes it so they split up basically the blood swarmer from the other one. I guess as many players might know. Oh no, the shadow is going down again. Yeah, they have not been I think they have missed a lot of kicks so far, and of course, with getting bolstering, is a very passive affix now that it's not giving HP anymore, right? It's not slowing down the dungeon speed, but it's making not kicking or doing things wrong very punishing. You can see here again the Dark Horror just casted his AoE through, got buffed as well by the mobs, and it's just like blasting the team. Everyone wiped apart from the healer. Oh no, now we got a full team wipe. Yeah, not ideal.
Yeah, the bolstering is really hurting UA Poggers right now. While Deplete Heroes, they only have 2 deaths and they're kind of just being chilling through the dungeon, going around next to the third boss, the classic, where they wait for the Bloodlust to reset so they can Bloodlust the second boss, the most standard of the standards.
Yes.
Well, yeah, UA Poggers, they will definitely need to do some catch up. On top of the fact that they started earlier, now that they died, and it's kind of like equalizing the speed. So like you can say that they are on 40 seconds deficit right now.
Yeah, it really reminds me of that meme, you know, when one guy is sweating and another guy is singing. And so, like, yeah, UA bloggers are the ones who are sweating with these hard pulls that they can't manage, and Deplete Heroes are like, we are chill, we are doing like one pull at a time, and it's fine. And they are ahead.
Oh yeah, I mean, I must say, like I said earlier, they're doing an amazing job, like playing around their classes. They're not like trying to do the 15 more pulls because I mean they don't really do that much damage more if they play these many mobs. So they're just taking it on a chill. You can see the healer right now. The POV is in boomkin form. He's like, I don't need to heal these people. Yeah, I'm just doing some rafts here. Yeah, he's just vaping it out basically. Where on the side of UA Poggers, they're like have the Omega comp that can pull like 30 mobs at the same time, but then you get punished for not playing it like super good.
Yeah.
But can also be a trap for a lot of like people, as you can see here. Like, oh no, was standing in the frontal. I think we lost the healer on UA Pogger side to the frontal of the maggot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the rotten bile classic.
But it's fine. No other team member takes any damage.
The Bleed Heroes decided to pull the third boss of this dungeon, Spellcaster Zancha, instead of going into a Kregmo, and their Bloodlust is about to be ready. This is a pretty simple boss, as long as your team can do like cleansing the area of mushrooms, sometimes taking them themselves and doing good job with upheaval. There's barely anything to upheaval, so they're like, yeah, just whatever, go anywhere.
Yeah, I mean the Bleed Heroes also has a like prop paladin that can dispel in case someone stands in like a bad position. They have a hunter that can turtle through and like soak things if they let him go through. Oh no, the prop are going down, but it's okay. The mirror images are tanking here.
And committing
And he's back
CR.
up. All good, yeah. But technically, I do have a good comp to salvage any mistakes with the mushrooms here. It's also only a fortified key, so the boss should be like only 2 phases, if even.
Yeah, even if their
nice.
tank dies, they also have a earthen elemental from Shaman that can help a lot by just tanking until the tank is CR'd. Yeah, their comp is pretty chill in that regard.
Oh yeah, and you have Poggers here being sadly so far behind that they already pulled the Krogma with the new Bloodlust. Yeah, and obviously they're doing like the standard thing that they Bloodlust Krogma and just playing it normally. But doing a good job here, soaking the ticks, 1-2 ticks going through. I mean, that's all okay. Yeah, nothing crazy to be honest.
Ouch. The charges, though.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
a little
that's-
bit of an unfortunate
Weird.
charge, but oh well. I mean, it's into Tantrum, so that's kind of whatever.
Calculated. That was intentional, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Big brain move.
But yeah, if they live through this, boss is dead. I feel like Deplete Heroes could have bloodlusted the third boss, because Krogmo is not really hard on Fortified, especially if we talk about overgeared Tournament Realm characters.
Yeah,
So,
not really. You're right. It's kind of a. I mean, it's a very safe play, right? Because you also don't only get 2 bloodlust in the dungeon either way.
Yeah.
So you either pick if you do Krogma or the last boss, and you probably lose like 30 seconds by walking around. I assume. But yeah, I mean, it's the safe play after all. So so far, them playing it safe and chill has been their recipe for success. So I think that's going good for them, I guess.
yep,
Yeah.
that's true as well.
On top of that, UA Poggers still have to deal with 2 packs right here before the third boss. Oh man, they're definitely on like a very, very big deficit compared to the Deplete Heroes. In my opinion,
Yeah.
at least.
Oh yeah, I mean it is for sure. And here you can see UA Poggers doing another pull where you have 2 mobs that need 2 kicks and 1 mob that needs 1 stop, basically.
Yeah.
So they need to do a good job here, like kicking it properly. Otherwise, they do get quite punished, especially with the Guardians having lower HP than everything else. So they will just die and boost all the other guys.
Yeah, but
But
the scary
no.
part is that they may run out of kicks because they have casters.
yeah, actually, with Augmentation and Mage, they have like really short kicks if you play it correctly. So I think they will manage. Just
I
the Shadow
mean-
Priest is a little bit useless on the kick front, to be honest.
And this cannot be silenced by DH either. The big odds that the cast curse.
Oh yeah, that is true. Yes.
And Deplete Heroes, they're now done with the Kragmo, but they're also done with the third boss with the Spellcaster Zancha. So their pace, which was slower, is now being faster in a way. They just need to do with the. I would say it's the simplest part of the dungeon is left for them to do, and it's like the keys in the bag pretty much.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well, they still can mess up this pool before the last boss.
Ain't no way.
Like, I mean, everything can happen. Everything can happen with those guys. They're dangerous, and I've seen many even higher ceiling players, like skilled guys who were messing up that in high keys. So everything can happen. But
Oh.
I really like that we've seen 4 teams, and each team has their own, vibe and approach to preparation to this tournament. Like we've seen Uwu team who were all about team play in an MDI environment. We've seen Tauren Mills who were more like you had this, high key approach. And then we have UA Poggers who did the theory, but didn't really polish the practice aspect. Yeah. And then we have Deplete heroes who are just vibing, like they're doing their own pace and they're winning with that pace.
Yeah, it's like the classic story of the rabbit against the turtle.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. I must say, yeah, the Deplete heroes, they also have like the vape classes a little bit. They're just chilling because every class they have doesn't really have cooldowns.
Yep.
The fire mage kind of has cooldowns all the time. The hunter does damage all the time, and Hans Shaman does damage all the time. They're just doing what they want, yeah. Well, on the side of UI Poggers, we can see they're doing a skip on the right side right now,
All right.
I guess, and they're playing this horror in the corner instead of the standard horror in the middle. Not sure why. Maybe we'll see more later.
Maybe they're afraid that they don't have enough kicks to control the Death Speaker with who casts Enrage, right, and Grotesque Horror at the same time. So like they won't be able to interrupt everything. Although they have silence from DH, and that's insane. I don't know.
Yeah.
If I was their tank, I would have definitely gone the other way around and know what the UA Poggers are doing now.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. Maybe they do a bigger pull now. I mean, they do have the standard count, it seems. Yeah, I guess they just opted out to go a little bit different. Here they don't have a kick, so everyone is taking damage increase and damage reduction for a full channel. That is not ideal.
Yeah.
So they right now, interesting here that this debuff, maybe many people know that it gives 40% damage reduction, but it also gives 40% damage increase, yeah? So if you get hit by anything in this pull, you die. As you can see, the Shadow Ray is going down for the count. Before pressing PI even, not ideal. The mage having the debuff needs to get dispelled very fast, proc cauterize, interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, the numbers on the fire mage are insane, but when your team is continuously dying, then it's a little bit of a GG. As also one little change, right? That we have a worm right before the last gate. When it was BFA, there were only 2 of these walking faceless mobs, right? That cast the maddening gaze, but now on top of that they have a worm in this season, which is kind of when I first time have seen it, it threw me off guard so hard because I was used to for not having that there.
I don't understand one thing. Am I seeing it right that UA Poggers, they have a mage, yeah, and mage has interrupt. I see the icon, but for some reason Omni CD doesn't track it, so it tracks only the interrupt of the tank and the silence from the priest, and that got me wondering, like, do they really have 2 interrupts overall for the instance? Like,
well, I'm not even sure. I don't think you can dodge the interrupt as a mage player in the tree, like it's baseline. So
yeah, that's what makes it weird.
I think Omnicity is just bugged.
Oh, yeah.
Or they're not pressing the interrupt.
No. It's actually bugged because I see mage doing the interrupt, like the second icon in the below row. Yeah, it's the interrupt and it goes on cooldown all the time. So
okay.
Oh yeah. Like he is interrupting just. The tracking is not. Yeah, the tracking is not accurate, I guess. So.
Yeah.
Mage on the side of UA Poggers is down for the count, and then their druid is dead as well. Meanwhile, the Bleed Heroes, the turtle is coming first for the win right now. The chill vibes are just giving them all the power that they need to win this key. Even if they started much later, they were so chill that they were like, "Okay, guys, you can start 40 seconds above us, we will still win." It was like, the ultimate disrespect.
I mean, I must say they're doing good. They're almost +3 the key here in this case, and I think UA Poggers would have done like a 16-minute run, maybe even faster, like probably a minute, like 2 minutes faster than Deplete Heroes if they actually wouldn't have wiped. Yeah, but you can see they racked up 16 deaths, wiped like numerous times on some mobs and stuff. So maybe they're nervous. Maybe this is just their warm up basically, and they're like, okay, we make the big comeback in the next 2 keys. Because I must say their comp is definitely way better for the upcoming Uldaman and Brackenhide, where you just want damage and the key is not too crazy in terms of like kicks and things you need to do. Where Deplete Heroes is more like no priest for MD for bursting and other things. So
Yeah,
we'll see how that goes. But they did a great job. So congrats to Deplete Heroes for the first map here. So
they're losing their minds about their loot right now.
Where is my loot?
no loot.
Oh,
Wrong server. They picked the wrong server. There's no loot on TR, guys. Yeah, I'm very sorry to say.
all of the loot is on vendors. So
Yeah, well, congratulations. It was the first game for Deplete Heroes. I feel like, yeah, UA Poggers is stuck in this infinite loop of suffering. Because,
we're gonna wish them for a little bit.
like, what was I talking about? Yeah, they got feared with Corruptors. They don't interrupt horrors, cast that annoying one that damages everyone. So, yeah. I feel I wouldn't be surprised if they wiped on this pact, yeah, because one person already dies, 2 people die, 3 people die, yeah.
Oh no.
Maybe I have a bad mouth.
I mean, this was definitely a caster curse. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, interesting thing, I guess, of course, here is that maybe they were really nervous and mismanaged some kicks, or had to figure out who caused the kicks, or what exactly they do. I'm not sure how much they practiced, I guess, with this comp. Maybe they was expecting to get one of their classes banned, and now they're too strong for their own good, and they don't know what they want to do with all this power that they have in their comp. Yeah. But hopefully, it will be better in the next dungeon, basically.
Yeah.
Or maybe. Oh no, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I just wanted to agree with you that I really want to see the Uldaman one because it has a lot of potential for big pools.
Yes, for sure. So it will be interesting. I think like it might also be that maybe the mage that we're watching is the one calling the kicks, let's say. And if his only tracking did not work, I mean, it's pretty hard to call kicks. I mean, getting kicked by a little bit fierce, but maybe that's the case. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to come up with solutions. But yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see how the Uldaman plays out, right? For both their teams.
Yeah.
I showcased a little bit of Valdraken teleportation jutsu on the main stream, but yeah, way back to the cameras. GG to Deplete Heroes. They definitely did not deplete this one, so they completed it in 1924, which is a pretty decent pace for a plus 20. If you're just taking a chill. Yeah. So they definitely want to see some Uldaman and some Bracken High Hollow. But yeah, as you Meeres say earlier, the fact that they don't have a priest on bursting as a if you do at least like pulls with 7 mobs and then you chain kill them and don't stop, bursting can definitely like almost one-shot you or like insta one-shot you when you get to 6 stacks. So I kind of wonder what they're about to do with their team comp to make sure that the bursting isn't stacking up and not killing them because they don't have a priest.
Yeah, I mean, interesting though is in their comp, everyone can play dwarf apart from the healer, right? They have a paladin tank that can play dwarf, the hunter can play dwarf, and the enhance can also. So I mean, technically they're pretty good, and the mage, of course, right? Like, wait, sorry, they didn't have a mage. Yeah, I lied. But the all the DPSers can play dwarf, and the healer can always disp himself. So technically, if they don't do a big pull in every 2 minutes, they should be fine as well. They don't need mate. They don't need the MD basically, but output wise, they should be lacking a lot. And hopefully, they start at the same time now as well, so we can see like the bigger difference. Let's say, I guess, next to each other. And sadly, or like hopefully, no wipes. Yeah, because sadly they wiped really early on, and then it's obviously falling behind and playing the catch-up game is not always the nicest in M+.
True. They're trying to figure out the add-ons right now. We're gonna quickly switch to the showcase for the game 2. We're gonna have Uldaman Legacy of Tyr again with Fortified, with Entangling, and with Bursting. So that's gonna be interesting. That dungeon in itself is interesting, but it kind of annoys me to a degree. There are many like weird camera angles that when I'm like, for example, me myself, when I'm used to like drag my camera all the way around to make sure that I see a lot of the stuff, and it really like Uldaman is one of those like almost claustrophobic places where you really can see a lot. So that's like one of the things that they will have to deal with. And on top of that, Entangling is the affix that really restricts your movement, and in a place like Legacy of Tyr, Uldaman, it can be kind of punishing of an affix on top of bursting being a thing.
Oh yes, for sure.
I don't really feel like entangling is really hard to dodge. Like many classes have the ways of just skipping it entirely.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but sometimes some things happen.
Yeah,
And
that's true. That's true.
Well,
That-
Yeah.
on the side of a druid, you just shapeshift and it's easy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I definitely think the team with the prot paladin will have the most chill time because he is gonna just freedom whoever wants it and himself every 30 seconds on entangling, and two people don't really play the affix. The hunter can disengage. So I think the bleed heroes is gonna have the most chill time. They're just gonna vape it out, not really do anything. Where on the other hand, the augmentation evoker needs to play it, I guess, proper. And all the other classes also have an easy way to remove it. I mean, Shadow Priest is one of the easiest. You just press Fate off global, you remove it, and Mage has unlimited mobility. So we don't need to talk about that class, I guess. But I mean, the worst part is, of course, if you forget about entangling and you just get stunned randomly and then you die. That would be tragic. I hope we don't see that, yeah, because that would not be ideal.
It's gonna be going into the list of the stupid ways to die.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely.
Well, the teams are preparing right now. One of the teams is ready. We're just waiting for the bleed heroes to fix their synchro kind of stuff, and I'm pretty sure. Hopefully we will get a more of a synchronized start compared to what we have seen in the Underrot.
I wonder if they will have any team changes, to be honest. I mean, like, not the player changes, but the class changes. Because
Yeah, maybe.
I don't really feel like Enhancement Shaman is the class that shines this season, and especially in Uldaman. I guess that's a really weird dungeon for enhancement because you have this, as you've talked before, pull patterns where you have this big pull opportunities and then you go slower, and then you have another big pull opportunity with enhancement. It's really hard to execute because he's capped at 6 targets, and it's like, okay, guys, let's take this back and just chill.
I
So,
mean,
yeah.
it will be interesting. Yeah, I want to see how they're gonna do it for sure.
But well, yeah. You see, that's one of the issues that I've noticed is that, like, when we talk about the MDI environment, many players are multi-classers, yeah, because many players are trying to achieve this professional level of preparation, where they try to main like 3 to 4 different classes, not roles, but you know what I mean, yeah, like the specs that they play, and they try to rotate them. And here we have another situation. For starters, we have the situation where players themselves play like 2 to 3 maybe or specs maximum, yeah.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
and another issue is this ban situation where your class can be completely like blocked from being picked, and then you're stuck with. It's like, for me, if I were playing, I'm thinking right now, I played Devastation Walker for the first season, yeah, and then I played Augmentation like for the week, I guess.
Yeah.
3 days on PTR and then 3 days on live. And what would I do now? Because I don't have any experience. I mean, I played Rogue, I played Shaman as well when they were strong. But right now, it's like shooting yourself in the foot. You know, you get banned with Evoker and you pick Enhancement Shaman into Uldaman. And what do you do? Like, yeah. So that's.
I mean, yeah, you're totally right. Yeah, like the class bans can throw off a lot of things. Yeah, so
Maybe that's what we have seen with Thorin Mills when the mage got banned.
oh
Uh,
yeah,
Maybe there was some sort of tilt happening there as well. I'm not quite sure because you saw that first pull. I never played on professional environment, but maybe you know more about it, Meeres. But when something goes wrong, is it really hard to stay cool-headed?
I think it is a big issue for especially newer teams, I guess, in a way. Let's say, because staying like calm, and even if you like full vibe, let's say, I guess, yeah, the worst case scenario, a lot of teams tend to like I guess panic more or less and be like, okay, we need to do like bigger pulls now, and then they try to kind of make up the fact that they're wild, what obviously is like not the best if you never practice that, because you need to stick to what you practiced, let's say, or what you know. But also if something is going wrong in a pull, and for example someone dies that is about to kick something like important next, and he doesn't talk because he never was in this scenario with the team, then you end up wiping, and I think that's the biggest thing. Yeah, I think staying calm when you wipe, let's say, I guess, or just staying chill when something is going wrong is one of the big things that teams don't really like. You can't really practice; you just learn it after playing, I guess. So
Yeah,
that
well,
is obviously for newcomer teams not always easy.
it's also essential to understand that even if you like lose, it's a good way to learn from your mistakes. Yeah. So I feel like many people just underestimate the value of losing. Even on a
Oh,
grand
yeah.
scale of MDI, it's not really about, I feel like it's not really always about winning, but also about the participation and all the lessons that you get from it. Because obviously you will do mistakes, especially when you're nervous, especially when you are playing against the teams that have this long history of participation, of winning, like Echo, for example, yeah?
Yes.
And obviously you matched against them, you're panicking, you're sweating, you're making mistakes, and many people start to tilt because of that. So I feel like it shouldn't be like that. Yeah. So but yeah, you are definitely right. It comes from the experience. Yeah. The more you wipe, the more you fail, the more you learn from it, the more cool headed you are for the next situations.
Yes, for sure.
Yo, Dwea, do you have any status update? What's
They're
going
they're
on?
they're still figuring out things with the add-on. I'm not sure. I've talked to the guys and they said that they're trying to fix the thing, but it's just not working.
Oh
Wow.
no, the worst.
It's like it worked for another team for the previous pair, right? But it's not working for this one, and I'm like throwing them suggestions, but I don't know if they're going to do that. So yeah, I guess we're just gonna hang around here talking, or we can go on a little pause and come back in like a minute or
No, it's
something.
I mean,
fine.
I don't mind talking, yeah, but I mean, there's always how do you say? Like, there's always the chance of just restarting. Yeah, that's what you normally do when something's not working, and you're the professional technician, and you just say, let's just unplug and replug the thing. That also works with add-ons. Yeah, you just
Yeah.
disable it and enable it, and maybe it works. Yeah, there's a high chance. No, but that sometimes works. Yeah, maybe they get it to work. Hopefully, I guess.
Did you try to reboot the PC? Yeah. That's how it works.
It's the same when you DC while dragon riding. That's normally a router issue, yeah.
Yeah.
And then you restart your router. No, but it's always fun. I swear. Like so many times when something is not going correctly or any appliance in IRL is not working, and you're like, it just doesn't work, yeah. And then you just do the unplug, replug, and it acts as nothing happened. Yeah, it was like bothering you for hours that it didn't really work properly. And then you just do the quick unplug, and it's like, it's all good again. And you're like, yes, that's nice, yeah.
Yeah, yesterday when they had like a bug with people after teleporting, the infinite disconnect bug, right? The thingy infinite disconnect glitch or whatever, right after the patch happened. So the way to fix was the relog on another character, quit the game, and log back on the character that was stuck, and it was working. So yeah, that's just
Yeah, the
one of the
restarting is always
examples.
a nice. Yeah, exactly. Restarting always works in one way or another, I guess. Yeah, no, but it's interesting.
I remember one time I was complaining to my ISP that the internet is lagging insanely hard, and they were trying to help me, and nothing was working. And after like I told them, "Hey guys, I'm gonna call you back in a minute, see what's kind of going wrong." And then I tab into my Steam, and it's downloading the game on the background. I'm like, oh no.
I mean that is a thing, though. I must say, like Steam is one of the only programs I think that just can take your whole internet, like your whole bandwidth, whatever you have, and just suck it out completely, and everything else just breaks. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a funny story from the like Race to What First event, I guess. Let's say, where we had like casters come in, of course, and they also wanted to play other games. Yeah. Okay, like other games. Yeah, maybe you guys know. Yeah, I can't say the name right now. But yeah, they wanted to play other games, and then Preach started downloading the other game, and everyone, including the players, the mainstream,
groups are
everyone
starting.
was just
sorry
lagging.
to interrupt.
Oh no!
Sorry to interrupt, but the groups are already starting. They
Oh,
just
okay,
suddenly did a secret tech where they didn't tell anything to anyone, and they just
Wait,
started.
but it's working. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
But don't forget the story. I really want to hear how it
I
ended.
won't forget it. I will tell it after this game.
All right.
Yeah, interesting. Both of them, of course, they start at the same time. Very nice. So good to watch for the like comparison on the left and right screen. both teams picked up the mining node in the beginning of the dungeon. Yeah, maybe not many people know, but you can like mine 3 rocks in this dungeon, and you get out of combat movement speed. Every rock that you mine is 10%. Yeah. So that's very interesting. So they probably want to opt out to do a invis skip later down the line in the dungeon, where like passive movement speed is really nice. And yeah, then we have on the left side Deplete Heroes, where they're kind of the same style of the last dungeon. They're taking like a slower, like smaller pull, let's say, I guess. Just taking the little bit more chill, bloodlusting it. And on the other side, you have UA Poggers who do like a fairly big pull with bloodlust, including the basilisks, what is like very hard mobs, executing it very nicely. The damage meter represents that the mage is blasting the mobs really hard right now. Yeah, and then other than that, UA Pog is continuing with their big pull pattern, I guess. What does make sense. That's what their comp is made around, let's say, doing the most damage. And Deplete Hero is just taking like the most necessary packs one by one. Sadly, the tank though going down, the enhanced shaman following after because he's a melee. Yeah, that's the unluck life of a melee.
Fortunately, they are at the start of the dungeon, so the tank can insta-rest and just run back. And that out of combat movement speed is really helping right now.
Okay, that. Yeah. I mean, the 10% red a little bit helps, so it's not the worst. No, but yeah, they're doing a good job, I must say. Here, UA Poggers definitely on the march basically through the dungeon, doing a very good job, doing all these big pulls here. Not really wiping, really. Maybe doing a little bit of a smaller pull here now, because they don't have cooldowns. They have them like in 16 seconds. I can see that the Shadow Priest SPI coming up.
Maybe they didn't practice Underwrought and they just put all of their money on the other dungeons, and that's why we have seen UA Poggers wiping so much in that one. And
that
now
might be
they're
true.
just gonna be blasting. We'll see.
Yeah, but also, of course, like how do you say, like Deplete Heroes taking it more slow than UA Poggers, but also kind of on the same pace. Like the Deplete Heroes is basically on the same mob count as UA Poggers right now, just a little bit slower in terms of the pathing because they backtracked like a lot of mobs, I guess.
Yeah.
But they're just basically one small pack behind. Maybe they will chain it into the how do you say? Maybe they will chain it into the big mobs here. Doesn't look like it.
No, they're deciding to use their strat that worked for the first dungeon. Take it chill, take it slow, and
I mean they're doing good, yeah.
Yeah. But I have a feeling that UA Poggers are not going to let the mistakes that happened in the previous one slide against their favor, you know.
Oh yeah, I mean they probably did learn. Oh, even though the tank did go down here, the Shadow Priest following after on these big berserkers. Yeah, it is to be remembered. It's a fortified 20. These berserker bites do a lot of damage if the tank is not careful or like you don't use things properly. You can just get one shot. Where especially as a Vengeance TH, where on the other side they have a Propala pretty tanky against the bites in general. So I don't think they should have too many issues here. So they're basically on even ground again, yeah, because UA Poggers had the deaths already here on this pack, hurting them a little bit more than Deplete Heroes deaths in the beginning. So kind of even again, yeah, very interesting.
It's all about waiting for your opponent to make a mistake for Deplete Heroes.
That is true. Also, go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's all right.
It seems like the Demon Hunter of UA Poggers is not playing cheat death actually, because he did just get one shot by these berserkers. What is obviously not it's a more damage oriented choice. I mean that's what fits their style of team so far, but it's not really the safest on a fortified route as well. Like especially if the tank is the main issue for Vibes and Uldaman a lot of times, because the mobs do hurt a lot. Very interesting to opt out, of course, not playing cheat death as a Vengeance CH. But we will see where it ends up. Yeah, maybe he gets punished for it later. Maybe he gets rewarded for it. So far it was only a punish.
The difference in like damage is not that big, but I feel like UA Poggers are just coming a little bit ahead, and the amount of death is equal. 2 deaths on the both teams, right? Yes. So UA Poggers and Deplete Heroes are on equal footing, and it feels like UA Poggers just have a little bit more damage. than deplete heroes into like single target just in general.
Yeah, they also did, of course, have the Bloodlust here of the Mage, right? Like having, I
Oh,
guess the other
yeah.
team also had Bloodlust, like just Mage Bloodlust, the individual one.
Mm-hmm.
Makes a big difference on single target. But yeah, I mean, their team comp should just do more damage overall, what we can see here. So
Yeah, UA pogers are
Interesting.
already done over here.
Yeah,
That is true. They have just slightly more damage, or not even slightly, maybe like 15% more overall over team comp. I wonder how much. It would be really interesting to actually see the logs of UA poggers and see what was the actual DPS of their augmentation evoker compared to what we see on their damage meters.
Oh yeah, that would be super interesting. Here you can also see a very nice tech, let's say, I guess, from UA Poggers. They're getting the Berserker into the dwarf boss from the back, like basically the beginning of the dungeon.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Berserker gives, of course, a 40% damage in taken and damage done increase to the boss whenever the Berserker hits low HP, which makes it so you just passively cleave a target, let's say, and it also gives damage taken increase to the boss, so speeding it up.
Yeah,
So
but
very
the
nice.
trade-off is that you can die easily. But
Oh yeah, the trade-off is the tank dying for sure. Yeah.
yeah, and considering he doesn't play cheat death, but which I kind of wonder, like, what can you do? You pick up longer immolation aura, or you can just pick up more single target damage from soul cleave. I don't know. I don't think that cheat death is the is the way to not go. I don't think
Yeah.
you should. Yeah.
I mean, it's when you're very comfortable as Vengeance DH, most of them opt out to not play GDEF because it's just like a lot more damage, let's say. But especially in like a tournament format, when your class is like doing a lot of, how do you say? Like when you're opting out to do a lot of big pulls, basically, you normally just take GDEF because you want to be safe.
Yeah. It just saves you from the unexpected situations. But maybe I don't know, the tournament realm probably doesn't have the 10-1-5 trinket, right? From the Down of the Infinites.
Not yet, yeah.
Basically every single tank that can have a cheat death can just spec out of cheat death and just have that trinket, and they will have like much more damage. The only trade-off is that sure, you will not have like one big super big trinket that can benefit for some damage, but I don't know. Feels like having cheat death on a trinket and getting like a super strong DPS talent is worth it, in my opinion. Well, that's with the current, with the current live servers. I'm not sure about TR. Maybe you guys tell me when it gets to tournament realm and you try it on tournament realm, and you tell me if you're gonna use it or not.
No, I actually do think you're right. Yeah, the GDEF trinket will be very interesting I think for a lot of tanks, or also tanks that have GDEF just have a second GDEF often, like these high keys, especially like if you're talking great push or NDI even. They don't really like you're capped at one point to like dying, or it's too hard for the tank, so pulls get cut down a little bit and whatnot, and just having the security of having like a GDEF, or even maybe using it as a offensive cooldown. What happens a few times, for example, you're like, okay, you do like a really big pull, but we have GDEF here and it procs like 50% of the time, but that's fine because I mean we have a plan to proc, let's say.
Yeah, true.
Like happens a lot, but I think in general, like the GDEF trinket will be used a lot, especially by tanks that are not so tanky. Like if you're playing Brewmaster as a prime example, like you are doing a lot of damage, and this one damage trinket that you can equip is not really going to change anything for you. But having a GDEF trinket is like really good because you are very not tanky, let's say.
Brewmaster is one of those classes that doesn't have an innate cheat death, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like only Blood Decay, but perk is like a really bad GDEF compared to other GDEFs. And like Vengeance DHF GDEF, and all the other tanks are kind of like left in the dirt a bit.
Well, Paladins have a cheat death with Ardent Crusader.
Yeah, I guess technically you're right, I guess, yeah.
But most of the time you don't use that as a cheat death cooldown, right? You just like spread some damage, just mitigate some damage taken with it instead of
Yeah.
like holding it as a last measure. So it's like very situational. If it procs when it's up, it's good. If it doesn't proc when it's up, oh well, whatever.
Exactly, yeah. No, but both teams here on the same part of the dungeon, basically. Interesting to note, of course, here is that UA Poggers has, of course, the boss a little bit lower than Deplete Heroes, but Deplete Heroes has Bloodlust ready now, because they did Bloodlust the first part of the dungeon, where on the side of UA Poggers, they did Bloodlust the first boss of the dungeon, which makes it so, of course, UA Poggers is getting the Bloodlust back later, and Deplete Heroes can maybe do a really big pull or a bigger pull here and just Bloodlust that. I'm not sure, or even thinking about the next boss, as we know he's phase-based, right? Like he goes into the middle and spins around with the fire.
Yep.
Maybe Deplete Heroes opts out to just Bloodlust that boss and just skip the phase where maybe UA Poggers won't have it ready. I'm not exactly sure, but that will be interesting to see.
UA Poggers is like that. Their bloodlust is just 3 minutes, so by the time they get to the fourth boss, it will definitely be reset. So I feel like there is a, I don't know, maybe the heroes should have used the bloodlust in the same places as UA Poggers. I don't know. We'll
Maybe-
see, but it feels like UA Poggers have a little bit of use from bloodlust. For
well,
now.
Deplete Heroes might opt into using Bloodlust now into a big pool.
Yeah, we'll see.
Maybe. That would be the only logical explanation, to be honest, because you are right. Apart from that, they will eventually, when they come to the fourth boss, they both will have
Yeah, they
Bloodlust
lost it now.
available. So
Deeply
Yeah.
Heroes just lost it now. Yeah.
yeah,
This one annoying mob that stands and casts and nobody's
Oh, no.
interrupting him. Oh man.
Our Druid healer is trying his best, but doesn't have a kick. Yeah, he's just in. Oh, finally it moved in. Yeah.
This is a really annoying part because the way you solve it is just you line of sight, right? But they just that annoys me on live servers and pugs when people don't line of sight this pool, and then there are two casters standing on the back, and I already committed my silence when I'm playing Vengeance Demon Hunter, like Sigil of Silence, and I like annoys me.
but what I really loved about all that situation is that the streamer whose face we see, yeah, he was actually laughing at the situation. I assume the team kept it cool, through that without any frustration, without any what is going on, why is nobody interrupting. So yeah, it really fits all their vibe, the style of their approach. So I really
Yeah.
love this team.
They're
Of course, they're
super
not
chilling.
the fastest, but they're chill.
On the side of UA Poggers, they're doing pretty well. They're definitely getting a pace ahead of the Deeply Heroes, but hopefully it stays this way because there are still a bunch of pools where you can just fall over and die.
Yeah, especially towards the end with the golems, there's a high wipe chance, let's say, I guess. That hopefully they don't wipe to it, but maybe if they are too overconfident now, everything going good, they're gonna fall, but we'll see.
Yeah, speaking on a tangent about dungeons and stuff in general, have you seen the video about a group of guys doing plus 29 freehold and using the cannons of the last boss's attack to kill all of the trash in the dungeon? I was
Oh,
pretty
yes,
nice.
Yeah. I mean, it did get fixed now, right?
Oh, really?
But yeah, it did get fixed, and we like. I can say that the Echo MDI team is responsible for the strat, yeah, because we did play it first, and everyone basically played it after us, and yeah, I mean it was very stupid that this was a thing basically, but it was actually a thing already since like
Was it on BFA?
2016 or whatever. Yes, like whenever the dungeon came out and it was like this already, it was just never abused, let's say, as an exploit or
okay.
bug, I guess, let's say. I don't really know what it was, I guess. It was not really an exploit or bug because, I mean, it was just a bad design of the mechanic.
It was just the way it worked, yeah.
Yes, so, yeah, I mean, and then we used it maybe a little bit too much now in the time trials, right? We did 31 freehold.
Oh my god, it's okay.
So yeah, now it doesn't work anymore, but it's interesting.
Okay, so now it won't be at plus 31, sure. But maybe plus 28? Maybe you guys can come up with another secret tech, and it's
Yeah,
then it's plus 23, 32.
Maybe, I mean, maybe there's some secret tech, but I must say with augmentation and whatnot, there's a chance that you can maybe even do 29, 30 fairly easy actually.
Okay.
We'll see how the season goes. So here on UA Poker side, we can see that they did not manage to skip the intermission here of the boss, of course. Very
but they
sad for
committed
them.
Bloodlust.
They committed Bloodlust. So now we see if Deplete Heroes actually makes this push now, they will basically make up all the lost time that they did now on this trash. Will just make it up and get ahead basically. But their classes are not really made for this push, so it will be interesting to see. Yeah.
Oh wow. The guys just taking a chill on the side of Deplete Heroes. But even if the UA Pokers didn't skip, the boss is almost dead, so that's comfy. They won't be suffering this golem for longer than the next 5 seconds. And they are coming to the part of the dungeon where you can still easily wipe. This is like probably the most annoying part with so many casters, so many golems, and all of those especially those 2 packs where they have that big stone dwarf that casts the bubble around him that reduces damage, and you have to pull that things out. It's like minor inconveniences with pulling the stuff out, but those packs have at least 2 casters each, and if you don't if you don't have a silence, you need to continuously kick them to pull them out, or entire group needs to line of sight. I don't know. Feels like if you don't deal with those well, the pulls can get annoying or even lethal, maybe on very high keys.
Oh, for sure, yeah. But as we can see here on Deplete Heroes side, sadly they didn't make the push as well. We're actually quite far off what I expected, I guess, with their classes, sadly. And on UA Poker side, they did in the mission, did now this double golem pull at the end, and are now just doing a big pull here, I assume, probably like all these casters and the guy with the bubble that you mentioned, where you need to like walk out of it. So let's see how they handle these casters here. They do have a Vengeance DH, thankfully, that can just put a silent sigil when everything is stacked. So that's very nice, but it's a very hard stack up here. As you can see, like the group is taking a decent amount of damage just walking around, just existing basically. But looks like they have it kind of stacked up apart from the casters in the back. I mean, hopefully they stop them somehow. I'm not sure. I guess they're just face tanking them. That also works, yeah.
Oh, on the side of the Deplete Heroes, they did some good line of sighting of this pack, because there's a bunch of casters, there's a bunch of raid whites, and they were at least on the healer POV that we're having, he was line of sighting raid whites pretty nicely. Like right now again, yeah, that's a good one, because that I assume that one just one shots you on like when you're going above like 23 or 22 key, if you're not using defensives.
Yeah, definitely.
On the side of UA Pogers, it seems like they're definitely successful with whatever kind of a pool they were doing, and it's only like 2 extra deaths right now. I feel
Yeah.
like
Yeah, but you need to also include 2 people are running now,
yep.
so it will be some time wasted for them as well, because obviously they cannot proceed with only 1 mage, even though
Yeah.
mage is busted.
I mean, mage is good, but yeah, like you said, it's not gonna kill the pack alone. And right now they're struggling a little bit on the HP, but everyone is very low. The druid
Druid died.
Oh no.
Yeah, probably
druid
that
did
from
die.
frontal.
Okay, it's fine. Yeah, the DH is maybe living. He's very low HP, but he is a live lord. Hopefully, he's running.
They still have a lot of a deposit in terms of like faster pacing, where the heroes will still need a bunch of time to catch up to what just happened to UA Pogers.
But once
Yeah.
again, you see Deplete Heroes are like waiting for their moment to shine. Like, I mean,
Slowly but surely, they are
yeah.
on their toes right now, stepping
yeah.
on UA Pogers' toes right now, like a bit by bit.
Yeah, well, they are still a bit behind, yeah, but Oh, actually, I'm lost.
No,
Where are
they
They are
are
ahead.
actually they did pull these 3 mobs here. Like they're basically even, I would say, because like UA Poggers killed the 1 3 mobs with the bubble already. They didn't. So yeah, I mean they're kind of
right.
same, I would say.
Yeah,
Very
yeah,
interesting.
yeah.
I guess the only difference is that there's one more death on the side of Deplete Heroes. So like it's
All right.
21 minute for Deplete Heroes and 20 minutes 58 seconds for UA Poker. So yeah, it's just a little bit of a difference right now, even though but yeah, like I just said, all of that pacing advantage that they had was sacrificed now that the UA Pogers wiped. And it's again, I thought UA Poggers would be close to winning or like most certainly winning, but right now I feel like the Plate Heroes definitely have a chance at winning this map, winning this key.
Yeah, you also should include that they will have Bloodlust now. And I'm not quite sure if UAE Poggers will have this Bloodlust up to boss. I mean, maybe even not for boss, for minutes. All right, it's 3. Yeah, should be there.
Yeah, they probably might have it, but this pull they're doing here is actually quite a hard pull. I don't know. There's a chance that they just go down here.
Yeah,
But
this
let's
is a very
see.
difficult pull. Oh,
Yeah.
whatever they are doing, they definitely need. Oh, one of their players is dead. Another one is about to be dead. Their Shadow Priest just got one shot. They're committing CR to him. Will he get up? Yeah, he gets up, and they are solving the problem that they just had, but then they're getting another problem. Their tank is getting unstable, really unstable right now. Yep, he dies. He doesn't have a cheat death, and now their entire team will start dying. They need to continue cutting. They CR their tank. He needs to get aggro back because we know fire mages, they blast so much, they generate insane amount of aggro. He needs to melt, he needs to invis, he needs to do something. Yeah, now the invis comes, he resets his aggro by this point, and UA Poggers, they're just trying to salvage this pool, but their tank is continuously dying. Curse of Stone proccing on Fire Mage and he dies, but the pool is still going. As long as the tank survives and the healer is able to keep him up, they can continue this kind of a death run where they
Yeah.
just-
We've already called it Pain Train with Meeres, like previous
Yeah.
in the previous dungeon. Yeah, it's like this situation when the tank dies and everybody starts dying and everybody's running. Oh my god, yeah.
Well,
You know?
they salvaged this pool, all 10 deaths on them. The timer difference is that UA Poggers is on 2350, and even though Deplete Heroes are a little bit behind, they are on 2340 right now. So yeah, there's a bit of a timer issue for UA Poggers, but they are still, even though they died a bunch of times on this pool, this gave them a little bit of I don't know. I don't even know if it's an advantage anymore. They're on the same spot right now.
Yeah,
I've-
actually, I mean, this was very difficult, I think, because obviously the Deplete Heroes has 20 seconds like bonus of the deaths, but that's about it. They do get Bloodlust early, but it's not really going to change anything because Bloodlust is at like both teams will get a Bloodlust on the last boss.
Yeah.
And also, actually, wait, Deplete Heroes does not have full count here. Does this means they will backtrack for the? Oh no, they're killing this. Oh,
They
oh.
will take 1 infinite time river. Yeah.
Okay, I mean this is very not optimal routing. Let's put it like that. I think because
Yeah.
the UA Poggers will probably invest push and go to the boss here because they do have 100% count, what makes the most sense basically. Where on the side of Deplete Heroes, they doing another pull and then they're doing a skip around maybe on the side that costs obviously a lot of time. So, yeah, this
Oh,
might have cost
yeah.
them the map. To doing this not so optimal routing, sadly.
So these ads don't see through invis actually, so you can just invis spot. That's nice.
Yes, exactly. And they will do like a jump on the right side here now with just
but that-
skipping these mobs, but this just takes a lot of time,
Yup.
sadly.
Yeah. No, if they had Warlock Gate, that would be pretty great, but they don't have a Warlock. This is a lot of time wasted over here just doing this skip. They should have probably just invis spot, and that's it.
Yeah. Well, with all things included, I would say UA Poggers have way more chances at killing this boss right now, given that their damage output is way better. Not way better, okay, but it's like 20% better. Because I don't know if you noticed, but their mage, it's not even about Augmentation Evoker, but he pumps just a bit more. I don't know why, I don't know how, but yeah. Look at the
Yeah, he
boss.
also has the, how's it called? Obviously, their mage also has Shadow Priest and
Yeah.
Vengeance DH, what helps, like, obviously, the mage a lot. It's like
Yeah.
probably 10% more damage. Where the other guy is just on his own, has no
Yeah,
PI, no mage, like, no Demon Hunter buff, sadly. But it's very close, I must say, yeah. Obviously, UA Poggers could only lose this map, I think, now by wiping on this boss. But,
no, you should also include the timer difference, yeah?
oh,
So
I
we
guess, yeah, you're right.
have, so
Hmm.
basically they have like 20 seconds more to kill the boss, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
you're right, yeah.
So it's 2630 on the Bleed Heroes, and for UA Poggers 2650. So if UA Poggers go over like 15 seconds faster, they will probably win. 15, 17 seconds is that's the difference. Yeah, those 4 deaths are really like setting on or like standing between winning for UA Poggers, losing and going down into the bracket, like loser bracket, or just continuing this series. We'll see what happens.
I mean,
Yeah.
this is very interesting. I mean, I do have the BM hunt on the Bleed Hero side. He does do single target, yeah, that's why he's here. So,
Okay,
actually,
you-
where's that? I
you-
don't
you-
see the boss HP. Oh, okay, so they have
13.
20 seconds to kill the boss now, basically.
Yeah, 10, 9%, 8%, 7, 6, 5%, 4%.
All right,
Wait,
27.
they might be winning this.
might be.
No, they are losing by 1 second. 27, 29.
Oh,
Well, it doesn't show milliseconds, but they ended in the UA Poggers ended in 27:29.914, which is almost 27:30. But the
But do we
Heroes,
have yeah, do we have an exact timer? Because 27:30 could be
it could be
29
rounded up.
5 as well. Like it is rounded up, so there is a chance that they won by like half a second, basically. I'm not sure. I'm calling the judges here. Like I'm.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure even if those games are logged, live logged, because if they are, it would be easy to track. But yeah, without that, we don't really have any.
I mean, without that, they did lose by a second from our knowledge, I guess. That is very unlucky, I must say. Yeah. If someone could have told them maybe that they're really close, they need a potion or something. Maybe someone
Yeah.
didn't thought. I don't know. Is something. Yeah.
Right.
Well,
it's sorting it out.
I'm trying to figure it out. I just told the guys that you guys finished in 27:29.914, and the other guys, they don't have milliseconds rounds up, so I don't know what's gonna happen definitely,
Oh,
but
no.
the supervisor will tell me right now.
Yes.
But
Yes.
yeah, it's like milliseconds short. So
I mean, this became a very close match out of something where I thought the UA Poggers would have just blasted. Very interesting.
true.
It's all about the mistakes, not yours, but another team. That's how it works. It's really
True.
funny. I really liked to see that, to be honest, because yeah, those guys are so chill, and that guy who is streaming, he's like smiling all the time. He's living, he's living the moment of his life. Like he's enjoying it.
Well, okay,
He's not
so
rushing anywhere. All right. So
yeah, UA Poggers won this one by 1 second.
you
Okay.
ate
Okay.
Yeah, so
Okay,
they're
so-
gonna have the third match.
So we're having a third match. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay.
Well, I mean, it was really, really close. That the amount of mistakes that started piling up by the end, yeah.
Oh, I'm kind of sad. They should have won that. They deserved it. They didn't. They barely did any mistakes. They played it safe. They played it like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean they were just chilling. Yeah, they definitely had the more stable ground at the dungeon. Let's say. Yeah, the other guys were blasting, but they didn't have the stable dungeon. where Deplete Heroes was just like having a decent run, let's say, I guess, for their standards. Of course, they had some devs, but at least they were chilling. I don't know, interesting. I mean, on the bracket night, though, that is about to come up, as I said earlier, it is Sanguine. And we all know that Sanguine is a big, like if you blast too much and uncontrolled, maybe you have some big Sanguine healing, and Deplete Heroes could be winning with their like proper and calm strats, I guess, let's say. I don't know.
Yeah. What about that story that you told us before?
Oh yeah. So okay, I did not. I mean, I did forget that I was talking about it, but I didn't forget the story. No. So basically, wait. No, now I forgot the story as well. Wait a second. What was
it
the
was-
story again?
So Breach was downloading something.
Oh
on-
no, yes, it was about the internet. Okay, now we're back. Yeah, and no, so basically, yeah, it was at the event we had Breach downloading a game from Steam, and he was the only computer in the whole venue that was uncapped on the download speed. Yeah, everyone else had like a download cap speed of like 50 megabytes because I mean, realistically, after everything is installed, what are you gonna download with like
Yeah.
at a WoW event? Yeah. So he had an uncapped download speed computer, yeah, by mistake from our technician. And he just pressed the download button and he managed to lag out all 10 players. The whole production team, the live stream, he just lagged everyone out because he just sucked up one terabyte of download basically of the whole venue. And everyone else was left with like 2 megabytes of download and everyone was just lagging like crazy, yeah. And then our technician had to run around to his PC and was like, wait, what's happening here, yeah? And then he kind of how's it called? Like managed to like cap his PC again and stop the DDoS attack from our internal downloads. Let's say, I guess, yeah.
He was the double agent.
Yeah, he was definitely the double agent. Yeah, and that was crazy. And then he was like, obviously he didn't know about it because he was streaming at that time and he just pressed download on a game, like. And everyone then came into his stream from like the player streams and was like, "You're lagging the whole venue." And he's like, "What's happening?" Yeah, I didn't do anything. That was kind of good. Yeah, but that was the start of having every computer basically capped out on the like on download speed. Even before anyone touched the PC, it got double and triple checked that it's really capped on download speed. Yeah, I don't know. It was kind of funny, yeah, that he just sucked up. And this is also only possible because Steam just eats up the download space of basically anything you download. Steam just decides to whatever's available in your network, 100% usage.
Oh yeah,
It's kind of crazy.
There is a setting to limit Steam on the downloading speed, but it's very finicky and doesn't work 60 or 70% of the time.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's Steam is just one of those that just eats bandwidth.
I mean,
But
that was pretty crazy.
at least it wasn't in the middle of like world first pool of last boss, you know.
Oh, no,
would be
that-
horrible.
Oh yeah, no. It was.
I-
I mean, thank God. Yeah, that would have not been good.
I couldn't even imagine more frustration if it was like that. Yeah.
Or maybe the streamers and the casters need to have a different kind of ESP connected to them, so there is like a defensive prevention in the future,
Yeah.
maybe.
I mean, maybe. The main issue was, to be honest, that he was just downloading games for his stream, yeah, and everyone else already had everything set up, but he was like having variety time with
Yeah.
his stream, and it was just downloading. It was, it was kind of a funny thing, yeah, because it was not important. Let's say, I guess we were not doing anything crazy, so it was just a funny thing that he just started to manage to lag like 15 people out. It was kind of good.
Oh well, we're waiting on the guys to start. They are inside of a dungeon preparing right now. We're
Oh.
waiting for the UA Poggers team this time. They're planning it out.
They're planning out to do even more damn. I know it already.
Yeah, we are probably going to see some insanely big pulls from them. I just want these guys to do the insanely big pulls and not die for once or twice, and they just I want to see the flawless execution. This is the reason I actually like watch MDI a lot. Is just the big teams going big pulls, the number goes big, and you're like, yeah, this is what I like to see. So yeah.
Oh, I mean, that is true.
I mean, they have an evoker. I am not surprised that they have that. You know, when I play an evoker, every time I do a deep breath, I die like instantaneously. I mean, even if I'm in Draken, even if I'm in any capital, I just deep breath and die. I I actually laughed with the guild at one moment when we were progressing on where was it, experiments, yeah, where that one the third guy, he also does this
He also does
thing,
debrief.
yeah.
Yes.
And
Yes.
so and we are like in the middle of progression, and he does a deep breath, and I'm like, all right, he has to die now, because that's what evokers do, you know, when they deep breath, they die in PvP, in PvE, in any environment. So I'm not really surprised that.
He's an experiment. He's not a real evoker. So
Yeah,
yeah,
well,
yeah.
yeah, but that's true. But yeah, I don't know.
We
It's a really. Oh,
We're
sorry.
gonna see Brackenhigh Hollow, the third dungeon on the pool with Sanguine and is it Incorporeal or was it?
I don't know.
I don't
Oh,
remember.
I can't remember as well. So
Yeah, so it's the one of the ghost types affixes. Let's call it that.
It's like the happy ghost and the sad ghost. Yeah, those,
Yeah.
the sad ghost was in Ilteris. Yeah, so basically this is the happy one. I assume. I don't know. Let's see.
It's one of those. Wow, really great casting, guys. GG.
No, it is. I mean, it is the CC. It is incorporeal, so we do need CCs on those guys, and we need the proper knocks on Sanguno,
Yeah,
and it's fortified. So yeah,
Actually,
a lot of stuff happening.
all of the three keys that we have seen today from this match between these two teams being fortified.
True. Yeah.
So
I mean,
yeah.
that definitely does favor UA Poggers comp, because the Bleed Heroes have a BM Hunter who's definitely a strong anti-renegade and unfortified for sure. So the UA Poggers having the better choice, I guess, of comps here. So
Yeah.
very interesting.
Both of the teams should be almost ready at this point. I guess they're preparing their sync pool, and as soon as they start, I will switch the camera between you. So let's not dive into super big long stories just to make sure that
No big long stories though.
yeah, no for now. Actually,
No,
speaking of which, I was bringing up the question to you, Meeres, maybe Reikuu as well. I mean, you both guys can answer. Do you think that some of the current talents that we have is a little bit annoying? Because for me, what annoys me is that a lot of the baseline stuff, which was like super baseline previous expansion, just became those kind of useless talents that you just have to take because those are the things that you need to pass through, or sometimes they are in very inconvenient place, and before that you just had it for granted, and now you're just losing part of your kits that you used to have.
You
Yeah.
answer first.
I can answer first. Okay. I mean, basically, I think you're completely right. A lot of the spells, I think, like the talent tree could be more condensed, like a little bit shorter at least, and have more base spells that were in the game before.
They're starting. Damn it.
Oh no, it's fine. We hold it for after the key.
Yeah. Okay, so
Um,
the timer is synced, all good. Both of the teams are starting at the same point. That's great.
And both teams are opting with the same comp that we saw in the last dungeon, so that's very nice. And it looks like that both teams are doing a fairly decent pull in the beginning of the dungeon, basically. With Bloodlust. No, actually, the Bleed Heroes didn't Bloodlust this pull.
They're
It's
lusting
also
now.
not. Yeah, they lasted now. Okay, makes sense. So they're doing a decently big pull in the first start of the dungeon, unlocking like the first cage. Here again, kind of like the same, or the first match that we had today. UA Poggers has the like luxury, let's say, of having a priest in the team that can just open the cages without needing to kill trash, and the Bleed Heroes does not have that, so they need to clear 5 packs around 5 cages basically. The Shaman here is sadly going down for the Bleed Heroes, but I mean he can just press release and mount up back. But Sanguine
Unfortunately,
already.
this time.
Yeah, exactly. And also Sanguine doing amazing work here, topping the healing meter on both teams by a lot. Yeah. Healing up all the mobs basically.
We had a joke on when we were broadcasting MDI. We had a joke that it's the guy named Igor. And he is really bloody and he just hates other players, so he heals them. Yeah, I wish I was this good of a healer as Sanguine Iker right there.
I mean that is true. Yeah, I would love to heal this much. Yeah. So very very nice though. Like they're kind of doing the same strat so far, so we can also compare it like decently.
Yeah, there ain't that many deviations from the standard stuff that the teams are doing right now. But
Yeah. Also,
I think they just pulled those 2 extra ads on the left side, which usually just patrols and comes to the pack that is down next to the water. So yeah, I don't know. Feels like
yeah.
it would have just came there naturally, and they didn't need to. They would have not needed to commit resources to, like, or a couple GCDs that could have been spent to dealing damage to just pulling those. I don't know.
Oh
Just-
yeah, I mean that is definitely true. Also, you can see that the Deplete Heroes did basically 2 pulls now, but are one map, like one mob pack behind because they just didn't do as big of a big first pull as UA Progress.
Mhm.
So kind of they was taking it like the just standard approach that we learned already, taking it a little bit more of a chill pill here, where UA Progress is just like doing pretty fairly sized like double pulls most of the time now. They did like a double pull before this pull here. Now they're doing another double pull with the pack to the left and the pack on the cage here. Just farming some count basically, both of them. But they are killing the same mobs just in a different way
Yeah.
right now. So that's interesting.
Yeah, but what we learned from the previous 2 dungeons is that the heroes, they just go chill, and apparently it's giving them wins, because that was extremely close. But at the same time, it's like big props to UA poggers for doing the big pulls, because if you don't do big pulls, you're not learning, right? So like, how can you learn to control big pulls if you don't do big pulls? Kind of a thing. At
That
least
is
that's
that is
what
true.
my mindset to it all the time. If you want to learn to deal with tough situations, you need to put yourself into tough situations. So for the deplete heroes, maybe if they went a little bit more ham, they would have like continued to execute it the way they execute, with the least losses, like cutting the like, how do you say it correctly, to losing the least while being aggressive. While UA poggers, I feel like by this point, even if they're going aggressive, it seems like they're more in control than before. They warmed up pretty much.
I mean, you say that, but right now UA Poker's basically full wiped on the pack that they
Oh shit.
committed to.
Oops.
Yeah, very not ideal, I guess. Yeah, basically I think the mage went down first, and then the casters fell one by one because they didn't have that many interrupts anymore as well. And now they got back. They got their alchemy potion basically that you can open here and get a free disease cleanse on whoever you want in the team basically. And yeah, now the deplete heroes are 1 pack ahead again, just chilling basically, clearing all the necessary packs, let's say, to like progress the dungeon, getting the cages, and are just having a good time. Where on the side of UA Poggers, they're just trying to catch up now what they lost in terms of time, but I think due to the high damage, I think it should be pretty easy for them.
I was trying to extrapolate the thought I had so hard that I didn't even notice what happened on the side of UA poggers. My bad there.
I mean, you kind of cast a curse at them a little bit. It was like, oh
Yeah.
yeah, they
They-
kind of
they're-
warmed up and then all died, and you're like, oh no. I mean, almost, yeah.
Oh well, I mean, maybe I'm a double agent as well. Who
Oh,
knows?
that is true.
No, but that's just definitely caster curse. But
So here,
yeah, go ahead.
no, yeah, here both teams basically doing the same pull. Just oh no, UA Poggers getting feared here. One person getting feared into the pack in the back. Very not ideal, but it is also not that bad as it might seem because you need to kill that pack either way to play the
Yeah.
boss. So I guess they just shifted the pack. If the tank is stable here, maybe he can get saved.
If
Okay,
they
yeah.
pulled something extra that was not like in the route, then it would have been disastrous, because you're spending extra time not doing something that you need to be doing. But I mean, still, this is so like such an open-ended dungeon that you can take extra count here and just forgo extra count in somewhere else. So even the only thing is that if you're getting feared and you die, that would be the problem. But otherwise, I think that interrupt that didn't go through wasn't that big of a deal for them eventually.
Yeah, thankfully.
Yeah.
Yeah, both teams here doing a nice job clearing the cages. The Elite Heroes having the Sanguine bar less wide, I guess, compared to the healer bar. So either the healer, I can't really see it exactly, but either the healer is healing more or the Sanguine is healing less. Hopefully it's the later one where the Sanguine is healing less for them. But it seems like they're doing a good job. Cleared all the cages, are able to move on to the boss now. And are just like a little bit ahead, not really that much, but they are ahead after all. So they're doing a great job here.
That's really insane for me to realize. Yeah, sure. It's really insane for me to realize that Deplete Heroes are like, we've talked about this like 10 times already, but they're so chill about it. Yeah, they take pull by pull by pull, and yet they're ahead. I mean, obviously UA poggers do mistakes, and one of their mistakes being, I don't even understand why, but their evoker doesn't have an interrupt as well. So that's weird for me because I don't know. When I play evoker, even as a support, you should always opt for an interrupt because I mean, in big pools, when we talk about the strategy of UA poggers, yeah, which is all about taking big pools, buffing your mage up to the oblivion, you also have to manage and control these packs because otherwise they will just kill that mage or kill yourself. But yeah, that is the issue of their, I don't know how to say it, but yeah, that's an issue of their comp. Like they try to go big, but they don't have enough CC to manage those big pools, and that's why they die.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're probably not used to it as well. I mean, augmentation, right, is a new spec. It's a little bit different way to play it, the game, that's just getting buffed and the guy like doing different damage in a way, I guess, like always doing damage and whatnot. It's like, it's very interesting, I would say. So, and has like some random utility that people are not used to, like a knock up and some other things basically, and like passive cooldown reduction. So, it makes sense that people are not super comfortable in it, but also playing a full caster comp where the healer doesn't have a kick, like in this case, how's it called? Yeah, the Resto Druid is a big issue because most of the time you play this comp with the Holy Paladin and he can cover for the missing kicks and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, it's not the case here. So they just have long range kicks and one tank kick, and it's very punishing in certain scenarios.
Yep, exactly. So yeah, that's that's what I see at least. Yeah, most of the times they also die because they manage to get hit by something which they shouldn't be catching. I don't know, but yeah. But as of now, I've seen them not interrupting one cast because all of their kicks were on down. Because obviously we have a silence with like how much was it? 40 seconds or 1 minute?
A silence on who? On the Shadow
Priest.
Priest?
Yeah,
45
yeah.
seconds.
45. Yeah.
45 seconds, yeah. And then we have mage with 20 seconds, and then we only have one DH kick with like 12 seconds or something like that. So yeah, or 15, or even was it 15? Yeah,
Yeah, it's 15 seconds.
yeah. Enhancement has 11 or 12, as far as I remember.
Do enhancements still have a talent where it what's it called, allows them to get even lower CDR if they kick successfully?
Oh no, that's
Be-
not what. Last time it was in Cataclysm, no? From
Yeah,
what
I think this is long ago, but it's still the case for mages, right? So
yeah, and for DKs as well. DKs have
Yeah.
12-second kick too if they spec
Exactly.
into talents, which is pretty good actually.
I really like the idea that they're pursuing sometimes with some classes where kicks are also a reward. Yeah. So like I really love that idea in Legion when they released Demon Hunters, and when the kicks rewarded you with Fury.
Yeah.
That's awesome because it obviously when we talk about the pre-made comps where people play together as a team and everybody knows when to kick what. But when we talk about bugging, most of the time those people don't even know about those kicks being active on their bars. Like, okay, it exists in my spell book, now what? But when you give them people initiative to use those kicks, to use any spell whatsoever for proactive usage, I mean, it's really great. I think that's a good game design. Well, obviously we are not talking about professional environment, but yeah.
It's basically you're getting rewarded for playing good.
Yeah, exactly. You get
I think
more
it's
range.
great. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would really want for Blizzard to make more initiatives in the future with these utility spells. You know, like maybe not only interrupts but also various
Stuns and fears
yes.
and stuff like that. Just hard to
Yeah,
see.
yeah. Hard CC dispels and etc.
Well, we already have a precognition for the casters and the healers in PvP, and that's kind of an oof. So maybe not in all parts of the game it should be that prevalent, because it just turned into a caster meta right now in terms of PvP, where you just have to have it. The precognition is the PvP talent that gives you extra haste if you fake kick. I don't know
Oh
if you
right,
guys
yeah.
that familiar with PvP, but I just felt like this is kind of like, partially partially important to the conversation, where if you're going to reward people with proactive play, it just needs to be in line. Maybe it's something like generating resources nice, but in PvP just gives 15% haste and immune to crowd control. That's a bit too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's an overextension. Yeah, obviously, if successful kick gave you, for example, as a mage, 3% haste for 5 seconds, man, it would be more than enough. I mean, why not? I'm pretty
It
sure.
already reduces the cooldown if you kick successfully. Isn't that a reward?
Yeah, well, for mages, yes, but for other classes, as
Oh,
far as
well.
I know, there is none.
But
Yeah, I
yeah,
think it's-
anyway,
Yeah.
both of the teams are more or less on the same pace, but it's 1343 for Deplete Heroes and 1355 for UA Poggers. So even though they're more or like almost on the same pace in terms of progressing through the dungeon, somewhere like just a little bit behind, just a little bit ahead, the timers that the UA Poggers are racking up by playing aggressively and failing to execute properly are just really like causing them problems and putting the Deplete Heroes ahead.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure. They're taking this approach. Like, I think both teams kind of did the same push in this gauntlet. If I didn't miss anything like crucial, they both kind of pull like the necessary mobs and a little bit to the side, I guess, to get like some bonus count from the big DK mobs and whatnot. But in general, they both kind of pull the same things. And if you don't go a little bit bigger with the augmentation Shadow Priest, Fire Mage comp, you're not really gaining that much time compared to like the classes that Deplete Heroes have that like just cleaving the big targets down pretty well. So I think the Deplete Heroes are just having a good time here, let's say, I guess, like clearing everything nicely. And UA Poggers, though, can definitely catch up, especially when it comes to the 3 bosses that are like in front of us. I think they just have a little bit more output on those and will just like catch up the time. Plus, they do have a Shadow Priest that makes skipping all the necessary mobs going forward like so much easier, because both of them didn't really overcount at the beginning. So they do need to play mobs in the end, and having a Shadow Priest there just makes it like 10, 20 seconds faster, if not a little bit more. And that can obviously make the difference here.
Yeah, well, UA Poggers have this really good theory, yeah, but their practice still requires some polishing. Because obviously the idea behind their comp, well, they have this idea. You feel like this idea about big pools, about enhancing the performance of your mage, it is legit. It's just some small things like, why would you choose, for example, this Resto Druid? Like, I don't really see Resto Druid in this comp, but I assume that's the most comfortable.
What would you bring?
Healer wise,
Yeah, probably
I
like
don't
a
know.
paladin with interrupt
Paladin
and
is
stun.
cool. Paladin is cool. Paladin is strong now. I feel like Paladin is S tier, like
What-
the best healer right now.
What would you bring, Meeres, for UA Poggers? Maybe.
Oh, definitely a Holy Paladin, because first of all, they give you either damage or damage reduction, like whatever you want in terms of auras, let's say. And I think the most important thing that they have been like struggling with and wiping with is single target CC and kicks, where the Holy Paladin brings the second melee kick to the team, has a good hodge, has an AoE stop, just can carry a lot of things on their own. But I must also say it is understandable that people don't play Holy Paladin in this tournament, because it got reworked basically 3 days ago.
Oh yeah.
It is not that easy anymore to just randomly, like if you're not a really Holy Paladin main, let's say, I guess, you will probably have bad experience with it, more or less, and you need to relearn it. And I don't think a lot of these teams like played hours and hours in the last 3 days just to relearn Holy Paladin. So I think that could be a big factor why it's not played right now.
Yeah,
What
it
about
was-
Shaman? Shamans are pretty good as well in that term. 12-second kick, cap totem. What else can they take? A knock up
Well-
instead of a stun on the cap totem, right?
I mean, they can hex maybe as
Oh,
well.
Yeah.
but-
A Shaman
Yeah.
would be a decent fit for this as well.
Shaman would also be decent, but that wouldn't really help too much in the damage increase department, I think. But it would have avoided a lot of wipes, I think. Yeah, so in terms of the kicks, for sure.
Yeah, and they also have like super great utility with damage reductions and stuff, and the Spirit Link is a really strong cooldown. I mean, I wouldn't like say that it's better than just Restore Druid kits to some degrees, but yeah, some of the unique utility that Shaman brings is really good. Maybe it would have probably, just like Holy Paradigm, probably would have saved UA Poker some wipes and some deaths just from the toolkit that it brings.
Yeah. Here you can see, by the way, on the skip, UA Poggers messed up the skip, and sadly Ninja pulled the like hidden stealth mobs, let's say, and a hyena, and lost their Shadow Priest in the process as well. So definitely the worst possible skip, I think, here. We're on the side of the Elite Heroes. They kind of calculated in that they have bad classes to do a skip here. Let the Hunter pull it back, basically. Sadly, the Shaman got aggro, got rest, but they didn't Ninja pull any mobs, so they have less deaths than UA Poggers, and are just like chilling right now, to be honest. Yeah, they're just engaging the next boss now. And from here on out, it's not really too many super big pulls, so for UA Poggers to win this now, they just need to like blast good and not make any other mistakes anymore. That are not that, I think. Oh, yeah, no. It's okay. Yeah, as
Yeah,
we learned.
hopefully the other one didn't get pulled.
Yeah, the other one didn't get pulled, and as we learned in the previous one, now we just need to watch out for the people that get the fixate here and not get eaten by the hyenas, and also the big bone
Bonaro
barrage
chain,
that
yeah.
the guy does. We need to heal it, but I think they might manage. It looking pretty good. They got this under control after the ninja pull, but again, they just pull trash and most likely don't gain too much from this because this pack is relatively low count, I guess. So they can maybe skip one mob in the end.
I hope so.
What is going on with Deplete Heroes? Are they resetting the boss, or what is going on?
They are definitely resetting, but for what? Oh, their tank
Their
died,
tank,
and
yeah.
no
They
save.
lost-
Oh, yeah, I didn't.
They,
notice.
they lost their tank sadly. I did not see what happened, to be honest. He just died.
Yeah, he
That is
just
obviously
got
not
bonked.
ideal. Yeah, he just got bonked by something. So yeah. Now
Meeres.
after praising them for so much, now they're on the back foot again, sadly.
Another caster curse.
I shouldn't say anything anymore. No, but actually very interesting. I mean, they are getting back and forth here. It's a close match.
Yeah, we'll see. This boss is pretty simple on itself, right? All you need to do is to place your traps more or less correctly and drag the odds, and that's about it. As long as you don't step into that dark brown trap that gets dropped that one-shots people, it's all right. Or is it just leaps from hyenas that indicated that way? But yeah, I've heard there is a different kind of trap in this fight which just one-shots you. I'm not sure if it even exists, but yeah, this is just like you just stand in the correct spot and the fight plays itself, pretty much.
Oh yeah, I mean this fight. To be honest, the only thing that it really matters is what you said. Like, let the mobs run through the traps. And one of the other things is when the mobs spawn, you shouldn't stand next to them because they might just bite you and basically kill you. But if they're in melee ones, they're kind of like get taken care of, and it's just super easy.
Yeah, this is more of a whatever boss rather than something that has really hard mechanics. Actually, on a tangent, have you guys done the new 10-1-5 dungeon?
I
The
did.
Mega dungeon.
I did. It's awesome. I really
Yeah.
loved it. Except for Morchi, that fight is horrible.
Yeah, it felt that way. Although the Garrosh fight is just why does it exist? It does nothing. I don't know.
You mean like, I don't know, I play for the Horde, so I probably don't have Garrosh, I have Anduin Lothar fights. So
Oh
yeah.
right, yeah. I mean the Horde Alliance fight is kind of
Yeah,
like
yeah.
worthless. I don't know.
Yeah, well, half of those fights are, target dummies, and half of those fights are terrible, like mechanic-wise.
Yeah, but overall the dungeon is pretty cool. Oh no, wait, what happened? The priest fell down, guys.
Oh my god.
They dragged
he
him
got
back.
grip. He got rescued up. It's okay, yeah.
That
After
wasn't-
talking
that
about the
wasn't
dungeon. Okay, we're good, yeah.
Deplete
We
heroes
recovered.
taking the right side instead of the left side for a skip. Oh, I've first time seeing this actually. All of the people that I've seen just go to the left side over here, but it works out for them. So yeah, Deplete heroes nice. They're just both of the teams just finishing up the last packs before the end boss. I wonder if it's gonna come down to the wire again and we will see another close call, or somebody's just gonna wipe and nothing's gonna happen. I don't know.
I mean, UA Poggers got feared again, thankfully. All into the right direction, all good. Yeah, nothing happened here. They do really try to spice it up for sure, and they're making it look extra. How do you say? Like extra interesting.
Yeah.
But both the teams are on the same time now. Both teams will have bloodlust for the end of the dungeon. I don't know. I mean, what can go horribly wrong on these pulls? Surely nothing, right? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Now I'm not sure either. Like, we've seen everything today. A dude felt like on the ground. So,
Deeply heroes are on 2405 and UA Poker is 2415 right now. Well, it's 2410 to 2416. So it's about 6 seconds difference between them, like 5-6 seconds. It will definitely be a close game again.
And what about the percentage?
It's
93.
80, yeah, it's
Ah, it's
87.4 for Deplete heroes and how much for UA Pokers? I can tell.
93, I guess. There is a second number
Yeah, okay.
on the blue line. Yeah,
All
I
right.
feel like it.
Difference in UI sometimes
Yeah,
like
annoying.
I just get lost a little bit. Also, from the new dungeon, the healing trinket is just doing hundreds of thousands HPS on its own, which is kind of wild. The tear stone, the one that stores 30% of all the healing you do, and then unleashes it when target falls on low health. I've seen some people like pulling like half of their healing in just that trinket in raids. It's not as great in the M plus, but in raids, that trinket seems to be busted.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of things about these trinkets. They're coming to the tournament soon, but not yet. So I don't think there's been a lot of testing done on them, I guess.
Yeah, I'm pretty
but,
sure you guys gonna have
soon.
a bunch of fun with them.
Hopefully, yeah. Yeah, here, both teams kind of engaging the last boss. I guess what is Deplete here is doing? Oh no, they need to do another pull, yeah.
Yeah, they're missing
Yeah.
percent.
Yes, but UA Poggers also miss 1%.
Yes. Oh no.
Both of the
Okay.
teams. If Deplete heroes will have 100% after this pull, it's fine. But for UA Pokers, the problem with doing it this way is that after you've done with the boss, you get disoriented for straight 10 seconds. So-
Yeah.
This is pretty much a GG if Deplete heroes get their 100%. No, they don't.
They didn't.
98.8.
Oh no.
Oh my god. no.
Disaster.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is pretty much going to be like who's faster at running away after this boss if they kill it on the same pace, right? Who's faster at running to the final ad that they will need to kill?
That's very crazy, I must say. Yeah. Okay, so I mean, if nothing goes wrong, I mean, surely, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Nothing goes wrong here, and UA Poggers just finishes the boss before because they are obviously on the boss before. And Deplete heroes will maybe they just send the hunter pet to pull a mob and just cleave it down and just win here. That would be ideal. I would love that, but I'm not sure if they're gonna do that. Where on the other hand, UA Pogas has like these mobs relatively close to them
Yeah, they're
to
just
pull
walking
after
over
the
there.
boss. Yeah, I think Depleteros doesn't have these mobs, so they need to jog even further. That is very sad. I assume that Depleteros just has like missed 2 mobs or something somewhere. I'm not sure. I mean, surely UA Pogas also didn't have it planned to play mobs after the boss. Like you said, getting stunned is not really the play. So
Yeah, there we
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
Well, I guess even with those 10 seconds, I don't think that the heroes really have the DPS to finish the boss in those like 10 seconds when the other team is stunned. So yeah, it's probably UI Poggers taking the series away now. Which is
most likely, yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's not
There we go.
I wouldn't say it's not earned. But they definitely tried really hard, and even though they messed up a bunch, I still think that they were attempting good things, and it's kind of fair that they win. While
Yep.
Deplete Heroes were taking it super chill, from what we have seen, even like on the super high levels of play, right, in the MDI, on the like the super good teams, it's like if you're taking things chill, you're most likely losing because your opponent will attempt aggressive plays, and if those aggressive plays work out, yeah, your opponent wins.
Well,
yeah.
it's only fair, to be honest. Sorry for interrupting.
No,
Reikuu.
it's okay. You can continue.
I mean, what I wanted to tell also that it's only fair for them to win because yeah, you're right. They were attempting to do something. You know, when you go into like some tournament environment, you're expected to not to go out of your comfort zone because obviously it's not like a +20 for weekly, no levers, please. Yeah. So obviously, UA Poggers, they tried to show us something. Not everything was perfect. Yeah, they still require some tinkering with the comp, some maybe some better approach to the pools overall because the pacing was all over the place. But at least they get the picture, you know, they get this theory of what it should look like. I don't know, maybe
Yeah.
Meeres will also add to this, but
I mean, no, you're completely right. As you said, I think they need, like, if they want to upgrade a little bit, maybe a better comp in terms of like what they had, but also just playing more with the classes that they have will of course increase their like general speed and whatnot. But I think the biggest thing is communication with each other. If you play more, like having kicks go through is 95% of the time just communication issue, right? Or someone taking charge, I guess, of the kicks and whatnot. So if they fix that, I think they're gonna be cruising hard. Yeah, to be honest. So far, definitely the highest ceiling team, I guess. Let's say in terms of like classes and damage and whatnot, but definitely the most unstable, I guess.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
It's like Team Dire Wolves during the first season of MDI, where they were attempting some wild stuff, but they were
Oh.
just failing to execute.
Oh yes, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Meeres. What do you after this day? What do you think? What team has the most chance at winning this?
I mean, okay, I do think that the UA Poggers, like I said, if they do play a little bit, maybe get someone to call kicks and like figure it out. I think they have the highest damage because if they continue playing the comp and it doesn't get like banned, let's say, I guess, against or whatever, like completely cucked, I guess. Then I think they have the highest output and the highest chance. But I must say the Uwu team has the most insane strats. So if if Uwu team has good strats and stays consistent, they will win 100%. If UA Poggers gets to the point that they get better together, what is pretty hard until tomorrow, I guess. It's not that easy. But yeah, I think UA team is probably my favorite because of the consistency and what they have been doing, because they've been running really good strats for the format. And UA Poggers has the, let's say, I guess the idea right, yeah.
Yeah, but we still have the losers queue. Not today, obviously, but I mean,
we're going to play. I mean, today we're going one more series which is going to be lower bracket between Tauren
Oh,
Mills and
really?
UA Poggers. Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
No, not UA Poggers. Deplete Heroes. Sorry. Yeah, Deplete Heroes and Tauren
Okay.
Mills will be playing.
I see.
Yeah, one more. We have one more, guys. It's a 2-day tournament, not 3-day tournament. That's why.
True. Yes.
Yeah,
I mean, the loser bracket. I mean, that would be interesting. I think the Bleed Heroes will probably like my bet on the loser bracket. I guess I will. Like, what do you guys think? Okay, let's. What do you guys think of the loser bracket? Who will take the win?
To be fair, I think the play style between Tauren Mills and UA Poggers is very equal. Not UA Poggers. The play heroes is very similar. They just take things safe, but I feel like Tauren Mills will have a little bit of an advantage. I have a strange feeling that they're just a little bit stronger than DH team.
Yeah.
Yeah, same for me, to be honest. I'm not obviously trying to sound prejudiced, but I feel like for Tauren Mills, the biggest issue was tilt and not really managing the first pack. That was terrible. But yeah, overall, I feel like they have strong players. You know, they're individually strong players who push high ratings, but
Yeah.
as a team together, they never had this experience of playing together because they are like newly formed. They play for like 3 days, maybe 4 days together, and so yeah, obviously they have a lot to pass through as a team. You know, they need to learn from basic stuff like who will be, like Meeres said, who is calling out the kicks, who is calling out the strategies, who is deciding what to go next. Yeah, this is really important part of shaping as a team. And I
Yeah,
feel
for
like,
sure.
yeah, for Tauren Mills, that's a pass forward. Well, because they don't really have that vision in them. I feel like that pool was failed mostly because Tank was like, "All right, I managed to pull this off with Pugs," and Healer was like, "Wait, we don't do that with Pugs," and so yeah, it's kind of
I
messed up.
mean, that might be the case, yeah. I mean, now the good thing is they did play. The stress is a little bit less, even though they're in lower bracket. I think it's always that if you play the match already, you are more relaxed for sure. So they are more relaxed now. It's all good. They maybe talk to each other, be like, "Yo, these maps we have upcoming." Maybe made some strats together, or whatnot. I mean,
Yeah.
surely they have a good idea now. I think they're gonna like blast this good. I think. So yeah, I mean, my bet is also on Tormus, but the thing is, Deplete Heroes is always, as we know, if the other team makes a mistake, they will definitely capture that mistake and just chill and make their route, yeah, and they have a chance of winning, so I will not count them out, I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. And with this, we're gonna go on a little bit of a break between us and you viewers. We'll come back in a little bit and continue casting the third match of the day in the lower bracket for you between Tauren Mills and the Play Heroes. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere. And we're back to you guys. Hello, everyone, again. We're here to cast the third match of the day in the lower bracket between Torrent MILFs and Deplete Heroes. We're gonna have some fun dungeons there, something that we haven't seen yet, and I'm pretty sure we're gonna have some fun watching and casting for you.
Yep.
I mean, it will be interesting, yeah. We're also gonna see, of course, a little bit of maybe shaky teams in lower bracket. Like I said, yeah, maybe they're not so shaky, but there's also the chance that they are more shaky because they get knocked out when they lose. So who knows? Yeah. I hope everyone will have good how do you say, like no fear, and it will be a good matches. Yeah, that would be ideal.
I'm pretty confident. Well, we will have interesting maps for sure because those will be in Eltarion Slayer. We didn't see it today, so it will be fun to watch. And we will have Halls of Infusion, the one that I hate. And it's always fun to watch everyone else wiping there, you know? It's like when you're just from the outside watching how people struggle, it's way less stressful than struggling there yourself.
Oh,
So, yeah.
that is for sure true. Yeah, watching, like, I mean, I did suffer myself in some high key House of Infusions, but watching other people suffer in House of Infusion high keys or like in general keys is a lot more fun than playing it yourself. It's such a disaster key in a lot of situations. So
Yeah, so we have the information about the keys and the dungeon names. So we're gonna play Neltharian's Lair, Halls of Infusion, and Underrot, and the banned classes are Priest and Hunter. So Neltharian Lair will have Sanguine and Volcane, and for all of the dungeons are fortified. We're gonna have the Sad Face affix, I forgot the name, and
afflicted,
Raging,
yeah.
afflicted, and Tangling and Bursting in Underrot. So yeah, we'll see what's gonna happen. And the game one, the teams are ready. So this should be a quick one in terms of like, yeah, we're just showing the buns and everything, and as soon as the teams start the countdown, we will switch to the main screen.
The technology is warmed up, you say, basically.
Yeah. The tech is going correctly.
The technology is warmed up. Everything is going correctly. The key will be started. Will be a smooth transition. I can see that. Yeah. I mean, I have all the hopes. Yeah.
Yeah. The production team warmed up as well.
Yes, exactly. I mean, that's always the case. So.
Yeah. When the production is working great, everything goes great, and the people are happy. But yeah, the teams. They just wait for the go and everything. This is actually going to be a pretty interesting Neltharian's Lair. This isn't that like I want to say there is not that much variance in this dungeon. It's very straightforward. But the third boss is really pain. And if you can't, well, the teams are starting, so I can't really talk that much.
I mean, you can continue. I mean, right now they're going down the waterfall, so
yeah. So there isn't that much variance, and we can see on the side of the Deplete Heroes, you know, the jump skip of the first couple seconds didn't really work out for their healer. On the side of Deplete Heroes, but I think Torrent MILFs, most of like all of them did jump on the first seconds, and that gives them a little bit of a head start against their opponents.
Oh yeah, I mean here it's actually interesting. Again, with their comms, they're playing Mage, Boomkin, and Red Paladin, right, on Torrent MILFs with the Blood Decay, and the Bleed Heroes is playing their different comm now because of course Hunter got banned, so the person jumped on Evoker. It's actually Augmentation Evoker. So this is very interesting because they basically have now Augmentation Evoker and a Fire Mage. What is pretty good comp, I would say. The Enhanced Shaman also profiting kind of decent from like Augmentation Evoker in general. Mm-hmm. So this would be an interesting match to see the damage output, I guess, at least. But now at least for the probably the first time, like obviously no flame to the Blood Decays, but Blood Decay is very nice in Nepharion's Lair, and especially when it comes with Sanguine, because you can grip all the annoying guys that throw the like the pelters, basically, that throw the stones at people. You can grip them around, you can move properly, and you don't really have a big issues. Where on the side of Deplete Heroes, the only real classes that have a knock is the healer himself, of course, with Typhoon and maybe some not so nice blast waves and whatnot.
Oh, what's
Um,
going on the
and to-
Tauren Mills? Look at that. What are they doing?
Yeah, Tormus, the DK is going on the waterfall. He wants to swim a little bit here, I guess. Just dragging it down, I guess. I don't know. I mean, working out well for them. They didn't heal that much with Sanguine, so was all good here on the Deplete Hero side. You can see the healer trigger early, the RP. Very
Mhm.
nice. So yeah. They basically evenly matched. The only difference is that Tormus didn't use Bloodlust yet. They're using it now on the boss, and Deplete Heroes didn't use it on the boss. So yeah, it would be interesting to see how they're gonna score off on the speed on the boss.
Well, this boss is a pretty forgiving on fortified, but it's such a nightmare on tyrannical. If your team, I mean, at least that what happens on my life keys is if somebody's just sleeping on the odds, you just insta wipe on something like above 20. Well,
Yeah, definitely. I mean, definitely. The good thing is that both comms, to be honest, have really good add damage. Like Fire Mage just has passive damage to it. Enhance is really, really strong killing it. And I mean, Augmentation just buffs them, right? So nothing too crazy. And on the other side, they have a Frost Mage, a Balance Druid, and a Red Paladin, all passive cleaving classes. So they will basically have like absolutely no issue with these adds. So I think it should be quite like it will be a chill ride for both teams on this boss, I think.
Yeah, on the side of Tauren Mills, we see a bit of more damage output, I guess, because I don't really see the frame of the target on Deplete Hero's stream, because I assume he moved it somewhere to the top side. But from what I see on the plater, or is it Queen Name plates, doesn't matter. The boss is falling down a bit slower for Deplete Heroes.
Yeah, definitely.
So it feels like all the guys from the Tauren Mill, they are really equal in damage output. I mean, on single target, they have pretty decent damage, I guess. And yeah, and they've already killed the first boss, and they're going for the ride.
yeah. The Fire Mage main is happy to play Fire Mage, and he's blasting right now
He's
on the
Frost.
side of Torrent.
He's
No, he
Oh,
is Frost, yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, he is
Sorry, my
Frost.
bad. I
I-
thought
I
it's
mean-
the Deplete Heroes Frost.
But both specs are kind of decent. Like both are really, really broken. So I think it doesn't really matter what you play. You can.
Okay.
The only issue I see with Frost is it's sanguine. It's like a little bit
Oh
of shooting
yeah,
yourself. It's like
yeah.
shooting yourself in the foot, no? I mean,
Yeah. From Blizzard, slow. Yeah, sanguine mobs barely
Yeah, yeah.
moving.
Oh, it's fine. You can release right here, yeah. But he lost his Incan from the looks of it, so that's a big hit to the overall DPS. But coming back to the Frost Decay with the Sanguine, you are right. But also, you do have the Blood Decay fixing all the issues of the Frost Mage a little bit, I guess. Being able to grip all the pelters out of the Sanguine as well, so that's kind of nice. But Frost Mage a little bit counterproductive in this comp for sure. Yeah, and here also we can see a big, like a bigger difference, let's say, I guess, in the first pull already, where Torn Mills does like this first pull with the drummer, the double avalanche guy, and the crocodile hunter, where on the other hand, Deplete Heroes just moves past all of that and basically skips the beginning of the dungeon, probably opting out to do more later on in the dungeon.
Yeah.
And just doing like the pull here now with the double pelter and the avalanche guys. So this is a little bit dangerous as they are not really synced up and you need to dodge a lot, but thankfully all their classes are not too cast heavy and they can just manage it good, I think.
Oh yeah, the avalanche is a nightmare for the classes that don't have that much movement, and they just like to be chilling.
Yeah, here the druid running very close to ninja pulling the patrol, but he's not all good. So yeah, it's looking good. On
All
Tower
right.
Myth side, oh, they're actually invis skipping this. Okay.
Oh, apparently not.
Yeah.
Oh, they
No,
skipped
no,
the
like
previous
the-
pack. Yeah.
They're skipping the double pelter because they don't have a Shadow Priest to Mind Surf, of course. That does make sense. And now they're doing a very difficult pull here where when you do get... Ooh, need to watch out.
Mage already
Their
died.
mage died.
Major down, yeah. Like I said, this is a difficult pull in terms of the how do you say, the random damage that the pelter is shooting out on everyone, and then you also need to properly dodge the avalanche and not kill like other people
yourself
or
and the
yourself, I
others,
guess.
yeah.
Yeah, like there's a lot of things to look out for here. The tank taking a lot of damage here, but actually Blood Decay probably being the best tank for these mobs actually. So they should be really chilling. Where on the other
Yeah.
hand, you can see the Prot Paladin taking a lot of damage, but it's all good, yeah.
It's a big
Uh,
respect to tank of Tauren Mills to just bring the blood decay, because that's not the spec that does the best right now.
Oh yeah,
And,
for sure.
But yeah, for the places like this where there's a bunch of magic damage going on and you can continuously deal with like big smaller hits or hits of magic damage where you can absorb them with your absorption shield from AMS and stuff. It's really good. And also there are a bunch of mobs that really don't like staying next to the other mobs, like those pelters where they just jump when the spamming jug discs. And Death Grip is a really good thing for this kind of dungeon, for Blood DK at least.
Yeah. Like here they're both kind of doing the same, even though Deplete Heroes is collecting some more count on the side of the dungeon here, like picking up this pelter on the side that I think no one ever plays basically. And just going the other way around was like the opposite of the standard, I guess, as you can see on the on Tauren Myth side, they're going like the standard route.
And they're 13% behind.
Oh, they also pulled him, but with Death Grip.
Hey, sorry, who's 13% behind?
Deplete Heroes, they have 30, 46, 47% enemy forces, and Tauren Mills have like 61, I guess. I barely see.
Yeah, that would make sense. They put it up because Tauren Myth did like the big pull in the beginning before the first boss, right? But now they're doing some crazy pull with double, triple pelter, everything spreading, the mage going down, less targets for the pelters now. That looks very bad for the survivors of the camp. Yeah, the Boomkin also going down, the Red Paladin going down here. Oh no. Okay.
It's really hard to execute because pelters, they constantly jump away from you and they're big hitters. So yeah.
Yeah, actually, if you don't target pelters as melee players, they will never jump. Yeah. That is actually the mechanic how they work is, so if your tank or any melee DPSer never takes them into target and actually actively attacks them, they will never jump away.
What
Even with cleaving?
Yeah. Also with cleaving, like basically how you can play it is that the range players main target the pelters and the melee players target the avalanche guy, like the
breaker,
the big guy, the breaker, and they will never jump. Like the pelters will never jump. So yeah.
Okay, that's pretty good to know.
That is very interesting. And also on the other mechanic that the pelter has that is a big issue for Tauren Myth right now is that the pelter throw never targets healers, which means that right now the Boomkin came back as the only guy. Basically walked in and the pelter just had his discs ready and was just throwing all of them at the Boomkin and he insta died again, but they did rest him. So yeah, that's like when you're alone with the healer and the tank, the pelters actually just don't do anything anymore for some reason. A little bit of a weird mob, yeah.
So the Deplete Heroes, they're again winning by chilling pretty much. The Tauren Mills, they have 6 deaths. Deplete Heroes have only 1 death, and that's the difference of 20 seconds. Even though the health of the boss is like 10% difference or something like that. Yeah,
it's hard to calculate, but it feels like the damage output is relevantly similar, I guess.
Yeah, but the deaths are really what is just putting Tauren Mills behind.
Yep.
Now we can see from the Tauren Mills tank, he's just like, yeah, I'm turning my UI off just to make sure that I track the signature mechanic of this boss.
He's following it with the mouse. How cute is this?
That's a
He's
big
like,
brain. That's a big
yeah,
brain move from him.
I must say this is what I normally do as well. Yeah, it's
Oh.
super good.
What I
Yeah,
do, I watch with my eyes and with my mouse, but I just don't disable my UI. Do you disable your UI as well, or just?
No, I don't. No, I don't disable my UI. I just follow with the mouse.
Ah,
Basically.
yeah.
Just the thing is, normally, like you do see it, right? Like you're like, okay, I mean, you know where it goes. But it's the safety where you feel good when you have the mouse on it. You're like, yeah, I know where it is, basically, in a way.
Yeah, yeah.
So
The both teams are pretty much killing it like 5 seconds apart. The second boss, so Ularok Crack Shaper goes down, and the both teams are going into the next section of the dungeon. I wanted to make it sound fancy, but I just stuttered several times.
it sounded pretty fancy because you know the boss name. I have no clue how this boss is called. So I think that was already fancy enough for my taste, at least.
Big brain move. Just like a look at the boss's name when he dies. The standard UI highlights his name.
It's pretty crazy.
Kind of wild, isn't it?
It is kind of wild. Here, actually, on this pull, interesting. Two different approaches to the pull, in terms of the like where to stack them up and whatnot. Toromilch just decided to bring everything back kind of to the lake, where the Deplete Heroes got like all the crocodiles out and now are kiting back here. This basically makes it so like the Deplete Heroes walks away from their target of going further into the dungeon, where Toromilch kind of backpedaled into this part. So that's kind of nice from them. Not sure if intentional or not, but it was nice. And now they're doing a very big pull here on the right side with the caster, 2 smash guys, and like most important thing here is like controlling the maggots that like the grub master spit out. Otherwise you suffer horrible experiences with worms that grip you in and basically kill you. So they're doing a good job at dealing with those here. On the same side, Deplete Heroes doing this as well, just a little bit slower, doing it like in 2 pulls instead of 1.
Yeah, this pull can really go out of control if you don't kill the metamorphing worms.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you don't kill a metamorphing worm, like the random people get gripped and then they fly around, and it's a big disaster. Let's say, I would say. Yeah.
Druid dies again.
On the side of Torn Mills, yeah.
Yep.
Well, this is a boss for sure. He has one annoying mechanic and a lot of raid wide damage. Did they ever nerf this place? Because when it's tyrannical weak and it's like above 20, it's a nightmare to kill this worm.
Yeah, they did nerf his spit damage by a decent. Oh no, they tanked the seed on Tormwil's side.
God.
But I don't. Did they pull the boss? Wait, they didn't, right? I think.
I don't think so.
But I feel like it's something is wrong. He's streaming, so he has internet connection, but he's not connecting to the.
This is horrible. This is plain horrible for
no.
Torrent Mills right now.
Yeah. That is really, really weird. Well, let's see how it goes, but yeah, if he is not online in the next 10 seconds or so, it's death sentence to this run. All right, now we see the full stream.
Yeah,
Now we see the full skills.
We're swapping over.
Yeah,
Yep.
just making sure we're seeing the game when the guy on the tank on Torrent Mills figures out what's going on. But this is definitely a disaster for them. This is not what would have supposed to happen, right? But I think if somebody gets a disconnect on MDI, you continue, right?
Yes, it's actually the exact same thing. If it's like there's no pause or anything, so if someone DCs an MDI, there's just a very big unluck, sadly. Yeah, it's one of the main issues. I think the thing is that obviously we're not at LAN, so there's nothing that you can say. If they would pause it when you have a DC, you could by mistake stumble upon your cable when you're looking at a bad run and just get like a remake or a pause or whatnot. So the rule basically says you just continue whatever happens, basically.
Are you playing from home when you participate in MDI, or do you have some booth camp with PC?
No, we're playing from home, yeah.
unless it's like Even the finals, right, are from home right now.
Yes,
Unless
yes.
it's set up in a venue. Yeah.
Yeah, unless it's organized from Blizzard, everything is at home basically. So
Well,
here, of course, very sad for Torrent that they see it here because they were definitely ahead by a long shot. Because as we can see here, the depleted heroes have 80% count now. They need to make up 20% count in this area. This means they're basically killing almost everything. But it is very good count here. I think this is very underrated good count. So I think they opted out to do good count, but obviously, like compared to Tormers, it was just like smaller pulls. Let's say, I guess that's why they lost a little bit in pace. But even if they did lose in pace, they are still very fast in like the general theme of the dungeon, and they haven't died as well. So they're doing technically everything right. Yeah, kind of nice. Yeah.
yeah, we're gonna be watching the POV of the healer from the team deplete heroes while tank of the Torrent Mills figures out what the issue is. But this is definitely like a forfeited match. Not much the game. So yeah.
Did you receive any update? Did he manage
No.
to log in? Or I see, I
No,
see.
not yet. That's a little bit unfortunate.
I feel like if he doesn't reconnect, like when this game ends and he doesn't reconnect in next 20 minutes, 30 minutes or so, I feel like it's technical lose, right?
Yeah. Well, from what I know now is that their tank is downloading an update right now. Somehow.
Oh.
So for some reason I don't understand.
Oh no. Okay. I mean, I think that does happen sometimes. That when obviously an update is queued from Blizzard side, that when you log out completely, like restart the client, what he did, I think, then you just update. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Nothing. Yeah.
basically, what happens? His client wasn't updated, and by the end he got disconnected. And every time he tried to reconnect, he had the incompatible message, which is like your dungeon, your client version is different from the server version. Please update. So that's super unfortunate, but I hope that the update goes through, and for the next two matches, Team Torrent Mills will continue playing.
Hopefully, yeah. Okay, at least we get to see what count they do here. They just did like the good count, I would say here. Very nice of them. Now they have the how's it called? Now they're gonna have one person do the skip here. Okay, never mind. I mean, technically they could have because they had 100% count. So I'm not sure if this was like a reaction to them like having the other team DC. I don't even know if they know what's happening to the other team. But yeah, in general, like here you would pull these mobs normally with a person that has either Invis or Shadow Melt or Vanish or Feign Death or any kind of like dropping aggro mechanic. Then the tank pulls the boss right. The person pulling the trash Shadow Melts or loses aggro with the pack, and then it doesn't chain into the boss because otherwise you would just run to the boss here. The mobs would come and you would wipe sadly. So yeah, I guess they just opted out to kill these now because they have the time and they can just chill a little bit. And I mean, this last boss on Fortified should not cause any issues, I'm pretty sure.
Oh well. I hope that the updating the client fixes the issue for Torrent Mills, and we will continue the match. But otherwise, if the issue doesn't get fixed, it's was it technical lose, technical defeat? I don't know. The game is playing against the team, and they're going out pretty much. But apparently it works, except
Yeah, well, I feel like it's funny. I would be really laughing if this team manages to get the prize. I mean, the first place. You see what I mean, yeah? It would be really funny if every game they win is the game of winning either through the mistakes of their opponents or through some sort of disconnects. That would be hilarious.
I would be fuming if I was in Torrent Mills team and just lost to such things. Honestly.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, of course, this is very unlucky for Torn Mills, yeah. But it is a strategy that is getting used a lot as well in MDI and whatnot to just have the safer, not so fast route and bank on the other team wiping. And it does pay off a lot of times for sure for some teams, yeah. So I respect it, yeah. I have seen this a lot in MDI already.
It appears to be the updating issue is not just on the tank. So
What do you mean?
it's not just the tank that
Oh
had
my
the
God.
issue. Everybody
Oh,
who
no.
logged out from the game or something like that gets the issue.
Ah,
So
Yeah,
I don't
because
know.
Blizzard probably pushed an update, right? I
Yeah.
assume, and yeah.
Yeah, well, I guess we're back to webcams, screens, and GG to Team Deeply Heroes. They won the first match fair and square for sure.
congratulations.
Congratulations. Wait, the second match, can someone remind me? That was Horse of Infusion, right? Yes. So
Yeah.
in Horse of Infusion, I mean, the thing is, their comp is actually not that bad in Horse of Infusion, like what they're playing. Because Anna Shaman is actually pretty good in Horse of Infusion. The pulls that you're doing are not super insane. I mean, Fire, like Mage and Augmentation is really good. So Propalas carries the kicks that they're lacking because of the Druid healer. I don't know, yeah. I really don't. I think they could take it home in a like normal match without any big issues as well, to be honest. Because like the other classes are not really that hot for like Tauren Mills in this case.
Yeah, Tauren Mill's greatest enemy is disconnect, apparently.
I also hope that I really hope that Tauren Mills is not like getting discouraged or anything now because they deceit.
Oh yeah,
I-
that would definitely be a bummer.
Like of course it's not nice to lose to this, but if you need to stay positive, it's all good.
Yeah.
They need to have the mindset we can easily win the next two matches and then they're gonna be cruising. But if they're like, oh no, disaster, like I hope not. But yeah, I'm wishing them the best, I guess.
Yeah, well, if what are the conditions of the further games, Dwea? Do you know maybe how long should
I
they?
mean, it looks like the guys are online on the side of Tauren Mills, and
All
we're
right.
going to be continuing.
Oh,
Nice,
okay.
nice. That's perfect.
Maybe it will require an extra minute to set up. I don't know. It seems like the guys are just preparing now like usual, and I hope, just like you said, Meeres, that they're just gonna go with a good mindset and just reset and think pretty much nothing happened.
Yes, that is what I hope for them. But I mean, if they also like the guild, the boys, you know, I think they will manage. Yeah, I have high hopes on them.
Oh well, I guess we're just going to see what happens. But the first win is on the Play Heroes. I wouldn't say it's. I can't even say was it fair, was it unfair. It's just a situation that happened, and we just move on with it.
I
You
think
know,
it's unluck. Yeah, that's
it's
what.
life. It's
Yeah,
life.
it's unluck. That's what we call it in MDI. Yeah, it's fine. You know, that's what we always say. But it's an unluck for sure. Yeah. But maybe they also get paid back now with the karma that they did DC and had a bad time so far that they're just gonna be flying through the next two dungeons. No issues and all good. Yeah.
Hopefully.
I mean,
Well, the next dungeon we're going to have is Halls of Infusion with a upset face affix and the raging eye affix, as well as fortified. Damn.
all the faces. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. Faces and eyes and stuff. Crazy. The Halls of Infusion is an interesting dungeon. I think the most trash that you pull is at the start, right? And everything else is like those kind of like small bits and just chunks of the pools. They are not like all the time 10, 12 mobs at the time. So should be interesting to see how guys optimize their movement and their like the packs that they pull around the dungeon, because this one is really big, and walking correctly and pathing correctly is important here, I feel like.
I mean, it will be definitely interesting to see. Maybe some teams opt out to go like after the first boss, the left side instead of the right side, that is more running but easier mobs, especially if you don't have a slow class and whatnot. I'm not sure. I mean, there's some options that they can pick. Do less count at the beginning, do more count after the frog boss, where you have like these dragons and stuff. Especially if you don't have a shadow priest, that is like a big thing to maybe consider playing more mobs after the second boss, because you can't really skip them that well. Normally, you run there with Mindsooth and just like turn around and like run like Mindsooth like 6-7 packs, and you just do a quick zoom through. Where if you don't have that, you need to invispot, and then maybe someone forgets to invispot, and it's just not nice. I don't know.
Yeah, so the status for now is that clients of the guys on the torrent mills are just getting updated right now. So as soon as they get all of their updates on and everything's all right, we're gonna start the key. So we're going to be here just for a little bit more.
That's
Oh,
that's great. That's great to hear, because I was already ready to kick them from the guild. Like, like, so okay. I'm joking. Oh, my webcam is lagging. All right, it's not lagging anymore. It
Yeah.
wasn't lagging. It was my frustration and the Tourette syndrome. You know, I was
It-
like already twitching,
It
really
was
hard.
it was getting transferred to the camera. I know that feeling. Yeah, when you're like
Yeah.
when you're like, oh no, or maybe you were also sending so much good energy to the team that like your cam was taking up all the bad energy and was just lagging. Yeah, who knows?
I don't know what was it, but it was definitely not a good energy, because I was like, what are you doing, guys? Stop messing up. Come on.
I mean, it's fine. Yeah. Now, as I said, they would bounce back. Yeah. Get the blood decay out.
Yeah,
Maybe.
yeah.
Okay. No. Sorry. No flame. Of course. Yeah.
Yeah. Next time, definitely. Next will be win. Yeah, and like next year. I mean, next year will
Next
Yeah.
tournament.
next tournament will definitely be a win.
I mean, there might also be the chance. This is always a thing. Sometimes I think people do that, by the way. That if you continue to play the same class, at one point, the time will come that your class will be good. Like if he continues to play Blood Decay for the next, like, I don't know how many years, then the rotation of tanks probably flows back to Blood Decay at one point in the tournaments, and then the time to shine comes. Yeah. Some people do that in MDI. They just play one class only, or like in qualifiers or whatever. They just play one class only, and they sometimes their team is really good because they're playing one class only, and sometimes it's really not that good because their class is not that good. So yeah, it happens.
Yeah,
Oh,
Blood Decay to me seems like it's more good than less good, than not good in kind of scenario. I feel like Blood Decay gets like a better like side of the stick, longer side of the stick more often rather than not. It's pretty interesting that it's not the meta tank for 2 seasons now, right? It wasn't
Yeah.
that great previous season either. It's kind of weak.
I mean, it's still interesting, and of course, I'm just joking a little bit about the Blood Decay, yeah. But I do think, how's it called? I don't think the Blood Decay contributed anything to the
yeah.
to the issue for sure.
like. I don't think the Blood Decay made them DC, so I think that's the other thing.
He stole too much blood from his internet. The internet died.
Yeah,
Too much
maybe.
blood from Blizzard servers.
Jesus.
Therefore, I'm so sorry, by the way. If Blood Decay friend, if you're watching, I don't mean it. Yeah, I really don't. I love Blood Decay. Yeah.
Meeres is the DK player anyway, so yeah,
True,
you
yeah.
should be advocating for blood DKs on top of just DKs.
I mean, I was even playing Blood Decay in the Frio qualifiers, right? So I had fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
What were you playing for this not M plus for this Mythic prog? I've seen you play on Brewmaster, I think, a couple times.
This Mythic progress I was Brewmaster because we planned to not play any monk buff, basically, and I was the only monk buff planned. But then our Mistweaver randomly decided to get super lucky in his splits and got like the best gear in the world. So we played Brewmaster and Mistweaver, but it was horrible. Like, I mean, Brewmaster was just really bad, and you only played it for the debuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fine, yeah. At least now my Brewmaster is kind of like getting buffed a little bit. It's still paper tank, but it's still... I mean, it's there, yeah. It exists, I guess.
Well, it just happens to be that sometimes, yeah, classes. It used to be during old year, wasn't it the best tank for tanking? I remember like everybody.
Oh,
played...
Yeah, no. Blood Decay had. Sorry, not Blood Decay. Monk was like the best tank for, I think, almost two expansions for almost every
Yeah.
raid. It was like really, really broken, and it was like one of the best by a lot.
In
And
Battle for Azeroth, I guess, yeah? You were talking about that period.
yeah, like it was really good on the
Yeah.
Zorf. It was like in that whole period of. Yeah, it was BFA. Yeah. Basically, in the
yeah.
whole BFA period, Brewmaster was really insane. Before that, it was like DK, of course, and Legion was like, I mean, okay, that was uncomparable, I think. Before that, in Legion, Guardian Druid was also insane in the beginning. And Warrior Tank was good before that. Demon Hunter was actually never that good, if you think about it. Like, Demon Hunter was only brought to Casanafria.
What
I don't know,
about Legion? What about Legion? I guess in Legion, Demon Hunter was decent for one season. At least.
Yeah, true. Demon Hunter was good there, but it had the issue that it was so broken in beta, like it could solo
Yeah.
everything, that it got nerfed so much that like the scaling fell down a little bit after the first season, and then people didn't play it anymore. But you're right, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I remember Blood Decay being relevant for like 2 or 3 weeks of season 1 of BFA. When everybody was playing Blood Decay, it was something was broken. I don't remember what, but I definitely remember even you were playing with Blood Decay. At least now who was playing on stream.
That might be true, but I don't know why. Yeah, I remember something happening what you're describing,
Yeah.
but I'm not actually sure what happened, why this was the case. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
It
I
was
can't
like
remember.
this buzz for I remember for 3 weeks there was this buzz about Blood Decay finally being meta after who knows how many years.
I mean,
And
it was like 4 years or something. Yeah, so everyone was
yeah,
hyped about it. Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
Yeah,
And
then
then
they
Blizzard-
reworked Warriors in season 2 of BFA, and then they just continued to stay relevant until the end.
I mean, that's true. I mean, Warrior was actually weirdly enough this Warrior rework for the tanking. I called this like long time ago. There's even a clip on my Twitch. Like I was playing Warrior for like a year before, and I was hoping, like I said, this class is absolutely horrible to play, and I was just praying that they will rework it. And I was like saying, man, you need to make like heavy repercussions at talent. You need to give like the choices between Into the Fray and like other things. And then this expansion comes out with a new talent tree, and they make all the changes I want. Yeah.
Yeah.
They just like they give the talent tree, everything is super
Yeah.
broken, and I'm like, this is exactly what I described like a year ago, basically when I started my hope in Warrior Tank for this expansion, and now it was so OP for the first raid, and then they decided to I guess we drop it now. Yeah, very sad. I had a lot of fun on Warrior Tank.
The
It's a
guys
constant
are
cycle.
almost ready. They're
Awesome.
preparing, so we're about to start our Halls of Infusion with Afflicted and Raging and Fortified. So
Oh
yeah,
no.
as soon as
But
the
sorry, what?
timer,
Yeah, sorry. What did you want to say? You were starting about something, but I kind of stopped you halfway through.
who, me?
No, Reikuu.
Oh, Reikuu.
Sorry, exactly. Can you repeat the question, please?
No,
you were
I said you
talking.
wanted to say something, but we kind of interrupted because of the guys. Yeah.
No, I didn't want.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Actually, I wanted to say something like, yeah, it doesn't really matter, but I just wanted to add to your point of view that you said that Warriors got nerfed after one broken patch. Yeah, I wanted to add that it's like the constant
They
state of.
started.
All right. God damn it.
There,
We will
there
never
is-
finish.
well,
We will
there
never
is
finish.
some desync, but we can manage. Oh well, it's all right.
It's a 10-second. Yeah, I think it would
Yeah.
be fine.
We won't even notice it after a bunch of guys die.
Okay, that's I mean, that's one way to look at it, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. They take the whole room. Torrent Mills take the whole room. I didn't know. The Deplete Heroes also took the
Oh
whole
my
room,
God.
correct?
No, actually, the Deplete was only doing the right side. I think
Oh,
they
right,
were
all right.
skipping the left. So Tormund is definitely doing the bigger pull. I think that's definitely better doing the bigger pull in the beginning of the dungeon. I mean, there's not really a point not doing it. So I think this is a good percentage advantage, I guess, let's say.
We will see how it goes later on along the line. If Blood Decay dies or someone disconnects, you know,
No.
my hand is already on the kick button. Like I
No,
have
no.
a special kick button, you know, like a huge
Oh,
one.
all guys at once. No, I mean here though, here again to see they're playing Frost Mage, right? Deplete Heroes playing Fire Mage.
Yeah, I see the roster didn't change from the last game. Yeah, so
Exactly.
we have this Retribution Paladin, Frost Mage, we have Druid is Boomkin, yeah, and Blood Decay and Resto Shaman. And on
Yeah.
Deplete Heroes, we have Resto Druid, we have Proto Paladin, and we have Augmentation Evoker with Enhancement and Fire Mage. Yeah, so completely different. Same but different, but still same. I mean,
Yeah, exactly. I don't know, yeah. I don't know what to think of these. Like, I think both comps are not too bad.
well, I
Like-
mean,
Hmm.
if they make it work, why not?
Yeah, I think both comps definitely are not how's it called? They definitely pick the good classes. Yeah, there's not really like any bad class in the team, so that's good at least already for the speed. I think I like that a lot.
Yeah, but from what I see at least, Deplete Heroes, they obviously have this comp better suited for one another. I mean, yeah, Resto Druid is a bit off the line, but as you've told before, they have Augmentation Evoker who buffs Fire Mage, and it's like a huge buff for Fire Mage. And he also buffs Enhancement Shaman. His Prescience, his 3% crit, is really good for Shaman, because as far as I know, Enhancement currently benefits from decently. So,
yeah, and I think augmentation is really good buffing enhance. Like,
Yep.
So I think you're right.
And another benefit is Enhancement doesn't even have to play Wind Fury. God, I hate that spell.
That is actually true. Yeah, not playing Wind Fury. I always heard our shamans in the guild say, "Man, not playing Wind Fury is so much nicer to play." Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It's just really inconvenient to be responsible for placing something that only affects everything into a 25-yard range or something like that, you know? Especially if you remember this boss, you obviously do this spider boss in the first raid. Jesus, I forgot.
was Zenith.
Yeah, Sanath. I just want to forget her because it's terrible, just horrible boss. But yeah, as an enhancement shaman, it was just unbearable, you know? You constantly have to replace it. Obviously, there was a macro and stuff like that, but still. Yeah. So, but
yeah.
as for the pools, from what I see, Torrent Mills opted for the larger pool on the circle. I assume they wanted to unlock or did I miss it? They wanted to unlock the res, as the extra. I mean,
cheat death.
the extra
Yeah.
cheat death. Yeah, because Deplete Heroes went straight for the boss.
No, actually, I'm not sure. It looks like looking at the buffs of Deplete Heroes, I can see the cheat death there. So they did
Yeah, I
pick it up
also
as well.
see. I also
Yeah.
see this.
So yeah, both have the cheat death, but count-wise, Torrent Mills has like more. Yeah.
More, definitely more. Like 15% more they will have after this pack. So yeah.
Yeah. Wait, are they opting out to play this with the boss?
No.
If so, that is pretty. How do you say? Adventurous, I would call it.
Adventurous, yeah.
I like that, but or maybe they just stack it up down here. Okay, that is also good. Yeah.
Yeah, but thank God they didn't pull the boss because it would be way too risky. But yeah.
Actually, very interesting stack up spot for this pack. I've never seen these mobs actually move this well. Yeah, I might yoink this. Yeah, for if we play ever this pack. Yeah, because a big thing about this pack is that they're chaining the boss into these guys. That's very smart, guys. Yeah, I think we're onto something. Yeah. Because, I mean, basically, these mobs, they don't do any damage. They're just some kicks, and they don't do any damage apart from the tank frontal that he can also dodge. So it's kind of like whatever.
Yeah,
so they do gain some good time here.
Yeah, and what I know, that's basically what we were talking about their playstyle. Yeah, you can see that they are experienced from like pushing high keys. They understand where to pull something, but it's just the small moments that make them sometimes lose. Like, I mean, not even lose, catching something, not interrupting something, like pulling those three pelters. Yeah, slight moments like that cause death, and essentially they waste time running back and stuff like that.
Oh
Because
yeah.
because team deplete heroes, yeah, they are just keeping on their strategy, playing it chill, pack by pack, boss by boss, simply as that. And they've already killed Iridius, and but yeah, the enemy percentage difference is like huge from what I see. Not
Yeah,
not a
it's
lot.
probably like a minute and a half, I would assume.
Yep.
So they're probably on equal, if not the Tauren Mills being a little bit ahead in this case, actually, because they count later in the dungeon, like I said, the like all these dragons in the gauntlet and stuff, they're like really horrible mobs. So
Yeah, and it's
yeah.
fortified. It's not tyrannical, from what I remember. So
Yeah,
yeah, so
it's fortified.
we should also consider that Tauren Mills will probably skip the drakes. They don't have priests, but they might spot them.
I guess they will in spot. I mean, that's what I would do in their case for
Yeah.
sure. And the interesting fact is what I mentioned earlier is that deplete heroes actually went left here instead of right. So let's see where Tauren Mills go, like up the ramp left here. Or if they opt out to go right. I think with a Frost Mage, you would certainly always go to the right side, yeah? Because you have a perma. I
And they
never.
go left.
Okay,
And
I mean,
and they go left.
I mean, it's fine. Yeah, they do what they like. But I think a Frost Mage giving like the permanent slow basically to all the frogs makes them like really easy to play, and it's just a faster like route through the dungeon basically. Or maybe what are they doing now?
Yeah, maybe they just want an extra count from this pool, and that's it.
All right. All right. I see now.
Okay, interesting.
What are they doing? I don't really understand. I am not following this at all. I've never seen anything like this before.
Okay, I've also never seen this. I mean, so basically they're just playing the 4 casters together instead
Yeah.
of playing like 2 casters only, which
Yeah,
makes
they get the benefit from the beam. That's one thing, and that's pretty much enough for just kill them when they are just in the beam for 8 seconds. They can't cast. You don't need that many interrupts, and that's a GG.
yeah, very very interesting actually. This so now they're doing the normal frogs. What I expected, yeah, with the how do you say, with the frost mage, like the blood decay can also help stack them up a little bit good with the able limp. You can see here frost mage slowing them, so they should just be chilling very hard. All the classes they have are doing like good damage. On the side of deplete heroes, they're almost done with this way to the mini boss, let's say, I guess. Yeah. They did pick up more count than Tauren Mills. Of course, they had to because they obviously skipped a decent amount of count already. Here, I don't really know what's happening now. The druid, they're skipping these mobs.
Mm-hmm. That's a weird strategy, to be
Wait,
honest.
does it work by just straight up walking past them?
No, this looks like an invis spot for sure for them.
Oh, okay.
Oh, what is going on?
Death
So
skip?
Paladin pulled them now.
Maybe he doesn't have invis spot. It seems like he will die here and then will get rest. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. That's why he was face palming on.
Yes.
You noticed it too, because I was wondering
Yeah.
why is he face palming?
Oh,
Okay.
then
Very
those
interesting.
guys are pulling extra from this side as well. All right.
Yeah, this is actually a normal high key strat actually to pull like these dragonflies here because they're just good count and just for free more or less, let's say.
Yeah.
So you pull these and then you do the pull on the left here with the casters. This is a very spicy pull actually. You want cooldowns for this, but from the looks of it, they have legit every cooldown in the game. They have incan, wings. So they should be chilling hard, I think. And on the side of deplete heroes, they skip these mobs with an invis pot and are just playing the mini bosses now, yeah? Interesting.
That's
Yeah.
a weird choice of pulls, to be honest. Well, I mean,
Tauren Mills are pulling mini bosses on top of this trash as well. Damn.
Yeah.
That's sick.
Crazy.
The guys are definitely trying to get balls deep into this dungeon just to make sure that they get some advantages so they can win the key and continue the series and not just quit the tournament pretty much.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, right now they're on a pace to like win by a long shot, I think, actually. They have a lot more count. They have a better pathing, in my opinion, in terms of how they set up the pulls. This this caster pull before the frog was a little bit weird to me personally. I didn't really know what that will do for the overall count, but I guess we see it later. But yeah, on the side of Deplete Heroes, I mean, they have 60% count. They will need to do a lot of count on these dragons, yeah, and it seems like they get to work already on here, and just gonna slowly chop away on this gauntlet, I guess, yeah.
Not having a priest is a real nightmare here because of that deep chill dot really hurts. But
Yeah,
the
that is
heroes
true.
dealing fine with it, fortunately.
So also Torn Myths, like I'm actually not sure. Oh, they blood. Okay, so the Deplete Heroes opted out to go to the Gauntlet with some mobs to Bloodlust this dragon, and then backtrack to the Frog, where on the side of Torn Myths they Bloodlusted the previous pull, like the big pull that we saw with the mini bosses and stuff, and then just went boss with no cooldowns basically. Yeah, that does make sense. They are probably thinking to get 2 Bloodlust in this dungeon, so sending them on cooldown is definitely the right choice.
Well, I mean, this boss is a target dummy. After all, it does nothing. It just
Yeah, as long
stomp
as you
and adds.
yeah, as long as you keep the odds in the consume range, it's GG.
Yeah, and just, I mean, they have a Frost Mage, so this should happen passively, I think, just letting
They have,
them.
well, they have
Like, they have
Vortex.
Vortex. Yeah, they have Vortex, Typhoon, they have a Frost Mage, they have a Blood Decay in case some Frogware escapes, I guess. It's super, super nice, I think. Yeah, interesting, though. And Deplete Hero is obviously doing this whole Dragon count shenanigans here on the side. Tank going down. Yeah, these mobs are pretty hard because of these ice shards they cast that are uninterruptible but only disruptible. So you need to have like proper stuns and disrupts on them. But it's not the easiest, especially not if you're like experienced doing it. But they did salvage the pull, and now they're gonna do the frog boss. Probably have cooldowns here as well.
But it feels like they're slowly getting behind because Torrent Milfs, if nothing changes in their pace, it looks like they're going for the win this time because they have much more percentage, yeah? Even with all those dragons that were killed by Deplete Heroes. The Torrent Mills have 82%. They will opt for the specs, I guess, and then they will just Shroud skip the last one. Probably.
This looks like a death skip to me.
No. What? All right. Yeah.
This is
definitely.
this does look like a death skip, yeah, because this is not something you would realistically play.
No.
Not something you would realistically be able to pull out. Yeah.
So yeah, they're just doing the death skip. The boomkin is probably just shadow melting in the corner. It's gonna rest the healer here and just then they continue. This is probably a smart way as well. Because I assume the invis pod would never last this whole gauntlet. Like it's a crazy long run. Obviously, always a little bit sad to not have a priest to need to do this, but it does make sense.
So now it's the unique utility.
That is true. Now they basically just have to do the boss, the gauntlet, and the next boss, and then they're done. Yeah, they're definitely on a good pace for sure.
Yeah.
At the same time, Deplete Heroes are almost done with the second boss. They will have a stroll across the park after this because they already cleared all of the dragon stuff. So they're basically like a boss to boss chain kinda. We'll see if that actually like benefits for them because Torrent Melves they're doing pretty decent, and the death skip was a nice choice to do. Do you actually get hit from this circle, or is it just line of sighting?
Oh god damn it!
No, the circle is just animation actually. So yeah, like you can actually stand this close to the ice cube, I guess you could say, and just be safe. Basically, like what they did here was correct. I assume the mage peeked out and didn't and wasn't safe. So yeah.
A little bit
Yeah.
unfortunate.
But here in this case, like they're doing everything correct. It's just like this boss doesn't do that much, I would say, because it is a tyrannical. It's a fortified 20 and not tyrannical any high key. So the healer obviously needs to heal a decent amount, but it's not too bad as they also have very tanky classes in their group, to be honest. Where on the side of the Depleters, they're still working on the gauntlet to make up the count that the Taurus did in the beginning of the dungeon. Sadly falling further and further behind in terms of the boss damages and just the overall speed in the dungeon.
Yeah. So the tar mills are not only do they are ahead, well, they're just a little bit ahead on the count, I guess. Just 1% difference, but they're a full boss ahead of the Deplete Heroes right here. So yeah, looks like this is going to be a 1-1 in terms of 1 games, and we will see the underrot. Looks like it. Anything can happen, but I just feel like this is going to be the conclusion.
I mean, unless something goes horribly wrong in this gauntlet, you never know. There can always be some people getting hit by a wave or two and then dying, and then you wipe on this, and then you have a long run back as well. It's like pretty horrible actually to go out on this gauntlet, I must say.
Yeah, that is true. This dungeon is extremely long, and going back after you die here is a nightmare. We have almost seen the Blood Decay die, but Death Striking comes in clutch. He stays alive. Would have been really bad because he doesn't have Purgatory to save himself. So they really need to be careful for another 30 seconds in terms of like keeping the tank alive if he gets into a danger zone. But yeah, on a timer, it seems like they are almost equal. It's like 18 minutes just now for Deplete Heroes, and it's like 18 minutes and just a little bit for Totem Mills, but they're so ahead on the pace. So yeah, but we also have to consider that the team started at a little bit different timing. There was like about 10 seconds difference between each team when they started the key, because we have a little bit of a synchronization issue between like Deplete Heroes in particular. Something is not working exactly like it should work, and they try to figure it out, and seems like this is the best that they can get in terms of trying to start the key at the same time.
Yeah, and you can definitely work with it, right? So
yeah, this gauntlet, it's like, I don't know, doesn't annoy me that much, but then at the same time I'm like, why make it this way? I feel like they could have came up with something more interesting than just a bunch of water waves and the area of denial that you have to walk away from the melee. I don't know. The entire dungeon to me feels like it was made in 15 minutes or maybe 25 minutes, and the intern that was making it was like, yep, that's about it.
I mean, actually, this gauntlet was, I think, actually nerfed this patch or the last patch. Like these waves were a little bit faster in the past. I'm not, or maybe it was a beta and went to live. But this was actually really, really hard, and then it got changed. So, it's pretty nice that they nerfed it, because it was really annoying. Like you said, like these waves and just like dodging all the time, and I don't know. Oh no, now I remember what it was as well. These Aqua Ragers, when they went low HP, you had to kick them, like single kick them, and you couldn't AoE stop their cast to go like diverge into a lot of small mobs, and that was really horrible. Yeah. That got thankfully changed.
No,
Sometimes
overall, this is probably the lowest rated dungeon by me out of all of them this season. This is the one that I really don't like doing.
Yeah, I mean, it is like, especially the last boss, I do agree with you. It's really boring, yeah? Like you can see on the set of Tower Myths now, they engaged the last boss. They got through the first phase basically, and now they have the intermission where you just continue to jog 20 seconds to the middle back in the room basically. and then you need to CC these, like kick these mobs and then properly CC them basically, so the boss doesn't get too big of a damage increase. And it's just boring as it is like a very short phase that you play actually, the boss. And
Yeah.
it's more about this intermission and playing this proper or whatnot is such a weird thing to play, especially if it's a more tyrannical environment as well. I think on Fortified it's probably fine because they most likely will kill this boss here. I think they're gonna have 2 minutes most likely here. They will bloodlust, the boss will come up and they will kill it. Yeah. They will
Yeah.
bloodlust here, send all cooldowns, and then they will take the win home.
This boss reminds me a little bit of a last boss of Junkyard, but the intermission in Junkyard is actually super fun and very like, how do you say it? You can put some good skill expression with dodging there, right? And doing it correctly with like going through all of the electricity that stuns you and teleports you and then getting there. But this feels like this was supposed to be the thing, but it didn't work out. And yeah, 21 minute 55 seconds for Torrent Milfs. They complete Halls of Infusion, and for Deplete Heroes is already beyond 22 minutes, so GG to Torrent Mills. They are equalizing the score 1-1, and they're staying in this what's it called? In the
tournament.
series.
In the
yeah.
series, I guess, yeah. No, I think they did, like I said, I think their routing was, apart from this one pull that confused me a little bit personally, was really nice, yeah. Like, they had a good pace, that an idea where to send the Bloodlust. Like, overall, you could see that they are definitely the more practiced, like we said already a few times now, the more practiced, like, high-key players that just know what's up, basically. So, yeah, the props to them, for sure.
Yeah, GG.
Yeah.
1-1, we are about to,
Yeah.
not about right now, but we are going to see Underworld with Entangling and Bursting.
Oh, this will be a fast key, though, I think. This could be a fast wipe on both ends, yeah. I mean, probably the Blade Hero is taking a little bit more chill, but now this is a key. I'm going to give my prediction here, yeah. Obviously, no shade to Tormes here or anything, yeah, but there is a chance that they are now hyped, you know? And they go
Yeah.
into Underworld, yeah, and they will pull too big, and then it's over. So maybe, yeah. We never know. I don't hope for that, yeah, but it feels like it could happen.
That could be a possibility, and I hope it doesn't come down to that. But honestly, the big pulls, yeah, like was said earlier, big pulls is what is really great, and especially when they are executed correctly. So I hope they just do the execution, and they win maybe, or it would only be fair for them to win in my perspective, because they got robbed of the first dungeon really hard.
Oh, yeah.
I
don't
just don't want to say anything, and I've been silent for 5 minutes because every time I say something good about Torrent Milfs, they get disconnect, they die to random mechanics. So I'm like, okay, I'm silent. Because I'm pretty sure that if I said something about like last boss doesn't have anything to die at, they would definitely wipe on the gauntlet or something like that, you know. Because
Maybe you should flame them instead.
Yeah, I definitely should flame them. But
For the other reasons, right? Not this one.
yeah, toxicity. Yeah, the true motivation.
Well,
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, you just need to pressure them a little bit. Be like, yo, guys, if you don't kick this mob, you get kicked. Yeah, and it's like,
Oh,
oh,
so
oh.
that's perfect.
yeah. If you don't kick this, I kick you. Yeah.
Out
Show
of the
you-
window in the real life. Yeah,
no,
but
no, no.
yeah, that's a very rude motivation. But yeah, I really hope for that. What map do we have? Underrot?
Underworld, yeah.
All right, that's a good one. At least I hope so. I just know that my tongue is my enemy. As we
No,
say,
no,
yeah.
no. You just need to be more positive. Just be more positive towards the Deplete Heroes, and then you bring the maybe a little bit of the misfortune or the caster curse towards them, and then it just like that doesn't backfire, I guess. Yeah, in a way.
Exactly. So yeah, I believe that Deplete Heroes have all the chances of winning this. Like they already trained Underrod, by the way, yeah. So they had their chance at understanding what they did wrong. Without jokes right now, they have this already experience. Maybe Meeres, you know more about it, but I feel like when you have this key on MDI once, it won't be as hard the second time.
Of
So-
course, I do agree. Yes.
So yeah, so I feel like they have this advantage of first comers, because they've already experienced the dungeon, and for Tauren Mills it's like the first time. So we will see, because I feel like there are plenty of ways to wipe there.
Yeah,
It's
this-
all
Oh yes.
like that first pull, if we remember.
Oh no! Wait, that was you, Poggers, right? Who did like the Omega first
Yeah.
pull, yeah? And I was like, I mean, that is a pull, by the way, guys. I don't even know if I would sign that in MDI, because that pull is like, that is some crazy stuff. No, like you have like 3 casters in the back that are just full vape niche. You have 2 spear guys. No, actually 3 with the patrol as well. You have 3 spear guys that root random people, so they will guaranteed die to like any random mechanic that they get. You have 2 charge guys. You have like some ticks, a maggot in the back coming, and they're like, it's fine.
It's
You know,
fine. We have augmentation evoker, so it's fine.
yeah, exactly. We have more stats, guys. It's all okay. Yeah, we have like 2,000 more main stat. Can't die. Yeah. Nah, it's pretty crazy. Yeah. So, but then they opted out to not do that pull, right? A good choice, by the way. Yeah, props to them.
Thank God.
But now maybe we cursed all of this, and then the
well, we'll see.
we will see. We'll see. I hope they don't change the comp as well, and then they will just be cruising through. I don't know. It feels like it will be nice. Yeah.
I would like to see the change in the comps just for the sake of changing them, just for like, oh, this guy is playing something else now. But it's definitely for the teams. It's for sure much better that they stay on what they are playing and what they played before. Yeah, it's like
Of
staying
course,
within your comfort zone. But for the sake of a show, would definitely be interested in seeing something else. Or oh no, that's just I thought on the side of Deplete Heroes they changed the mage to evoker, but that's just like the mage being far away and his frame grayed out. Because like when it's grayed out it looks a little bit like evokers, but oh well. Well, the guys are preparing. I don't know how long it's gonna take, but guys on the side of the terminal still preparing. The play hero seems like they are ready, so we should be expecting the game to come more or less soon. Maybe just
That
a
would
couple
be nice.
minutes.
Also, this is the nerfs game, man, for both teams. This is the do or die.
Yeah.
And then the Andorra, the most how do you say? The most pack friendly, I guess you could say, like the most vape key, where you just go in and you just do whatever you want and you will complete it. But then you add like 5 mobs and it becomes randomly the hardest key ever to control.
Yeah, true.
but-
There is always an opportunity to pull something randomly and like be oops, and it's impossible.
I mean, it would be interesting. I think if they have a plan for the, how's it called? Like just a plan for cutting 1 or 2 pulls, what they have shown in the past, like that they can do it with the high key experience and whatnot. I think they're gonna be chilling hard and just like make it work. I think. Yeah. I don't know. I believe in them. I think it's gonna be good. Yeah. But maybe I cursed them just now, and they will just wipe on the first boss. I don't know.
Or maybe this is reverse psychology. So like accepting that you are cursing them, you are decursing them. But me realizing that, curse them as well. So yeah, doesn't matter. We either way, it's
Okay.
impossible to
The
argue.
guys are about to start, so we should be expecting the countdown in just a little bit. So yeah, not
right.
another long tangent where somebody tells a story about their cat and how it was funny when it fell down.
Hey, I love
into
my
the-
cat. I love my cat. My cat
Yeah,
is
I love
awesome.
my cat as well. I've got a little kitten. Well, the teams are starting. We're gonna have just a little bit of a desync again, but at this point, it is what it is. It's just 7 or 8 seconds of desync. It's not
That's
the biggest
fine.
of
That's
the
fine.
deals. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, once again, bursting in the house here. Both teams no Shadow Priest, which means there will be good usage of Personals, Dwarfs, or other things, basically. But for example, for Tauren Mills, they should have the advantage here. They're used to this in high keys as well, most likely. They are doing both the same pull here, just one side going right and the other side going left. I mean,
And
nothing changes here.
they
So-
opted for Unholy Decay instead of a Boomkin. If I'm
Wait.
not mistaken. Yeah, but
Wait, true. You are indeed correct. Yes, So they
They
are playing Unholy DK instead of Boomkin. That is very interesting. Okay, this would suggest to me that they're planning on doing a very big pull, because otherwise Unholy DK is really not that hot.
Yeah.
So that seems interesting. I think Unholy DK can become really good if you do a very big pull, but obviously it has a scaling trend downwards. If you look at the DPS meter right now, you can see the DK is fighting with the Blood DK. Yeah, that's not the best place to be, because he's like a full cooldown based class. Like you're like super users outside of cooldowns. But well, on the other hand, basically like the previous maps as well, Deplete Heroes have the full perma damage no cooldowns, but it's kind of nice.
Yeah, one of the problems of Unholy DK as well is that in the dungeons you can't really have everything. You either spec into massive OE damage or you spec into full single target. Right? You have two builds where you have the ranged Scorch Strike, where it's full single target with like a very long what was it? Epidemic, I believe. No, not the epidemic. The other debuff that I just forgot the name. Or you're just going into epidemic, right? With a short dots, you refresh them continuously, but you spam just AOE spam. And yeah, some of these classes like mages, they have the both things. They can do big single target and big AOE. So yeah, the blood decay, not the blood, unholy decay is really like this class where it goes either one or the other direction. I feel like, I don't know.
Yeah,
You
and-
tell me. You have more
No.
experience on it.
No, that is actually true. Yeah, I mean, there's this hybrid DK build what you played last MDI, right? But that was more AB orientated than single target orientated. And now, if you play DK, you can either play like the super single target damage, what is like crazy OP,
Yeah,
right? As everyone
yeah.
knows. And if you play then the cleave variant, it's like okay. So I wish I could see the talents basically of the DK and see what he's playing.
True.
But we will see maybe the later pull or what is popping off. Yeah. So yeah,
Well,
here you can see on the damage meter, the Deplete Hero is definitely blasting this boss hard. With their single target classes like optimized pretty well in their comp, and the Tormilf is just on a trend downwards a little bit because both the Red Paladin and the Unholy DK are not the hottest single target classes. But I do think they can easily make up in the rest of the
AOE,
dungeon.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, once it goes to this section, they should definitely pick up with the absurd AOE of Unholy with cooldowns and stuff. But they also have a newly reworked Frost Mage, which also has absurd AOE, probably. Oh, they are opting into 5 Lashers. That's scary, in my opinion. The continuous like interrupts on Decaying Mind, those are kind of scary. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good pull though, because you can AoE stop most of them. So you basically just have everyone kick one and then you AoE stop the other one. So it's a fairly easy pull. It's also an easy stack up, right? Helps the
Yeah.
Frost Mage and the Unholy DK. So I think it's a good choice. Where on the other hand, Deplete Heroes is just taking like the big important mobs here one by one kinda. You can like they're going right, they killed some Lashers, they have now Maggot, they killed a Blood Swarmer, now they're chaining the next Blood Swarmer. They're just doing the slow and steady pump, right? As we would say.
Yeah, Unholy DK is definitely playing the Epidemic spam, the AoE build, for sure.
Oh, yeah,
with
for
the
sure.
amount of DPS that he's pumping on AoE. While on the side of Deeply Heroes, it's whatever they are doing is not bad as well. This is just the other team is banking on their team comp as much as they can. Red Paladin isn't that far away either. Man, Red Paladins are blasting too. Have you guys ever considered trying Red Paladin in Echo practice and stuff?
Oh yeah, we did play Red Paladin. Actually, we're very surprised, but that it does something, but it doesn't really do it like super good, I guess. That's why the main reason we don't really play it. But it's really tanky. It's pretty like how do you say? Like it's very tanky. It has decent utility, right? But because of the rise of Holy Pala, it's just not as worth it to bring Like you have a paladin in every group basically. So for them right now, I think the red pala is a good choice because it does bring like the benefit of having a paladin in the team in general. But if you have a holy paladin, red pala is like really not that good, I think, anymore.
Yeah, what's the point of bringing more of the same if you could have something that would have a completely different and probably better value than what your one of the paladins is already offering?
Yes, for sure. So here Torum is opting out to do the double Bloodswarmer pull with some trash. This is where last time the UA Poggers basically had a little bit of a struggle because they didn't properly like manage these things, but it does look like they have it under the control right now. Looks pretty nice.
And timers don't look that much different on both teams as well. But we have to remember is that one of the teams started 10 seconds later than the other one. So yeah, there's that one thing to account for. Yeah, Torrent Mills opting for the I would say the classic plus 17 bug strat to bring 5 skeletons into a worm.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the standard thing. I always normally change it up in my weekly case and I just bring these 5 skeletons and Death Speaker into the previous pull they did actually. Because they don't do anything apart from tank damage, right? So you can then opt out to do the next skeletons with this worm. But it doesn't really matter because you can also change the next skeletons into the 2 casters, right? It's like, I don't really think it changes anything, to be honest. But it's interesting to see that they have a different approach, let's say, I guess.
It probably the difference lies in whether or not you have cooldowns and you want to bank on your cooldowns while you have them, or you don't, and they will be coming up when you like if you have cooldowns by the time you're coming to the exit and they're still trash, just like you were talking about what you doing. Yeah, it's definitely fair to bring them in, but maybe if you don't really have cooldowns for the pack that you're going to bring in, the skeletons, it's probably better to leave them alone until you have cooldowns and you go there. At least that's what I think. Well, on the side of Deeply Heroes, they are already through the first tantrum of the Kragmo, and Torrent Mills, they are about to see it. So on pace, it seems that the Deeply Heroes just are a little bit faster. It's kind of weird. I don't know.
No, but look percentage. They're 10% more on the side of Torrent Mills.
Okay.
Yeah, they did I think they're probably really even right now.
Yeah.
Actually, like Deeply Heroes is behind the small pull with the skeletons and the wormwood is technically like a decently fast pull, I would say. Torrent Mills, though, has the chance, of course, to like catch up on playing this boss good now and just doing like a bigger thing later. I'm just really surprised generally by this another DK choice because they didn't really do like really insane pulls, let's say, apart from like the first pull and like maybe the first pull in the beginning of the dungeon and the beginning of this room here with Krogma.
Yeah.
And apart from that, I think the Boomkin would have just performed better in every way because they dropped the 3% versatility buff on the whole group. They don't have a roar, but it's kind of nice in this dungeon, and on certain bosses, they don't have. I don't know. It just feels like a little bit of a weird pick to me personally, but we'll see how they end up in the overall tournament, I guess.
Maybe they.
And
Maybe they will pull more. I don't know. Maybe they will pull another like 7 mobs with the 2 casters, and they will try to benefit from Unholy Decay, but definitely feels like it's not contributing as much as it's supposed to because there aren't even that many good pulls left for Unholy Decay, right? You're just gonna do Worm and a caster, and then 5 skeletons and a Worm, and then just small pools with a big guy and a worm, and then 2 big guys in the worm.
Guys, like you are theory crafting why he took Unholy Decay because they plan on pulling. I will say you why he picked Decay because that's the only class he doesn't die on. So like,
okay.
Wow.
The shots fired.
I see.
That's a joke, obviously, but I know that this guy, he's a main Unholy Decay. So yeah, he probably felt secure about this pick, because as a Boomkin, you remember in the Neltharion lair, death all over the place, weird positioning. So I feel like,
It does make sense, yeah. I don't think that Anolidike is that much worse than the Boomkin. Like, I just think it's worse, I guess, yeah. But like here, for example, he does good damage. Like this was a good Anolidike pull in general. Like these mobs with the skeletons now they can go into boss. So yeah, I mean right now they're basically almost even. Tower moves a little bit ahead, of course. They did bloodlust this boss here now. It is interesting to see what Deplete Heroes does. They should probably last this boss here as well, I assume. So the mage also gets another bloodlust for the last boss, what obviously benefits him a decent amount. And yeah, then it just comes down to making no mistakes, I think. And then if Tower Miss makes no mistakes, they will take this home.
We now
And
have
same
a we now have a depressed webcam on the side of Deeply Heroes.
Oh my God.
The lights out in his
Yeah.
room, and he's just full depresso espresso straight up.
It's oh yeah.
No, that's okay. That's a nighttime gaming for the healer of Deeply Heroes.
I mean, it is almost midnight, so it will be a midnight win for him for sure. Yeah.
It's we're 1 hour ahead of you in Ukraine, so it's almost 1 a.m. for us.
Really? Oh, I
Yeah.
see. Okay. Never mind. A 1 a.m. win, yeah, for one of the two teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean here they're both doing a good job playing this boss. Like the Blood Decay is making his AMS work good, just
Oh,
soaking
yeah.
all the shrooms. So
IMS is
complain about
pretty
that.
chill here. Yeah, you just pop it and just run across a bunch of shrooms. Yeah, it's one of those classes where it's pretty good to clear the extra shrooms that will be left behind.
Okay, here though, sadly, I must say, Deplete Heroes killing the boss before while pulling the boss like 10-20 seconds later, if even, just because of their group comp being way better single target. Where on the right side you can see that the group comp is just not popping super hard on the single target. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, they're even again, yeah. And my
Yeah.
guess is if they would arrive at the last boss at the same time, Deplete Heroes probably has the edge. Like Evoker has also a really OP talent against the last boss, giving him like 6k DPS basically for free on. Like
Meeres?
it's a-
What is that? What are we talking about?
it's Unravel. It's like a big damage button that it only works on absorb
Oh.
shields, and because the last boss is perma absorbing, you just press that button. It does a lot of damage all the time.
Oh,
So,
damn. That's pretty cool.
yeah.
Okay.
So it is a big. I mean, okay, it's not that big as I'm making it out to be, I guess, because it's an augmentation evoker, right? But it's okay.
I mean,
Yeah, it's a good
still a
bonus,
bunch of
I guess.
advantage. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah. And on the side of Tauren Mills, of course, the Blood Decay making use one last time here. I think this pull will be very nice for him here. Oh no, the mage suffering right now, and Deplete Heroes, don't let him die. Very nice. I'm feeling with everyone right now. Yeah, I don't know. It's getting too close here for comfort.
Yeah, pretty much on the equal pace right now. The only difference is that I feel like on the side of Deplete Heroes, this is just a little bit too low of a percentage that they have at this point. I think the last pack gives you like what 6%, 6.5%, and this pack is giving you like 3%, so or 4%. I feel like they're going to be like one extra worm away from having a full count.
Yeah, that is actually interesting. You might be right with this. It's 90%. I mean, this last pack. Wait, I'm gonna. Actually, I logged out. I can't live check. I wanted to, but I can't.
I feel, if I recall correctly, these guys give like 2.6% or 2.8, something like that, and the worm gives like 1.5 or 1.7. So it's about to be like 6.5. Maybe they are exactly on the count because it's 93.75, and I believe this is what he wants.
Yeah, it looks like this might be just exact count. Yeah,
Yeah, okay. Because I just looked a little bit too spicy, but it feels like this is the exact count. Yeah.
I really love how both teams like go toe to toe. Like if you look at the percentage, if you look at the time, it's like head to head. You know, they are really close to each other, and honestly, I still don't know who will win this because
I believe
This
what
tight, yeah.
Meeres is that the deplete heroes have a better single target comp.
Yeah. And both teams don't have Bloodlust. Yeah, don't.
I mean, I do think that, okay, I mean, they're not cursing deplete heroes now, but they should have it in the bag if they now just engage the boss and just play this boss like normal.
Yeah, just don't do anything fancy. Straight up, just play it like you would play it on live when you want to time it, and that's about it.
Exactly. But yeah, I think they... Okay, this is the battle of the
Century.
battle of the single target now, I guess, yeah.
I feel like, as we've talked before, deplete heroes just simply have more single target output.
We'll see.
I
We'll see.
believe.
It can also come down to the who kills the ad faster, the ad that spawns,
Yeah.
when you
Right,
generate.
so both of them have one death, right? No, that's incorrect, actually, guys. It's looking very dire right now. He's like Tormivs has one death, so they are 5 seconds behind.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and the actually wait, guys. Who started the dungeon first, by the way? Okay, we have a lot of questions right now. Actually, yeah.
way too many.
Yeah,
wasn't
okay.
it
No, you can see
variables?
actually that Deplete Hero started the dungeon before because they're reaching the 17-minute timer very soon. And the same thing with Torrent Mills, but they have 5 seconds from the death, yeah? So actually the starting first got evened out by the death, I guess, yeah, let's say.
All right.
Okay, it's all good. They're basically the same right now. So now they just need to do damage. That's the conclusion I have right now.
We'll
It
see.
feels like deplete is like 2-3 seconds faster.
Yeah, it will not be much, I think. You're right. So where's the boss HP? This is so hard to see, sadly.
On deplete.
Yeah, but
heroes,
like, what is the energy on Deplete Heroes here? Yeah, I
100
can't see it.
100%. It just spawned the ad on deplete heroes.
Wait,
and it's-
oh no. How's the... It
This
just
is-
spawned
this
the
is
ad
the
as
last
well on
ad.
Torrent Mills side. Oh no, guys. This
This is the last ad, I feel like. Yeah. Oh,
It is.
1746. 1740.
Oh, very close,
Oh,
very close.
1746 and
1751.
1751. Okay. Oh,
All right. That was pretty
all
close.
right. All right.
Yeah, it
Okay,
feels
so-
like this unholy DK pick didn't pay out.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like I said, I don't know if I make the big difference, but I mean, the single target comp was already better of Deplete Heroes before. Like, it showed in the other dungeons as well, so it was not a surprise. But yeah. I mean, this was very close. Yeah, both of these matches were faster and better than the previous underrot that we saw earlier. That was with bolstering, and I don't think bolstering would slow you down that much. So, I think these were just the better practice teams in underrot, most likely.
Yeah. That's basically what you get when you're playing lower bracket, right? You play more games, so you get better by the time how the time progresses, as long as the fatigue doesn't settle in.
Yes. Even though the fatigue with his camera could be setting in, I'm not sure.
That's for
He's
sure.
slowly going into the dark room, man.
Yeah. Oh well. The deplete heroes gonna proceed with the tournament, while Torrent Mills, our previous champions on when we set up the tournament last time, are gonna go and chill at home. Sending.
I feel like that, when you were at school and you had that bad grade and mom takes you from school and she asks you what grade did you get, and you're like, I got something bad. And she tells you, all right, we'll talk at home. And that talk at home is the worst thing that could possibly happen to you. That's like how I will talk to my guys now. I will say, we will talk tomorrow. And this will be this very unpleasant talk. But yeah, I'm joking. Actually, it's really great to see that teams performed on such a level that the previous champions had to struggle and even lost. Because, for example, Uvu team, I'm pretty sure that even Meeres was shocked with their tempo, with their pacing, with their pulls.
Naowh was
I mean-
saying that they were poggers.
Yeah,
That
like
was-
I was also, I think both Robin and me were really surprised about the Uvu team. They had really good, I think in general, they have a really good idea. My bet, like I said, my bet is on them to win the whole thing. So
And they have even potential to participate in the MDI in the real one. I mean,
If
because
they want to.
if they want, because they have this potential. Yeah, they have the understanding, they have the execution, and that's what makes them the best for this. At least for me, they are the showrunners of this event.
So,
for sure.
we'll see what happens, because remember when we everybody was rooting for Bavovna when we were setting up the other tournament because they were pace kings, and then they just fell apart the longer they
Yeah,
played.
yeah.
So
yeah,
that can happen. Oh well, this is pretty much all for today. We're gonna continue tomorrow. We're gonna have upper finals, lower finals, and the super finals tomorrow. So that's gonna be pretty exciting games.
A lot of
And-
finals.
Hell
All
yeah.
the finest you can
Yeah,
find.
yeah. Well, you can call them two semi-finals and the final if you want to call them that way. But oh well.
Yep.
Thanks everybody for watching, and thanks everyone for coming. We're gonna be streaming tomorrow at the same time, which is 17 Central European time. Not 17, sorry, 19. My bad. 19 or 7 p.m. Central European time, 20 or 8 p.m. Ukrainian time. So make sure you tune in. We're gonna have some more games, and if you guys want to say something, go ahead.
Thank you very much for those who stayed with us till the very end, especially Meeres.
Hell yeah.
Because-
Thank you, Meeres.
because-
We appreciate you being here.
No, I mean, yeah, I can take a head, I guess. Yeah, I'm sorry. No, yeah, thank you very much for having me. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, I saw some things that I might be stealing for the Great Push. By the way, I'm not exactly sure yet, but I have been looking at the NDT a little bit in the break, and I'm like, it's interesting. Yeah, Ubu team, props to you guys. Yeah, I saw some cool things. Maybe like, always hard to implement things from low keys to high keys, right? But there were some
Yeah.
good ideas. So yeah, it was always interesting to see other teams see what they do and just like get inspiration and whatnot. I mean, that's what I love doing as well. And also thank you everyone for watching, and of course you guys having me here on the broadcast. It was a lot of fun, and we'll see if we do it another time. Yeah, you never know.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah. We'll make sure to let you know if we have something popping up. Well, at everybody at home, have a good night, have a safe night. Make sure you're doing all the precautions, and to stay safe, and have a good sleep. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Bye.
Yeah. Goodbye.